26. Decocting medicine was like threading a needle's eye with a thread. Chen Pingan did it methodically and immersed himself in it. The young man exuded an inexplicable joy. However, the black-clothed girl was not a patient person. In fact, except for practicing swordsmanship, the girl was not interested in anything else. She left her hometown at a young age and traveled around alone. She lived a rough life. Therefore, she did not feel uncomfortable with the young man's house with 4 bare walls. It was really because she lived in the wind and rain. No matter how delicate and fastidious a person was, she would become very unfastidious. The girl asked, "Is your left hand okay?" Chen Pingan, who had his left hand bandaged with a cotton strip, was holding a bowl of medicine with both hands. After the girl took over, he smiled and said, "It's okay. Before I went back to the alley, I found some herbs and mashed them and applied them to the wound. When I was a kiln worker, I used this medicine every time. It was a secret prescription that an old man in the young family's shop told me a long time ago. However, I promised the old man that I would not tell others. Otherwise, Miss Ning, you may need it when you travel around. If you want it, I can go to the old man in the young family's shop and ask him. It's just that I was in a hurry to go to the medicine shop today, so I didn't see the old man. I only hope that he left temporarily." When the girl drank the medicine, her long eyebrows, which were not like willow leaves but more like narrow knives, slightly frowned. However, she still drank the medicine without changing her expression. After returning the porcelain bowl to the waiting straw sandals boy, she muttered, "You're such a good person. No wonder you're so poor. You deserve to be bullied." Before the boy could react, the girl added, "Don't mind me. I'm a straightforward person." The girl probably did not know that the latter sentence was more hurtful. Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The black-clothed girl used her thumb to wipe off the remnants of the medicinal soup at the corner of her mouth. Then, she sat up straight and said seriously, "The saint who is now in charge of this world, that is, the teacher you mentioned, although he wants to help you clean up so that you won't have to worry about your life in the future, you have to know that there will be a time when a person's strength will be exhausted. Even the saint is no exception. What's more, Mr. Chi's situation is not very good. He can't even protect himself. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to care about your life and death in the future. I, Ning Yao, am a person who will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If you glare at me, I will take revenge for the smallest grievance. There is a limit to a man's strength, but he must repay his debt with a gushing spring. He must seek revenge for the smallest grievance, just like a clay budget crossing the river." At this moment, the young girl's heart was filled with an unknown pride. "Listen, aren't my words very knowledgeable?" It was a pity that Chen Pingan's neighbor was a knowledgeable scholar. Almost every morning and twice at dusk, the neighbor would recite the sage books to show his sincerity. According to Song Jisun's own words, "I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit." Therefore, Chen Pingan had seen a pig run even if he had not eaten pork. He was not unfamiliar with the scholarly words. Even if some of the words were obscure, he could still guess most of them by analyzing the context. The young girl stared at Chen Pingan, trying to find shock, admiration, and doubt from the young man's face. However, Chen Pingan's face was full of "I understand." "Young girl, please continue." The young girl was very discouraged. Her originally high-spirited expression had decreased sharply. She said in a bad mood, "For example, if you save my life, I will help you kill Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City or Lu Jimao from Book Slip Lake. However, if you want to kill both of them to prevent future troubles, you will have to pay to avoid the disaster. Because we just met by chance, we don't have a deep relationship. Therefore, you will need to give me a bag of gold coins as a reward." The young girl quickly pointed at the bag of winter jasmine money. "For example, I like this bag very much. The other 2 bags of copper coins are not good-looking and the inscriptions are not pleasing to the eye. Then, the young girl slightly raised her chin. If you are willing to pay me 2 bags of copper coins, I will help you deal with Old Dragon City and Red Cloud Mountain. Of course, if I die in Lu Jimao's hands early on, then there is nothing to talk about. After all, my cultivation is not high. I have just reached the 6th of the 9 realms of martial arts. As a pure martial artist, my body is not strong enough. As for the 15th floor and the 15th floor, I have only reached the Dragon Gate realm of the middle 5 realms. In the alchemy room, I have 6 diagrams, but I have not succeeded in adding the finishing touch, nor have I made the fairies fly. This time, Chen Pingan was really confused. He was completely confused. The young girl suddenly became angry out of humiliation. She had always been ashamed of her low cultivation level. Chen Pingan's "Miss, please explain to me again" demented appearance had undoubtedly poked at the young girl's sore spot. Seeing the young girl's gloomy expression, even if Chen Pingan was an idiot, he knew that the situation was bad. He quickly changed the topic. "Young girl, why were you so heavily injured before, but now you seem to have mostly recovered?" The young girl's eyes narrowed. She crossed her arms over her chest and said in a hoarse voice, "I was indeed about to die. If Daoist Lu hadn't saved me, I would have. In any case, I owe you a great favor. I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation and asked you to take out 3 bags of gold coins. How can my life be compared to Lu Jimao's? So, it's my fault. Just pretend I didn't say anything. After I leave the town, I will do my best to help you solve your worries. But, let me say the ugly words first. I, Ning Yao, will only do what I can. I won't risk my life with others, even if I know I'm going to die." Perhaps it was because the young girl bowed her head and admitted her mistake. It was too rare, so she was very disappointed. Chen Pingan asked, "Where is the money?" The young girl pointed at one of the golden embroidered bags. Chen Pingan took out 3 copper coins from the bag. After holding them in his hand, he pushed the 3 bags in front of the young girl and said with a smile, "These are for you." The young girl was stunned. After a long time, she asked, "Chen Pingan, did your head get hit by a door when you were young?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, "No. When I was a child, I often got hit by the tail of a cow." The young girl suddenly flew into a rage. She slammed the table and asked, "Do you like me?" Chen Pingan was dumbfounded. The young girl grinned and gave Chen Pingan a thumbs up. "Good taste." Then she bent her thumb and pointed at herself. She said in high spirits, "But I won't agree. The man that I, Ning Yao, like must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world. The most powerful. The great sword immortal. What Taoist ancestors, Buddha, Confucian saints, before his sword, they all have to bow their heads and make way." Chen Pingan's face turned red. He scratched his head and said, "Miss Ning, you misunderstood. I don't like you." The young girl raised her eyebrows and thought for a moment. She leaned forward and narrowed her eyes. She raised her hand and left an inch of space between her thumb and index finger. She asked guiltily, "You don't even like this little bit?" Chen Pingan was resolute and decisive as he said in a firm tone, "No. Miss Ning, don't worry." The young girl withdrew her hand and sighed heavily. She said with pity, "Chen Pingan, even if you are lucky enough to marry a wife in the future, she will most likely be a simple-minded one." Chen Pingan sat across the table and smiled happily. "As long as she is a good person." The young girl didn't comment on this. Just like what her mother had said, everyone had their own fate, so there might not be a clear distinction between the better and the worse. However, her father had a different opinion about this. Don't force things when it's not in your life. Not forcing things didn't mean that you didn't want anything at all. If you wanted something, you still had to ask for it. If you couldn't get it in the end, it was a different matter. Of course, her father would never dare to say these words to her mother's face. Chen Pingan asked casually, Miss Ning also came to our town to seek opportunities. The young girl didn't hide anything and replied, I used up all the resources that I accumulated through my adventures in a favor in exchange for a place to enter the town. However, I am different from those people. I don't ask for any opportunities or fate. I just want someone to help me forge a sword. It would be best if it could be to my liking. As for whether it is sharp or not and whether it can bear a huge amount of sword qi, it is very secondary. Chen Pingan was puzzled. Forge a sword. The young girl said, it's that blacksmith master Wan. He is very famous here and has a rule that iron cannot move. He only forges one sword every 30 years. The reason why he is willing to come here to replace Qi Jingchen is because he feels that this place is suitable for forging a sword. I am going to try my luck and see if he is willing to forge a sword for me. If it really doesn't work, there is nothing I can do. I will just take it that I am unlucky. Chen Pingan smiled. Good people will be rewarded. The young girl said weakly, there is nothing I can do. She glanced at the young man. Your left hand doesn't hurt. Chen Pingan was stunned. It hurts. She said suspiciously, then why don't you look like it? Chen Pingan said righteously, even if I roll on the ground and scream, it won't stop hurting. The young girl slapped her forehead. There is nothing I can do. You are the same as my father, but your ability is far worse than his. Chen Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the courtyard outside the house. The young girl pushed the 3 bags of copper coins back. I don't want them. Chen Pingan looked away and said softly, Miss Ning, have you ever thought that it might not be a good thing for me to keep them? After seeing Mr. Qi, I am even more certain of this. After the young girl decided on something, she wouldn't change her mind. She shook her head and said, that is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I have thought about it. I will repay the favor of saving my life in the future. I will not skimp on the materials. I will live up to the name Ning Yao. But you must be well for the next few years. Don't die if you are not careful. You just have to endure this period of time. The young man, who had always been easy to talk to, interrupted the young girl for the first time. The person who saved you is Lu Daozhang, Miss Ning. So you don't have to feel that you owe him anything. If I didn't think that I was going to die and wanted Lu Daozhang to do more for my parents, I wouldn't have opened the door at all. The young girl snorted. That is your business. The young man smiled and repeated her words. That is your business. They stared at each other. The young girl was the first to admit defeat. She said with a headache, if you like me, I really can't accept you. Chen Pingan held his head with both hands. He was at his wit's end when dealing with such a one-track-minded and strange girl. At this moment, someone had climbed into the courtyard through the wall. The only person who would do such a thing was Lu Xianyang. He jogged to the door and was about to yell at the top of his lungs, but it was as if someone had grabbed his neck, preventing him from saying a single word. Chen Pingan quickly got up and came to Lu Xianyang's side. He whispered, can I stay at your place for the next 2 days? This young lady might want to stay at my place. Lu Xianyang pushed Chen Pingan's head away. Like a fly rubbing its claws, he rubbed his hands together and said, Miss, my house is big and has everything. If you don't mind, why don't you stay at my house? The black-clothed young girl with her back to the two said calmly, I don't mind. Lu Xianyang grimaced. He looked at the slender and moving figure with a saber. He didn't give up and said, "Miss, you don't know. There were two groups of people blocking my way at the covered bridge. They cried and begged me to sell my ancestral treasure to them. I didn't agree. Unfortunately, those people almost caused me to be scolded to death by Master Wan. I see that you are also an outsider who came to this small town to try your luck. Although I, Lu Xianyang, may not sell it to you, I can let you take a look and broaden your horizons. There shouldn't be a problem." Ning Yao still said indifferently, "No need." Lu Xianyang sat in Chen Pingan's original seat. After seeing the black-clothed young girl's appearance, his eyes lit up and he said, "Miss, don't be so polite. Chen Pingan and I can squeeze in this shabby house. Miss, when you come to my big house, you won't feel restrained. It's as if you don't even have a place to put your hands and feet." Ning Yao replied with a straight face, "Thank you for your kindness. Go away." Lu Xianyang didn't feel awkward. He stood up and said, "All right, no gold or silver nest is better than a grass nest. Understand, understand." Lu Xianyang pulled Chen Pingan outside the door and elbowed the youth. "What's going on?" Chen Pingan said awkwardly, "It's hard to explain in a short time. Just tell me if I can stay at your place." Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and said, "Why not? But you have to promise me that you will help me keep an eye on GQ. Don't let that little bastard Song Jisin rape her. When the time comes, you have to help me protect my future wife's innocence." Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "Don't even think about it." Lu Xianyang patted Chen Pingan's shoulder and said earnestly, "I'll take it that you agree." The black-clothed young girl in the house suddenly turned her head and said, "Do you know that you are a natural sword embryo? The reason why the porcelain buyer didn't take you out when you were 9 years old was probably because he wanted you to absorb more spiritual energy here. This choice was correct. So when you are with Master Wan, you must seize the opportunity and let him take you as a disciple. Remember, you must at least be an inner disciple. It's best if you are a direct disciple. As for being an inner disciple, don't even think about it. Your innate talent isn't that good yet." Lu Xianyang smiled and nodded vigorously. He said yes, yes, then turned to look at Chen Pingan. He pointed at the young girl in the house and then pointed at his own head. Chen Pingan said, "She's telling the truth. Don't take it lightly." Lu Xianyang no longer smiled mischievously. He fell silent and said in a low voice, "I feel that something is wrong. There are two groups of people in the covered bridge. Guess who's leading them? It's that bastard Lu Jingchen from Fulu Street. Isn't this like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken? I don't care about money, so why should I do business with them? Moreover, that armor is an antique passed down from generation to generation. If I sell it, I'll be cursed half to death by my grandfather in my dreams." Chen Pingan heard all this and felt like he was facing a great enemy. "You must be careful. Lu Jingchen and those outsiders are not to be trifled with." The youth turned and asked, "Miss Ning, do you know where those people came from?" The girl in black nodded and said, "The old man and the little girl came from Jingyang Mountain. They're considered an orthodox sect of your eastern Aquarius continent. The old man is not human. In short, he's 100 times more powerful than Fu Nanhua or Kai Qinqian. The woman and her son are not simple either. Actually, those who can enter the town together are not ordinary rich people. The woman is very shrewd, and the little boy doesn't seem to be kind either. So I advise your friend to quickly get Master Wan to accept him as a disciple. That's like having a life-saving talisman. In this town, no matter how strong the backing is, no one dares to wrestle with a saint." Chen Pingan asked Lu Xianyang, "Are you confident that you can become Master Ruan's disciple?" Lu Xianyang was a little conflicted. He said hesitantly, "When I first became an apprentice helper, the way Master Wan looked at me was similar to the way Old Man Yao looked at me. I think he'll observe me for a while before deciding whether to accept me as a disciple. But Chen Pingan glared at him fiercely. Lu Xianyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's just that Master Wan has a precious daughter who can eat a lot." I was shocked, so I joked a little. I didn't expect that when the daughter was forging, she would be so fierce and overbearing when she swung the hammer. But she is usually very shy, so I didn't expect that she couldn't take a joke. At that time, I made her cry and coincidentally bumped into her father. The way he looked at me was strange, so I'm sure he won't accept me as his disciple. But anyway, I don't want to be anyone's disciple. It's enough for me to serve Old Man Yao, who has a strange temper, and it's enough for us. I just want to make a living at the blacksmith shop. Chen Pingan looked up with a black face. Lu Xianyang, who was half a head taller than the straw sandals youth, lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the youth. This scene made Ning Yao feel a little puzzled. This was also the first time the girl saw Chen Pingan truly angry. Chen Pingan asked in a low voice, "After what happened with the old locust tree, did you have some locust tree leaves on your body?" Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, "No, but that fortune teller who always likes to peek at women said some unlucky things to me. I almost smashed his stall." Chen Pingan's expression changed slightly and he frowned. He turned his head to look inside the room and asked, "Miss Ning, as an exchange, can I give you 3 bags of gold and copper coins? Also, will it cause you a lot of trouble? Please make this clear in advance." The black-clothed girl thought carefully. "The trouble isn't small, but it's not a big problem. But you must be careful these 2 days. Don't let your friends run around the streets. After all, my current situation isn't good." She said again, 2 groups of people, 2 bags of money. Let Master Wan take you as his disciple, and another bag of money. In short, if you do a few things, I'll take a few bags of money. Don't worry. Since I've agreed, it'll be a guaranteed 2 bags of money. Chen Pingan ran into the room and hurriedly pushed the 2 bags of money to the girl. "Take it." The girl didn't have a sloppy personality, so she didn't refuse. After putting away the 2 bags of copper coins, she said with a fake smile, "There are many people in the world who take money for themselves. How can there be someone like you who likes to be a child of wealth?" The youth didn't refute this time. He nodded and said with a smile, "Money is very important. Very, very important." Lu Xianyang, who had been kept in the dark all this time, said anxiously, "Chen Pingan, are you crazy? Why are you giving her money? 2 full bags of copper coins. How long will it last you?" Chen Pingan said unhappily, "It's my money. Why do you care?" Lu Xianyang said righteously, "Isn't your money my money? Think about it. If I borrowed money from you, would you have the face to ask me to pay it back?" Chen Pingan didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Lu Xianyang also realized that his jesting was inappropriate, so he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. Chen Pingan asked, "Miss Ning, you really won't?" The girl in black glanced at the white scabbard sword on the table and nodded, "No problem." After that, she couldn't help but say, "You're so wishy-washy. Aren't you annoying? You still say you're not a good person." Chen Pingan smiled. Lu Xianyang thought for a moment and didn't say anything. In the end, the tall youth kept his words to himself. He thought to himself, "Miss, you probably haven't seen the other side of this guy." Chen Pingan was rarely difficult to talk to, but when he was, Chen Pingan was really difficult to talk to. Lu Xianyang had seen him before. He should have seen Song Jisin from next door as well. 27. Not long after Lu Xianyang arrived at Mud Bottle Alley, another rare visitor came to the alley. It was the elegant blue-robed scholar Zhao Yao, who somewhat resembled the teacher Qi Jingchen. Zhao Yao was the eldest grandson of one of the four major surnames in the small town. Compared to Lu Jingchen and the other good-for-nothings, Zhao Yao, who was also from a rich family, had a good reputation. Many lonely old people in the small town had received the kindness of this youth. If one were to say that this was the so-called famous scholar nurtures his hopes in the wild of method, it seemed to be overestimating Zhao Yao's ambition. It was a bit like measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. After all, this youth had been kind to others since he was 10 years old. Year after year, he did not slack off in the slightest. Even the old people who had watched the youth grow up in Fulu Street would give him a thumbs up. Every time they reprimanded their own children, they would always use Zhao Yao as an excuse. This made Zhao Yao not have many close friends among his peers. Lu Jingchen and the others had a free heart and did not like to deal with a bookworm who was all day long. Imagine everyone excitedly climbing up the wall to peek at a pretty widow, only to have someone say by the side, "Don't look at indecent things." Wouldn't that spoil the fun? In short, young Zhao Yao liked to deal with people outside of Fulu Street. He had walked through almost all the alleys, big and small, except for Mud Bottle Alley. This was because Song Jisin lived in this alley, a peer who often made Zhao Yao feel ashamed of his inferiority. However, when it came to friends, Zhao Yao probably only recognized Song Jisin as his chess partner. Although he had lost to Song Jisin in chess for so many years, the desire to win was just that. Zhao Yao had always admired the talented Song Jisin from the bottom of his heart. However, Zhao Yao was somewhat disappointed because his intuition told him that although Song Jisin and he were usually very close to each other, it seemed that Song Jisin had never regarded him as a true friend. Although Zhao Yao had never visited Song Jisin's house before, when he saw a certain house, he knew that it must be Song Jisin's house. It was because of the Spring Festival couplet pasted on the door. There were many words, and at a glance, he could tell that it was Song Jisin's handwriting. The reason was very simple. There were too many changes in style. It could almost be said that each word was different. For example, the two words, Imperial Wind, were written in one smooth flow, free will, and had a great sense of floating. The word Yuan, beside the word water, had a deep meaning. The word qi, when mentioned, had great boldness and was like a thunderbolt. The word gua was written in a neutral and peaceful manner, like a sage sitting upright. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. Zhao Yao stood at the door, almost forgetting to knock. He leaned forward and stared at the words in a daze. He felt that he was about to lose the courage to knock. It was precisely because of his diligent practice of calligraphy that he was even more aware of the strength, weight, and spirit contained in those words. Zhao Yao was dejected. He took out a money pouch and bent over to place it at the door, preparing to leave without saying goodbye. At this moment, the door to the courtyard suddenly opened. Zhao Yao looked up and saw Song Jisin about to leave with the maidservant GQ. The two of them were talking and laughing. Song Jisin pretended to be surprised and joked, "Zhao Yao, why are you bowing so respectfully?" Zhao Yao awkwardly picked up the money pouch. Just as he was about to explain, Song Jisin took the embroidered pouch away and said with a smile, "Oh my, Zhao Yao is here to deliver a gift. I'll accept it, I'll accept it. But let me say this first. I come from a poor family, so I don't have anything that can catch Brother Zhao's eye. If I don't return the favor, then it'll be rude." Zhao Yao smiled bitterly. "This pouch is worth more than money. Just treat it as my parting gift. There's no need to return the favor." Song Jisin turned to his maidservant and smiled knowingly. He handed the money pouch to her. "See, I told you that Zhao Yao is the most polite scholar in town. How about it? The young girl took the money pouch and held it in front of her chest. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed. She was very happy. She slightly leaned to the side and curtsied. "Thank you, young Master Zhao. My family's young master said that a family that accumulates kindness has more to celebrate, and a person that does good will have good fortune. This servant wishes young Master Zhao a meteoric rise and a bright future." Zhao Yao hurriedly returned the gesture. "Thank you, Miss GQ, for your auspicious words." Song Jisin rubbed the back of his head and yawned. "Aren't you tired?" GQ beamed. "If I could get a pouch of money every time, then this servant wouldn't be tired even if I curtsied 10,000 times." Zhao Yao blushed with shame. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Miss GQ." Song Jisin waved his hand. "Come, let's drink." Zhao Yao had an awkward expression. Song Jisin tried to goad him. "What an idiot. You only read about rigid rules, how can you not read about the romance of a famous scholar?" Zhao Yao asked tentatively, "Drink a little to lighten the mood." Song Jisin rolled his eyes. "Get drunk." Zhao Yao was just about to speak when Song Jisin grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away. When the maidservant GQ locked the door, the four-legged snake tried to sneak out, but she kicked it back into the courtyard. When she passed by the house next door, she quietly stood on her tiptoes and stole a few glances. She saw Lu Xianyang's tall figure. Lu Xianyang also noticed her and immediately smiled brightly. Lu Xianyang was about to greet her, but she had already retracted her gaze and walked away quickly. There was a restaurant in the small town. It wasn't very big, but its expenses weren't small. However, Zhao Yao was a descendant of the Zhao family and had a good reputation. The restaurant's manager was famous for being stingy. He didn't know what was wrong with him today, but he patted his chest and said that he wouldn't accept a single copper coin. His restaurant was honored to have 2 scholars come to his restaurant for a drink. The 2 young masters should accept his money instead. Song Jisin immediately stretched out his hand with a chuckle, asking for the money on the spot. The innkeeper angrily found a way out for himself, saying that he owed Song Jisin and that he would send a few jars of good wine to young Master Song tomorrow. Zhao Yao wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. The manager had always known about young Master Song's eccentric temperament, so he didn't really get angry. He personally found a quiet window seat for the 3 of them on the 2nd floor. Song Jisin and Zhao Yao didn't talk much. Song Jisin also didn't try to trick them with wine. This made Zhao Yao, who was unafraid of death, feel very strange. Looking out the window on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, one could just see a plaque on the 12-legged memorial arch. Song Jisin asked, "Is Mr. Qi really not leaving the small town with you?" Zhao Yao nodded and said, "Mr. Qi changed his schedule at the last minute. He said that he will stay in the school and finish teaching the penultimate chapter, knowing etiquette." Song Jisin sighed and said, "Then Mr. Qi is going to talk about a great principle. He's going to teach the world for the Confucian sage. He's going to tell us that at the beginning of the world, there was no such thing as law. The sage used etiquette to teach all living things. At that time, the monarchs all worshipped etiquette. They believed that if something went wrong with etiquette, it would be punished." Zhao Yao was already a little tipsy, so his speech was a little slurred. He asked, "Don't you think so? Why doesn't Mr. Qi just teach us the last chapter, knowing etiquette?" Song Jisin didn't answer his question. Before leaving the small town, there were mountain spirits, water ghosts, immortals, and monsters. If you believe it, they existed. If you don't, they didn't. As for how Mr. Qi will teach and how the students will listen, that's up to fate. The maidservant GQ also drank a cup of wine. She looked dizzy and playful. She didn't even look at the towering memorial arch from beginning to end. There were 12-foot archways, and at the base of the stone pillars were the 9 different beasts of the dragon's 9 sons. Outside them were the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. The people of the small town had lived here for generations, so they were already used to it. Xiao Yao couldn't help but burp. He stood up shakily and said, "Farewell. I hope we'll meet again." Song Jisun thought for a moment and stood up as well. He smiled and said, "We'll definitely meet again. Xiao Yao, don't worry about not knowing a friend on the road ahead." Xiao Yao, whose eyes were blurred, bit his tongue and said sincerely, "Song Jisun, you should leave the small town as soon as possible. Who doesn't know you? You can do it." Song Jisun obviously didn't take him seriously. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's go. Drunken talk is a disgrace to a gentleman." After Xiao Yao and Song Jisun left the restaurant, they went their separate ways. Before Xiao Yao left, he asked, "Song Jisun, do you want to go to the supervisor of Kill's official residence to take a look? I can convince the gatekeeper." Song Jisun's face was cold as he said, "Get lost." Xiao Yao left quietly. The maidservant GQ looked at his back and whispered, "Young master, he had good intentions." Song Jisun sneered and said, "Good people in the world have good intentions, but in the end, they end up with bad consequences. Isn't that a lot?" She thought for a moment. It seemed to be such a tedious truth, so she didn't insist. Xiao Yao lived on Fulu Street to the north of the small town. Mud Bottle Alley was to the west, where the poor gathered. When Song Jisun and the maidservant walked side by side through the memorial arch, she looked up at the plaque that said, "Fighting Bull." She looked like an old woman past her prime. The girl, whose real name was Wang Zhu, smiled without showing her teeth. When Xiao Yao returned to the ancestral residence on Fulu Street, the servant told him that the old ancestor was waiting for him in the study and that he had to go there immediately. The scholar, who reeked of alcohol, immediately had a headache and rushed to the study. The Zhao family didn't show off in the small town. 28. ******* At dusk, Chen Pingon returned to town. When he passed by the east gate, the sloppy guard was still humming a tune. He was singing, "An inch of time can't be taken lightly, glory, splendor, wealth and rank can be thrown away." Perhaps he was disturbed by the footsteps of the youth, but when he opened his eyes, he happened to meet the youth's eyes. When the guard saw that it was the debt collector, he was disappointed. He waved his hand and said, "Go away, your time is worthless. If you can have even one word of glory, splendor, wealth and rank, you should be burning incense." After Chen Pingon ran past, he raised one of his palms high, opened his 5 fingers, and shook it with all his might. Obviously, he was reminding the guard that there was a 5 copper coin relationship between the two of them. The guard spat and cursed, "You're not a good person either." The youth's figure quickly disappeared. The guard looked up at the clear blue sky. It was like a beautiful layer of glaze. The man rubbed his stubbled chin and clicked his tongue. Mr. Chi once said a line in a poem. What was it again? "Good stuff, colored glass." An ox cart slowly drove out of town. Sitting on the cart was a well-known scholar in a green robe. The cart driver was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. The man immediately waved his hand and laughed loudly. "Brother Yao, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have a sentence that I forgot. I only remember good stuff, colored glass, and the like. I can't remember anything else." "You're very knowledgeable, so tell me." Xiao Yao was in high spirits. He held a bag in his arms and said loudly, "Good things in the world are not firm. Colorful clouds scatter easily and colored glass is brittle." The guard gave him a thumbs up. "You're indeed worthy of being called Brother Yao. You're very knowledgeable. When you're successful in the future, don't forget to visit me in your hometown." Who knows, maybe you can replace your husband and be a teacher for the children in our town. That's good too. Xiao Yao was stunned. He then cupped his hands and smiled, "Thank you for your kind words." The man was happy and took out an embroidered pouch from his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the pouch high into the air and grinned. "I've wasted so many years making you write so many couplets for me. Most importantly, you're also kind and honest. You've never found it troublesome. I've always been right about people. Here, I'll give you something." Xiao Yao hurriedly caught the money bag. "See you later." The man smiled and nodded. He waved at the young man's ox cart and muttered, "It's going to be difficult." The straw-sandaled youth walked towards the depths of the town while Xiao Yao's ox cart sped towards the world outside the town, brushing past each other. The man sitting on the stump counted with his fingers. The young man from the Great Sui Kingdom with a bamboo basket full of golden carps, the son of Widow Gu from Clay Bottle Alley, and the young man from Fortune Street. That's 3. However, there were still so many people following. If they all barged in, wouldn't they only be left with the job of picking up scraps? Why don't I take the opportunity to find a filial disciple who can massage my shoulders? The man stretched out his hand and touched his wrinkled, dark cheeks. He chuckled and said, "It'd be best if it's a beautiful female disciple who's bright and smooth. I can bear with a bad face, but her legs must be long." This famous bachelor of the town held his hands behind his head and looked up at the sky. He was secretly happy. When he thought of these happy things, his worries disappeared. He only felt that there was great beauty in the world. Before Chen Pingan left Clay Bottle Alley, he made an appointment with Lu Xianyang and the black-clothed girl to meet at Lu Xianyang's house. When Chen Pingan arrived at Lu Xianyang's house, the door was unlocked. He pushed the door open and entered the main hall. He saw Lu Xianyang using a clean cotton towel to clean and wipe the ancestral armor. The black-clothed girl, Miss Ning, had put on her light veil hat again. There was a saber at her waist and a long sword with a snow-white scabbard in her hand. For some reason, Chen Pingan felt that Miss Ning seemed to dislike this sword. On the table was an old treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Lu family. Although it was called an armor, in Chen Pingan's eyes, it was really ugly and frightening. The huge armor was covered with iron tendons that looked like withered tree tumors. There were also 5 parallel deep scratch marks from the left shoulder all the way down to the right waist. Regarding this point, the 2 youths were puzzled. They really couldn't imagine how huge the forest and ferocious beasts had to be to create such a terrifying scene. Later, the imperial court sealed many mountains and forbade people to go into the mountains to cut firewood and burn charcoal. Chen Pingan and Lu Xianyang almost never broke the ban. This was the main reason. Chen Pingan felt that it was a bit strange. This charcoal-like armor was ugly, but Lu Xianyang really treated it as a family heirloom. Even with Chen Pingan's friendship, he had only let him see it once in all these years. In less than half an incense stick's time, he had carefully moved it back to the vermilion box and enshrined it again. However, seeing Lu Xianyang peeking at the black-clothed girl from time to time, Chen Pingan felt somewhat relieved. Lu Xianyang had always been this kind of person. When he saw beautiful girls, he couldn't control his eyes. But in reality, he didn't really like to be moved. He just liked to show off. For example, in the past summer, when he was bathing in the stream by the covered bridge, if there were girls of the same age carrying seedlings or cattle passing by, Lu Xianyang would definitely do something. First, he would climb onto the big blue stone on the shore, and then he would loudly cough. Song Jisun described this as telling the world. Finally, he would do something fierce. Chen Pingan, who had very good eyesight, could actually clearly see the eyes and expressions of the girls in the distance. Thus, he had always wanted to tell Lu Xianyang the truth. Those good-looking sisters, some rolled their eyes, some muttered curses, and most of them simply ignored him. The only thing that didn't happen was that their eyes lit up and thought that he was a hero. Of course, later on, Lu Xianyang took a fancy to Song Jisun's servant girl, GQ, and inexplicably fell deeply in love with her. After that, the tall youth didn't seem to have any other beautiful girls in his eyes. Even at this moment, when he was showing off to the black-clothed girl, he hoped that the arrogant and indifferent girl wouldn't look down on him. Don't think that just because you have a saber and a sword, you can act like a king. This family heirloom of mine, Lu Xianyang, is also the only one in this small town. After waiting for Chen Pingan, the girl in the curtained hat looked around. Finally, she placed the long sword horizontally on an old antique cabinet painted with golden flowers. The paint was mottled and cracked. In order to make room for the long sword, she moved many bottles and jars away. She found a pattern inlaid on the back wall of the cabinet. It was a golden osmanthus tree with a full moon in the sky. The girl turned her head and said, "The sword is here. Don't touch it, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." "I'm not joking." Lu Xianyang was busy wiping the armor. From time to time, he would lower his head to exhale and gently rub it with his arm. He was really enjoying himself. Chen Pingan promised, "Definitely." The girl said to Lu Xianyang, "This cabinet isn't worth much, but don't sell this golden osmanthus moon inlaid pattern so cheaply." Lu Xianyang didn't raise his head and said, "I've never liked that thing since I was young. If you like it, you can just scrape it off yourself." The girl in black naturally wouldn't do such a thing. She just asked curiously, "What's the material of this pattern?" Lu Xianyang glanced back and said, "It's been around for hundreds of years." "How would I know? Even my grandfather can't tell me 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Pingan said softly, "It should be stones picked up from the stream. There are many colors." But Lu Xianyang's elders must have only picked the golden ones. They crushed them and then glued them together. "We call this stone snake gall stone." The girl in black asked, "Stones? Are there many in the stream?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Miss Ning, if you want, I can pick up a big basket of them for you every day. No one here likes them. Only Gu Kun likes them. He often picks them up by himself." The girl in black sighed and looked deeply at the poor boy in the mud bottle alley. A pauper living on a mountain of gold and silver. Chen Pingan said in surprise, "Are these stones valuable outside?" She adjusted her curtain hat and said, "The price depends on who gets them. Even if they fall into the hands of someone who knows the trade, it still depends on luck. If you're lucky, one is enough. If you're unlucky, a mountain of stones won't be enough. But no matter what, they're valuable, very valuable. It's just that I don't know if I can take them out of the town. This is very important." Lu Xianyang interjected, "There's something strange about these stones. As long as you take them out of the stream, their color will fade when exposed to the wind and sun. Especially after rain and snow, the color will fade even more. Other than that, there's nothing else." The girl said regretfully, "Sure enough." Chen Pingan hesitated, "Why don't I go pick up a big basket tomorrow and try it? What if there's an exception?" The girl shook her head and said, "It's meaningless to me." Lu Xianyang had already moved the armor back into the house and hid it well. At this moment, he leaned against the door and said with a smile, "Chen Pingan is a big money grubber. Maybe he'll go to the stream tonight to get the stones." The girl said, "I'm leaving." When she walked to the door, she turned around and said, "I'll take care of the hairpin and prescription for you. But I still need you to go to the mud bottle alley tomorrow to help me decoct the medicine." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "No problem." She thought for a moment and reminded him with a serious expression, among the group of foreigners who entered the town around the same time as me, the most powerful one should be the old man from Jingyang Mountain. This time, he's here to escort the little girl. The next one is the eunuch from the Great Sui Kingdom who injured me. Then it's Lu Jimao who took Gukan away. Don't underestimate the woman who hides a knife behind her smile. So, as long as you meet the old man from Jingyang Mountain, try not to argue. But once there's a conflict, just stall for time. Don't fight with others and don't have any wishful thinking. You must stall until I appear. Lu Xianyang said in a low voice, "This is our territory. Do these foreigners really dare to kill people in our territory?" Chen Pingan glanced at him and nodded, "Yes, they do." Lu Xianyang swallowed. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Do you remember what priest Lu, the fortune-teller who set up the stall, told you?" Lu Xianyang felt a headache coming. After trying hard to recall, he scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "How can I remember clearly? I only know that it's some unpleasant words of bad luck. Anyway, he said that there's going to be a big disaster and that we need to burn incense. It's all a mess." I just thought he was talking nonsense and scamming people for money. Chen Pingan turned to look at the girl in black. The girl said fiercely, "He can't remember the sign. How can I explain it to him? Does he really think I'm a deity?" Chen Pingan was a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Miss Ning was so angry all of a sudden. The girl strode out of the house. Compared to the slow and leisurely way they came, they were now much more swift and decisive. The girl with the saber walked in the wide alley. She wondered if she should find some time to read a few books later. The girl thought of walking around in the future, beheading people with a flying sword and composing a few impassioned impromptu poems. Even if there was no one around, she felt that it was really cool. Just as the girl was filled with longing, a familiar figure brushed past her. "See you tomorrow, Miss Ning." When the voice fell, the figure was almost at the end of the alley. The young man in straw sandals carried a basket and walked as if he was flying. The girl was stunned and muttered to herself, "Is there really such a money grubber?" 29. The youth stepped on the fragmented starlight all the way out of the town and went straight to the stream. Although it was night time, Chen Pingan's running speed was not slower than during the day. Chen Pingan deliberately avoided the position of the covered bridge where the water level was the deepest. The stream there was much higher than other places. Chen Pingan chose a section of the stream where the water level only reached his knees. He took off the large bamboo basket on his back and bent down to pick up a small bamboo basket hidden inside. He tied it tightly around his waist, took off his straw sandals, rolled up his trousers, and went into the water to feel for stones. The wound on his left hand that was cut by the broken porcelain was still painful. Naturally, he could not let it soak in the water. The youth could only use his right hand to pick up stones in the stream. In fact, the stones on the dry riverbed were the easiest to pick up. However, as Lu Xianyang said, the color would fade quickly. Now that Chen Pingan roughly understood the mystery behind it from the black-clothed girl, it was not difficult to understand. He felt that these stones were actually like the soil he chewed on when he followed Old Man Yao over the mountains in his early years. The soil looked ordinary, but in some places, even if it was separated by a mountain, when it entered the mouth, it would have a completely different taste. Old Man Yao said that this was called the moving of trees and dead people, the moving of soil to become a Buddha. As long as the soil in the hand left the original soil, it would quickly change its taste. The stream did not have a name. The stones in the stream were as big as a fist and as small as a thumb. They were colorful, but the people of the town were used to seeing them quietly lying in the clear stream for generations. Naturally, no one thought that it was a rare thing. Whoever carried these stones home would definitely be treated as a fool. If one had the strength to not do more farm work after eating, then what was one if not a fool? Chen Pingan, who was bending over and wading in the water, kept moving and turning over the large stones at the bottom of the stream. He had already picked up 7 or 8 stones and put them into the bamboo basket. They were of different sizes and different colors. The color of the stone's skin was like golden oranges hanging high on the branches in autumn, white and tender like a baby's skin, dark and shiny, bright like red peach blossoms, and the most common color was the green of shrimp's back. These stones were called snake gallstones by the villagers. Most of them were not big and were slippery and heavy when held in the hand. If held high in the sun during the day or illuminated by candlelight late at night, the texture of the stone could be vaguely seen. It was like silk, like a tiny snake or fish winding. When looked at from a distance, the color of the stone was like shining fish scales or snake scales. About 2 hours later, Chen Pingan's fish basket was almost full. He went back to the stream bank where the basket of straw sandals was placed. He first went to the shore and pulled out a few large reeds, wild celery, and dog's tail grass to cushion the bottom of the basket. Only then did he put the stones into the basket one by one. He carried the straw sandals, tied the fish basket, and carried the basket on his back. He went ashore and returned to the stream bank where he turned back. He put down the straw sandals and basket again and went down the stream to continue moving the stones. After picking up half of the basket, Chen Pingan straightened his back and looked up at the starry sky, hoping to see a shooting star across the night sky. However, he obviously did not have such good luck tonight. After Chen Pingan came back to his senses, he continued to rely on the faint starlight and his extraordinary eyesight to do what a moneygrubber should do. Every time he successfully picked up a stone, Chen Pingan spontaneously felt a burst of joy. For the youth, every stone was like a ray of hope. Unknowingly, Chen Pingan had already accumulated more than half of the basket of stones. In total, there were about 80 stones. Among them, the largest stone was bigger than his fist. The color was extremely eye-catching, like a ball of chicken blood. The color was bright and did not give people a feeling of discomfort. Such a big stone almost had no flaws or cracks. At this time, Chen Pingan was walking on the shore towards the next section of the stream. He was playing with a medium-sized snake gallstone in his hand. It was a light green color, much lighter than the plum green in the small town's porcelain. The stone was round and smooth, and was very cute. Chen Pingan liked it at first sight. Chen Pingan walked towards the huge bluestone cliff on the shore. The children of the small town often bathed in this section of the stream during the hot summer. The stream at the bottom of the cliff was especially deep. The deepest pit was as high as 2 Chen Pingan. It was the place where the depth of the stream was second only to the deep pool under the covered bridge. Youths who were good at swimming liked to compete to see who could stay in the water the longest here. The reason why Chen Pingan chose this deep pit was that when he and Lu Xianyang bathed here before, they found that there were many snake gallstones at the bottom of the pit. Lu Xianyang once wanted to show off his outstanding swimming ability, and even deliberately carried a snake gallstone under his armpit to float up. Chen Pingan remembered that the stone was at least as big as Gu Kan's head. The stone was slightly white and transparent, but there were actually bright red dots inside, like frozen peach blossom petals. At that time, Lu Xianyang thought that it was quite meaningful, so he asked Chen Pingan to help him carry the big stone home. As a result, when they arrived at the small town, the tall youth who didn't have a fixed personality felt that it was boring, so he asked Chen Pingan to take care of the stone himself. When Chen Pingan walked into Mud Bottle Alley that time, he found that GQ from next door was inexplicably following behind him. She didn't say anything, but kept staring at the stone in his arms. The look in her eyes was similar to the look in Chen Pingan's eyes every time he saw the meat buns sold in Apricot Blossom Alley. Chen Pingan really couldn't resist her covetous gaze, so he gave the stone to her. In the end, she couldn't move it at first and almost smashed her foot. Chen Pingan had no choice but to simply move it to Song Jisun's courtyard. As for the final whereabouts of the stone, Chen Pingan didn't know. The stone was as white as water, and peach blossoms floated in it. It was like the peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Alley after the rain, green and lush. Even if Chen Pingan didn't know the mystery of this stone before today, he still felt from the bottom of his heart that the big stone was really beautiful. Chen Pingan sighed and suddenly stopped in his tracks. 30 steps away, on the bluestone cliff by the stream, sat a young girl in green clothes. Her cheeks were bulging, but she was still stuffing food into her mouth. Chen Pingan's first impression was that the young girl must have been reincarnated as a hungry ghost, so that's why she was so pitiful in the middle of the night. Chen Pingan thought about it and didn't go any closer, afraid that he would disturb the young girl's mood of eating supper. However, he didn't turn around and leave. After all, he had already made up his mind to go to the waterhole tonight to try his luck. Every time he touched 1 or 2 stones to go ashore, he would succeed if he tried too many times. Moreover, the snake gall stone in the waterhole was bigger than the other places in the stream, and its color seemed to be more vibrant. Chen Pingan's swimming wasn't as good as Lu Xianyang's, but he wasn't bad either. Chen Pingan didn't expect that the strange young girl would pick up something to eat after finishing one. She didn't stop to rest, and her cheeks were always bulging. Chen Pingan carried more than half a basket of heavy stones on his back. Thinking that it would be physical work to touch the stones in the water later, he turned sideways and put the basket on the ground. Chen Pingan underestimated the young girl in green's hearing. As a result, the moment he put the basket down lightly, the young girl's ears suddenly perked up, and her eyes immediately swept over. Chen Pingan couldn't tell the young girl to eat slowly, so he could only smile awkwardly. The young girl's expression was a bit sluggish, and she burped twice in a row. Then, she seemed to choke, and hurriedly puffed out her chest, using her hands to pat it with all her might. Chen Pingan only then realized that she wasn't old. Looking down from her neck, the scenery there was truly spectacular. It didn't lose to many women who had given birth and raised children. The clothes in front of her chest were extremely tight. Chen Pingan quickly withdrew his gaze, but he didn't have any perverted thoughts. Only then did the young girl in green remember that she had brought a water bottle. She didn't forget to turn her back to Chen Pingan, raised her head, and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Only then did her breathing become smooth. The youth carrying the straw sandals only had a simple thought at that time. The fabric of this young girl's clothes couldn't be cheap, or else she wouldn't be able to withstand so much strength. The young girl in green continued to eat. This time, she was much more reserved, and at least her cheeks weren't as exaggerated. She lowered her head and nibbled, occasionally glancing sideways at the strange small-town youth. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes, with the ends of her eyes slightly upturned, made the young girl look like a young fox. She seemed to be using her eyes to ask the youth, "What's wrong with you? Continue on your way." Chen Pingan's face was full of helplessness, and he could only point at the stream outside the green stone cliff, shouting, "I'm not passing by here, I'm going to the stream on your side." She looked at the thin youth, but didn't say anything. Chen Pingan hurriedly picked up a stone from the basket and continued to explain, "I'm going to the stream to pick up these stones." The young girl suddenly remembered that she had something important to do, and raised her finger to her lips, indicating that Chen Pingan shouldn't speak. Then she moved her position, clearly letting Chen Pingan go over. She wouldn't hinder him from picking up the stones in the water. Chen Pingan could only carry the basket, and braced himself to walk over. Fortunately, the green stone cliff was very big, and more than 10 people could stand. Moreover, the young girl had already taken the initiative to sit on the edge, unlike before when her legs were stretched out. She sat cross-legged, and there was an open bag on her knees, filled with all kinds of pastries and snacks, like a small mountain. So far, the young girl had only eaten a small mountain. Chen Pingan put down the straw sandals, basket, and bamboo basket. Originally, he wanted to go into the water in the middle of the night bare-chested, but now he couldn't think about it. There was an unfamiliar young girl sitting next to him, and not to mention whether she would scream. If her family elders saw or heard this, Chen Pingan estimated that his legs would be broken, and he wouldn't be wronged. Chen Pingan came to the edge of the cliff, and with a fierce dive, he rushed to the bottom of the waterhole. Soon, he touched a palm-sized stone, but unfortunately, it wasn't a snake gallstone. He had to wipe his face and continue to dive. After 3 times, he finally touched a dark green snake gallstone. Chen Pingan climbed up the cliff, wet, and put the stone into the basket, and then continued to dive into the water. From beginning to end, the young girl's back was facing him, and she was busy eating. In less than half an hour, Chen Pingan had already touched 7 or 8 stones. Except for the first dark stone, the rest of the stones were large and bright. The last time he went down, he didn't take a stone ashore, but caught a palm-sized live fish. In the small town, it was commonly known as the stone fish. When it met people, it liked to hide under the stones. The taste of its meat was very delicious. Generally, it was only slightly longer than a finger. It was rare to see a stone fish as big as the one in Chen Pingan's hand. Chen Pingan had actually sneaked into the cracks of the stones at the bottom of the pit and found a few. But at that time, because of the stone, he let them go. This time, it was a flash of inspiration. He suddenly felt that if he could catch a dozen fish tonight, it would be good to stew a pot of fish soup for Miss Ning tomorrow. After Chen Pingan came ashore, he threw the fish into the bamboo basket. The second time he caught a fish ashore, Chen Pingan suddenly found that the young girl was squatting next to the basket, looking at the basket with only one fish lying in it. Her face was full of spirit, just like GQ when she saw the stone in the alley. Chen Pingan threw the second stone fish into the bamboo basket. The young girl slowly raised her head. The barefoot youth had already turned around and walked quickly down the stream. After the young girl heard the youth splash, she quickly grabbed a fish from the bamboo basket, looked down at them that were still jumping, and nodded with a serious expression. Amazing, amazing. The green-clothed girl knew that there were many strange sights in this small town. 30. Chen Pingan was very familiar with this kind of gaze. It was the same way he looked at Lu Xianyang when he was a child. At that time, Lu Xianyang was the king of the children in the area of Apricot Blossom Lane and Clay Bottle Lane. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that Lu Xianyang could not do. Later, some of his peers who were originally followers of Lu Xianyang also went to the dragon kiln to be apprentices. Most of them scattered to various grocery stores in the town to work as clerks or help their relatives with the accounts. As Song Jisun said, only the most useless people would go to the fields to eat. In the end, he was the only one who still mingled with Lu Xianyang. Chen Pingan gave the 3 slate fish to the girl. He strung them together with a few green foxtails through the gills and handed them to the girl. She took the fish and lifted it. It was a little light. She felt that it was not enough for a plate of green pepper fried fish. She tilted her head and glanced at the puddle in the creek, full of expectation. Chen Pingan understood and apologized. I'm going to make soup for my friends with the next fish. I can't give it to you. The girl pointed to the open package not far away, indicating that she could exchange the pastries for the fish. Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled. No, the pastries are delicious and can fill the stomach. But they are not as nourishing as fish soup. The girl nodded and did not force him. She silently sat back and carefully put the fish at her feet. Then she continued her great undertaking of eating without doing anything. Although Chen Pingan was curious about her identity, he did not ask. Looking at her dress, she did not look like a girl from a noble family in Fu Lu Street. She looked a little like the neighbor next door, GQ. She was delicate and did not like to talk. Chen Pingan suddenly felt a little worried. Could she be a servant girl who had stolen food from home? He had heard that the rules in those big mansions were very strict. Lu Xianyang and Song Jisin always liked to contradict each other. This was the only exception. However, Lu Xianyang's explanation was very frightening. He said that servant girls who walked in those mansions with high courtyard walls would have their legs broken by the stewards, who had sharp eyes like a serpent's, and throw them outside the walls to wait for death on the streets. Song Jisin, on the other hand, said that Lu Xianyang was spreading a false rumor. It was not that exaggerated. However, the servant maids and mamas in everyone's household indeed walked like cats, not making a single sound. At that time, Lu Xianyang caught a glimpse of the happy maid GQ. He immediately became angry and scolded Song Jisin. What goose? Can your goose talk? In the end, Chen Pingan caught 7 or 8 slate fishes. The bamboo basket was shaken by their collision. The pale-faced youth knew that he was almost at his limit. The water in spring was cold to the bone. Of course, the most important thing was that his injured left hand couldn't bear it. After Chen Pingan went ashore for the last time, he quickly jumped off the blue stone cliff and drilled into the grass by the stream, making a rustling sound. Not long after, he pulled out 3 or 4 types of grass. Many of the grass roots were mixed with soil. He picked up an ordinary stone and returned to the stone cliff. He found a natural pothole the size of the palm of his hand. After wiping it dry, he began to gently pound the herbs. Soon, it turned into a mass of blue paste. The juice emitted the unique fragrance of the spring weeds by the river. With his back to the girl, Chen Pingan took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He began to untie the cotton cloth on his left hand. Sweat quickly oozed out of his forehead, covering the cold stream water that slid down from his head. Although the bloody wound was a little better than the white bone before the bandage, it was still a ghastly sight. When Chen Pingan came, he did not expect that his left hand would touch the stream water, so he did not prepare a cotton cloth. Before, his mind was full of snake gall stones that could make money and catch fish to make soup. Only now did he realize that he had made a big mistake. The teenager was a little confused. Suddenly, a palm appeared in front of him. There were several dry and clean strips of cloth. It turned out that the girl in green had torn off a part of her sleeve. Chen Pingan smiled sadly. He did not care about being polite with the girl. After applying the herbs to the wound on his palm, he put it close to his mouth and bit one end with his teeth. His right hand tightened and made 2 circles around the back of his hand. This series of movements was orderly, like a butterfly circling a branch, dazzling the onlookers. After the binding was completed, Chen Pingan slowly raised his right arm to wipe the sweat on his face. His 2 arms were trembling uncontrollably. The girl in green who was squatting nearby gave Chen Pingan a thumbs up. Her face was full of praise. Chen Pingan pointed to his eyes with his right hand and said with a wry smile, "In fact, it hurts so much that tears came out." The girl turned her head and glanced at the big basket and bamboo fish basket that the teenager had woven himself. She was a little puzzled. Chen Pingan looked embarrassed. Those stones can make money, and catching fish is also very important. The girl was confused, but still did not speak. Her eyes were a little empty. She turned her head and stared at the sparkling stream. The gurgling stream water rubbed against the stones that were exposed above the water surface, making a crashing sound. At that moment, the starry sky was bright and the world was silent. It seemed that there was only a boy and a girl in the world. Chen Pingan's body gradually calmed down. His originally rapid breathing began to subconsciously slow down, turning into a long and continuous breath. It was like a small stream that had turned from a flash flood to a stream that had dried up in spring and autumn. The teenager did not care about this quiet change at all. It was natural and natural. Chen Pingan knew that his body was wet and could not be exposed to the cold wind of early spring for too long. He had to hurry back to the town to change his clothes. The teenager naturally did not understand the health and pathology of the medical books. However, the teenager who was most afraid of getting sick in this life had long developed a keen intuition about the changes in the seasons and his body's adaptation. So he quickly put on his straw sandals, tied the fish basket to his waist, and carried the basket on his back. He waved to the girl in green and said with a smile, "I'm leaving. Miss, you should also go home early." As Chen Pingan walked down the cliff, he could not help but turn his head and remind her, "The water near the covered bridge is very deep. Be careful not to slip. When you go home, it's best to lean against the side of the paddy field. Even if you fall, it's better to be covered in mud than to fall into the stream." As Chen Pingan spoke, he suddenly realized that his words were somewhat inauspicious. They did not sound like good words. Instead, they sounded like the curses that Gu Kan's mother from Clay Bottle Alley was best at. Chen Pingan quickly shut his mouth and stopped nagging. He quickened his pace and ran north to the town. The basket was very heavy. But the teenager in straw sandals was exceptionally happy. After untangling the knot in his heart, Chen Pingan felt for the first time that he had to live well. For example, he had to be rich. He had to be able to afford spring couplets with a unique ink fragrance, painted door gods, eat meat buns from Madame Mao's shop, and even better, buy a cow. He had to be like Song Jisun next door and raise a nest of chickens. The girl in green was still tirelessly digging the mountain with a serious expression. Every time she picked up a new pastry, it was as if she was dealing with a mortal enemy. When she was competing with a peach blossom pastry, her body suddenly stiffened. When she realized that something was wrong, she did not run away. Instead, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed most of the pastry. Then she clapped her hands and sat there waiting for death. A man appeared out of nowhere. He was not tall, but he gave off an honest and sturdy feeling. However, he did not make people mistake him for a villager because the man's eyes were too glaring and people did not dare to look him in the eyes. The man looked at the package with broken patterns at the foot of the mountain and his face was full of helplessness. He wanted to scold her, but he could not bear to do so. He silently looked at his daughter's stubborn look that said she had made a mistake and accepted the punishment. His heart was in a mess, as if he was the one who made the mistake. The man wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. For example, if his daughter was hungry, she could eat at the Sword Stove Cottage. After eating, he would go to the town to buy more for her tomorrow. However, when the words reached his mouth, the reserved man could not say them. It was as if each word weighed 1,000 pounds. He tightly held his tongue and did not know how to comfort his daughter. At this moment, the man felt that he was not as capable as the straw sandal youth. In any case, his daughter did not need to be so nervous. The girl in green suddenly raised her head and asked, "Father, why didn't you accept him as an apprentice?" His daughter took the initiative to speak, which made the man feel relieved. Although the man's face was stiff, he had already sat down beside his daughter and explained, "That child's temperament is very good, but his foundation is too poor. Even if father accepted him, he would be pulled apart by his fellow apprentices. No matter how hard he works, he can only watch the gap widen. If by that time there is another senior apprentice brother Lu, why bother?" The girl in green's face was gloomy. It was unknown whether it was because she heard senior apprentice brother Lu, or because the straw-sandaled youth had brushed past her. The man hesitated for a moment, but still did not intend to hide it, lest she go astray or ruin the sage's plan. Moreover, this youth is too ordinary. In this small town, he is very special. Xiao heir, you probably don't know that this child's natal porcelain was broken long ago, so he became a lonely ghost without the protection of his ancestors. At the same time, all kinds of strange things that are hard to detect will happen. This is also the reason why Song Jisin and that girl chose to be his neighbor. Otherwise, with Song Jisin's identity, how could he not even live in Fulu Street? Obviously, it is impossible. The girl seriously thought for a moment. Father, are you saying that he is a bit like bait? The man touched her head. More or less. Then he smiled and said, if we father and daughter were not the sword cultivators in the world who did not care about external things, opportunities, and fate, father might have kept him by his side to see if he could give you more benefits. The girl in green was a bit depressed and was not in a good mood. The man sighed. Xiao heir, father's words are rough, but they are reasonable. Don't mind them. The girl in green was still sickly and could not muster up any energy. The man thought for a moment and pointed to the covered bridge in the distance that looked like a black dragon crossing the stream. The construction of that covered bridge was a huge investment of the Dali dynasty, all for the sake of suppressing that unremarkable iron sword. Think about it, 3,000 years later, an ownerless sword with a broken primordial spirit, after more than 3,000 years, in order to suppress its remaining power, a dynasty still had to pay such a huge price, and all they wanted was for it to rest for a moment. The girl made an "oh" sound, her head drooping. She kept glancing at the foot of the mountain and absent-mindedly agreed. Amazing, amazing. The man did not know whether to laugh or cry, rubbing his forehead. The world was big, but eating was the most important. But the child's mother was not such a woman. Then whose personality did this girl take after? The man patted his daughter's shoulder and said softly, "Father is going to meet someone. Eat slowly, no one will take it from you." The girl suddenly raised her head and grabbed the man's arm. There was a crimson bracelet on her wrist, shining brightly, showing the shape of a dragon with its head and tail connected. It was like a living flame dragon wrapped around the girl's wrist. The man was gratified. Finally, you have some conscience. Okay, don't worry. Father is going to meet Mr. Qi. The girl let go of his hand and immediately grabbed the pastries, wolfing them down. The man was furious. He had endured so much until now, and finally could not help but mutter. Eat, eat, eat. That Lu bastard is asking for a beating, but he did not say anything wrong. Sooner or later, you will eat until you become a fat girl. Who would dare to marry you then? Do you want to steal a live-in son-in-law? The girl stopped eating and held the pastries with both hands, about to cry. The man ran away, not forgetting to slap himself with his back to his daughter. It was like this every time, failing at the last moment. In the middle of the night, Chen Pingan ran all the way back to Lu Xianyang's house. When he unlocked the door, he could hear the guy's thunderous snoring. What a big heart. If it were him, Chen Pingan, he would not be able to sleep well tonight. 31. When Chen Pingan arrived at the Iron Lock Well with a bucket of water, he passed by several breakfast shops in Apricot Blossom Lane. His stomach started to growl without warning. However, he was shy of money, so the youth could only brace himself and line up to fetch water. There were 3 families in front of him. When it was his turn, GQ suddenly stepped in with a small bucket. The people behind were immediately unhappy. Although it was not to the extent of cursing, the words were not pleasant to hear. Especially a stooped old woman, known as Granny Ma. Both of her sons were very promising. They each owned a dragon kiln. Although it was very small and ranked at the bottom of the 30 dragon kilns, it was naturally considered as a wealthy family in Apricot Blossom Lane. However, for some reason, the relationship between the old woman and her two daughters-in-law was not good. Her sons and daughters-in-law had already moved to Peach Blossom Lane. The old woman had been living alone in her ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane. In the eyes of Chen Pingan and Liu Yangxian's generation, Granny Ma had always been a very scary elder. She was very vicious when scolding people and was especially stingy. In the winter, she would hug the snow outside the courtyard door into her own house. If there were children who used the snow in front of her house or pulled out the icicles under the eaves of her house, she would chase after them with a broom and scold them for a few streets without getting tired. In the past, only Gu Can's mother could suppress Granny Ma's arrogance in these alleys in the west of the town. It was said that Widow Gu had followed her dead man's distant relative to seek refuge in her husband's hometown. Granny Ma, who had become slightly kinder over the years, immediately returned to Jianghu, full of vigor and vitality. She did not like anyone she met. When Song Jisin's maidservant made such a scene, Granny Ma immediately began to speak sarcastically. Her voice was not loud, and she put on a fake smile. She deliberately chatted with the women around her, saying that some girls could finally show their faces and eat noodles. Anyway, when they walked, they could not keep their legs together. This was a joyous occasion. Finally, they did not need to use the identity of a young lady and the life of a maidservant, and could openly be called Madam. Chen Pingan's scalp tingled when he heard this, but he could not drive away GQ, who was at fault first. After all, they had been neighbors for so many years. After helping Lu Xianyang fill 2 buckets with water, he quickly brought a bucket of water for her. He wanted to leave this group of gossipy women as soon as possible. Granny Ma saw that the little Song family's maidservant pretended not to hear her and became even more annoyed. This was the case when experts exchanged blows. What they feared the most was that the opponent simply did not respond. Even if they had good martial arts skills, they would have nowhere to land their feet. In the past, when the old woman quarreled with that coquettish fox, Widow Gu, she would lose, but every time the old woman felt that her skills had improved. She would definitely be able to get back at her the next time they quarreled. Unlike this little whore from Clay Bottle Alley, who would deliberately keep quiet every time. However, every time the young girl left, her eyes would reveal a look that made the old woman extremely uncomfortable. It really made the old woman gnash her teeth in hatred. She really wanted to go up and scratch her face so that the youths and strong men in the nearby alleys would not be able to wait to hang their souls on the waist of that shameless servant girl. Especially that grandson of hers. Although he had always been a fool in the eyes of outsiders, recently even she, as his grandmother, felt that this child had really lost his mind. He talked nonsense all day long and always said that he would marry this maidservant from Clay Bottle Alley and make her his wife. Then, he would punch a hole in the heavens with one punch. Seeing that the hateful girl didn't respond, Granny Ma turned her attention to the poor boy. She clicked her tongue and said, "What a good-for-nothing lowly mud embryo. Even after killing your parents, you still have the face to live in this world. Knowing that you are destined to not have the ability to marry a wife, you still shamelessly seduce other people's maidservants. What a pair of adulterous man and woman. Why don't they just get together? Anyway, Mud Bottle Alley is a place where trash and lowly people live." Chen Pingan thought for a moment. He bent down and was about to put down the burden on his shoulders. The maidservant GQ had already put down the bucket and strode towards the fearless old woman. The girl slapped Granny Ma without saying a word. Granny Ma's whole body spun in a circle. She was dizzy and didn't fall down until the women next to her supported her. GQ didn't wait for the old woman to come back to her senses. She took another step forward and slapped her in the face. The girl scolded, "Old thing, I have tolerated you for a long time." The old woman shook her head. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. She was about to fight back. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the 2 women next to her were supporting her so hard that she couldn't break free for a while. As a result, she was humiliated for the 3rd time. The maidservant hit the old woman for the 3rd time. She bent her finger and knocked the old woman's forehead. "If you dare to curse again in the future, I will pull out your tongue. For every word you curse, I will stab you with a needle once." The old woman was so scared that she forgot to talk back, let alone fight back. The girl turned and walked away quickly. She found that the neighbor boy had already helped her carry the bucket. She smiled and returned to Clay Bottle Alley with him. Without waiting for Chin Pingan to speak, the girl said, "Don't thank me. My cursing has nothing to do with you." Chin Pingan was speechless. The empty-handed girl muttered to herself. Anyway, she didn't think about taking back the bucket from the straw sandals boy. Next to the iron lock well wheel, the old woman sat on the ground and howled, "You little bitch, you are going to be punished by God. My life is so bitter. God doesn't have eyes. Why didn't he strike down a lightning bolt and kill this little bitch?" The girl's footsteps were brisk. She raised her hands to the sky. It was a very strange gesture. Fortunately, Chin Pingan had been neighbors with her for so many years, so he didn't find it strange. When the 2 of them passed by the breakfast shop, Chin Pingan saw a familiar figure. She wasn't tall and was wearing a green dress. She was buying freshly baked meat buns. Song Jisun asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" She timidly said, "Young master, can you lend me the local county record to take a look? It's just for 1 or 2 nights. I'll be able to learn how to read. If I go to the capital, people will look down on me and make you a joke." Song Jisun couldn't help but laugh. After thinking for a while, he said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? But remember to wash your hands before you open the book. Don't get any dirt on the pages. Also, be careful of the candle oil dripping on it. Other than that, there's nothing else to pay attention to. It's just a broken book." GQ smiled brightly and said, "This servant thanks young master." Song Jisun was happy and laughed heartily. Come, come, come. Young master will help you carry the water." GQ dodged and said seriously, "Young master. Didn't we agree that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? Young master shouldn't be involved in these chores. If word gets out, I'll be criticized by the neighbors." Song Jisun laughed angrily and said, "Rules, principles, etiquette, these things can be used to fool and scare others, but At this point, this scholar who grew up in a shabby alley stopped talking. She curiously asked, "What is a young master?" Song Jisun recovered his cynical smile and pointed at himself. I am actually just a farmer. I divide the field into rows and rows. Then I let people sow the seeds and irrigate it. I just sit and wait for the harvest. Year after year, that's it." She was in a daze. Song Jisun laughed. The young man suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously, "GQ, did the one surnamed Shin help you carry the bucket all the way?" The maidservant nodded with an innocent look. The young man said earnestly, "A sage once said that it is wrong to be willing to treat the kindness of strangers as a precious treasure, but to treat all the efforts of those close to you as a matter of course and turn a blind eye to them." The maidservant was even more confused. "Oh." The young man rubbed his chin and said to himself, "She didn't understand the meaning of my words. How should I respond? Don't tell me that when I reach the capital, I'll have to change to a more intelligent and considerate maid?" The maidservant couldn't help but laugh. She didn't take her young master's threat to heart and exposed the truth. "Young master, you actually want me to ask who this great scholar is, right?" Young master, I know, it's you. Song Jisun laughed heartily. The one who knows me is GQ. In the study room of the school, the middle-aged Confucian sat upright. All the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard in front of him turned into powder in the sound of spring thunder. The children in the small town caught stone fish in the stream. There was a way to hit the stones in the stream with a hammer. The fish hiding at the bottom of the stone would be stunned and float to the surface. It was the same as the so-called knocking on the mountain to warn the tiger in the book. But if you want to warn a sage not to go against the heavens and go against the Tao, then the only thing in the world that matched his status was probably the mighty heavenly thunder. 32. Chen Pingon carried water back to Lu Xianyang's courtyard and poured it into the water tank in the kitchen. Then he ran to the door and shouted, "Lu Xianyang, I want to use your firewood, oil, and salt to make fish soup for Miss Ning to nourish her body. Is that okay?" Lu Xianyang, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and roared, "You with the surname Chin. You're so annoying. I just dreamed that GQ smiled at me. Quickly compensate me with a GQ." Chen Pingon shook his head and remembered something. He apologized, "I really did meet GQ at the Iron Lock well just now, but I was interrupted by Granny Ma and forgot to help you pass on a message. When I send the fish soup to Miss Ning later, I promise to help you pass on the message." Lu Xianyang jumped up like a carp and quickly put on his clothes. He ran to the threshold outside the main hall and sat down. Looking at the thin figure busy in the kitchen, he chuckled and said, "I'll go with you to deliver the fish soup later." "Oh right, is Shikue wearing that bright red pomegranate dress today? Or the light green one? Alas, when I save 200 copper coins later, I can buy the dragon-crushing silver powder box. I know she has been eyeing it for a long time, but she is reluctant to buy it. It's all Song Jisun's fault. He's so stingy. He dresses like the cats and dogs of Fulu Street. Poor GQ doesn't have many new clothes all year round. If I were her young master, I'm sure she would buy whatever she likes. She would be richer than the rich young ladies of Fulu Street. She would be a rich young lady." Chen Pingon ignored Lu Xianyang's daydreaming. He really didn't understand why Lu Xianyang liked GQ. Of course, it wasn't because he looked down on her as Song Jisun's maid, nor did he think that GQ wasn't good-looking. He just felt that she and Lu Xianyang didn't seem to be fated to be married. Chen Pingon asked curiously, "Why do you call her GQ instead of Wangzhu?" Lu Xianyang grinned and said, "After knowing that you don't know how to write GQ, I don't care anymore." Chen Pingon said helplessly, "What's the use of comparing yourself to me? Compare yourself to Song Jisun. GQ is not my maidservant." Lu Xianyang sneered and said, "That guy is not better than you in every aspect. For example, has he ever called anyone father or mother in his life? I don't think so. Doesn't that mean I'm not as good as Chen Pingon?" It was no wonder that Song Jisun's mother and Granny Ma's wives had poisonous mouths. That guy, Song Jisun, was not an innocent person. Otherwise, why didn't he live openly in the provincial yamen? Why did he go to Mud Bottle Alley to live a hard life? This guy even dares to look down on others. So, he deserves to splash dirty water on others and call them bastards. Chen Pingon stood up and walked to the door of the kitchen. "Lu Xianyang, although Song Jisun and I are not friends at all, but if you say that about him." Lu Xianyang hurriedly raised his hands and firmly refused to let Chen Pingon continue to talk. He said cunningly, "I won't say any more, okay? Chen Pingon, who do you take after with your bad temper? My grandfather said that your parents are very easy to talk to, especially your mother. She speaks softly and likes to laugh. Her temper is really good. My grandfather also said that in the early years, Granny Ma almost scolded everyone in the alley. But when she saw your mother, not only did she not pick on her, she would even smile. Chen Pingan couldn't stop smiling. Lu Xianyang waved his hand to drive him away. Hurry up and make soup for your little wife. Chen Pingan rolled his eyes. If you have the ability, why don't you say it in front of Miss Ning? Lu Xianyang laughed. You're stupid, but I'm not stupid. Soon after, Chen Pingan came out with a small clay pot. The two locked the door and walked together to Clay Bottle Alley. When they arrived at the door of Chen Pingan's courtyard, Lu Xianyang saw him foolishly knocking on the door. Only then did Lu Xianyang know that this guy had left all the house keys to the black-clothed girl. Lu Xianyang felt that this guy was really hopeless. When the black-clothed girl was at home, she didn't wear a curtain hat. When she opened the door, her clear face was revealed. Lu Xianyang was a little afraid of this girl who didn't smile. The tall boy didn't even know the reason. When it came to her cold temperament, GQ next door was even worse. Lu Xianyang also had the courage to be shameless. If it was because of the black-clothed girl's sword, it was also wrong. When Lu Xianyang faced the rich people of Fulu Street, even if he was chased several times and fled like a stray dog, the boy's heart was actually not afraid from beginning to end. But he was a little afraid of this girl who was not from the countryside. The black-clothed girl sat at the table and opened the pot. After smelling the fragrance, she slightly narrowed her long and narrow eyes and nodded softly. Thank you. Chen Pingan's observation was meticulous. He knew that this should mean that the indifferent girl was in a good mood. Chen Pingan first cooked a pot of porridge for her and asked her to pay attention to the temperature. Then he said to Lu Xianyang, "Are you waiting for GQ to come out? I have to deliver a letter." Lu Xianyang was sitting on the threshold, listening to the movements on the other side. He was afraid that he would hear the sound of immortals fighting. The tall boy who was in a bad mood impatiently said, "Do what you need to do." Chen Pingan left the courtyard. When he was about to run to the entrance of Clay Bottle Alley, he suddenly found that the front line was dark. He looked up and saw a tall man in a snow-white robe. He had one hand behind his back and the other on the white jade belt around his abdomen. He was looking into the distance. Probably realizing that he was blocking the narrow alley, the man smiled and took the initiative to make way for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan was puzzled. He quickened his pace and left Clay Bottle Alley. When he looked back, the man had already slowly walked into Clay Bottle Alley. Previously, even if it was just a glimpse, Chen Pingan saw that on the spotless snow-white robe, there were sparse golden threads embroidered on the chest and back. They faintly formed two patterns, as if there were living creatures wandering in the mountain fog and sea of clouds. It was very wonderful. Chen Pingan stopped thinking about it. He just thought that the man was a foreigner like Fu Nanhua who came to Clay Bottle Alley to look for opportunities. After walking under the old pagoda tree with Mr. Chi that day, the straw sandals teenager was not too worried. He always felt that as long as Mr. Chi was in the town, even if something really happened, at least he could ask for justice. When Chen Pingan trotted past Apricot Blossom Alley, he saw the girl in green that he met last night. She was still sitting in a wonton shop there. With a pair of chopsticks in each hand, she stood upright on the table and gently tapped. Her slightly childish round face was full of vigor. Her eyes were full of the wontons cooking in the hot pot over there, and she did not notice Chen Pingan who was 5 or 6 steps away. For the girl in green, in front of delicious food, even if the sky was falling down, she would eat it before running away. Chen Pingan sincerely admired this strange girl. He did not disturb her and continued to run to the east of the town with a smile. Some people and things, even if they were just the roadside scenery, would still make people feel beautiful just by looking at them. When Chen Pingan came to the east gate, the sloppy man was standing on a tree stump. He stood on his tiptoes and looked to the east, as if he was waiting for an important person. In the past, Chen Pingan had heard the old people chatting by the old pagoda tree. They said that when the current supervisor first entered the town, there was a great show of extravagance. Almost all the elders from the ancestral temples of the 4 families and 10 clans came out to welcome him at the east gate. However, after waiting for a few hours under the sun, a steward of the government office rushed to the east gate, saying that the supervisor had just woken up from his afternoon nap in the back courtyard of the government office. He told everyone to go directly to the government office for a meeting. Those rich old men were so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas were sent to heaven. However, it was said that after entering the government office, no one dared to let out a fart. Each one smiled more than the other like the obedient grandson of the family. Chen Pingan had always felt that it was strange. Why did those old people talk as if they had seen it with their own eyes? Every time they talked about the gossip of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, they sounded more real than the truth. For example, when they talked about the Liu family's second aunt and the head guard being together, and when the door was broken down, the details of how the second aunt packed her clothes to cover her ample bosom in a panic were all described accurately. The person telling the story was almost like the head guard himself. Lu Xianyang swallowed his saliva every time he heard it. Song Jisun would occasionally go, but he would not bring GQ. His smile was more reserved than Lu Xianyang's, but when he secretly cheered with the others, he was especially energetic. It was louder than when he read the holy books in the morning and in the evening. Chen Pingan squatted by the tree stump, patiently waiting for the town's gatekeeper. The man cursed and jumped down from the tree stump. When he caught a glimpse of the straw sandals youth, he did not say anything. He went to the yellow mud hut and brought over a stack of letters. There were 6 letters from home, but he only gave 5 1 copper coins. Chen Pingan roughly flipped through the addresses of the letters and did not say anything. Because 2 of the letters were from neighbors on Fulu Street, Chen Pingan did not want to take advantage of them. Of course, if the man was kind for the first time and gave 6 copper coins, Chen Pingan would definitely not refuse the money. After Chen Pingan thought about the order of sending the letters, he casually asked, "Waiting for someone?" The man glanced at the wide road to the east and said angrily, "Waiting for me." Chen Pingan did not want to stay and be a punching bag, so he quickly ran away. The man laughed angrily, "Oh, you have some eyesight." The man looked at the sky. The rolling thunder had long disappeared. The low-hanging clouds that seemed to almost press down on the eaves had gradually dispersed. 33. Chen Pingan saw the girl in green again. She was silently following behind a middle-aged man, eating a scallion egg pancake with her head down. The man looked like he had nothing left to live for. After seeing Chen Pingan, the man stopped and asked, "Are you the guy I drove away last time?" The man's back was slammed heavily. The green-clothed girl who had slammed into the wall looked up with a blank expression. When she saw Chen Pingan, she was just about to laugh when she abruptly turned her back to Chen Pingan. The girl hurriedly wiped her mouth. Chen Pingan held back his laughter and nodded to the man, "Hello, Master Wan." It seemed that the girl was most likely Master Ruan's daughter. However, the father and daughter didn't look alike. Fortunately, they didn't look alike. The man called Master Wan by Chen Pingan was the blacksmith who moved to the South Stream not long after he arrived in the town. He continued to ask, "Why didn't Lu Xianyang go to forge these 2 days?" Chen Pingan was about to explain for Lu Xianyang, but the man said coldly, "Go and tell that kid, if he doesn't see this master today, he doesn't need to come to my shop tomorrow." Chen Pingan hurriedly said, "Master Wan, something urgent happened in his family." The man interrupted the teenager and said rudely, "That's his business. What does it have to do with me?" Chen Pingan was not good with words. He was stunned on the spot and his face turned red. He didn't know what to say for fear that he would be more of a hindrance. He had personally experienced Master Ruan's straightforward temper. The girl in green tried to help Chen Pingan, but she was taught a lesson by the man who knew her best: eat your pancake. The girl who was full of grievances suddenly sped up and stepped on the man's foot. Then she disappeared in an instant. The man sighed and ignored Chen Pingan and continued to walk. Chen Pingan also sighed. He ran to the breakfast shop and bought a basket of 6 steamed buns before rushing to Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his house, he saw Lu Xianyang squatting on top of the wall, half of his body leaning towards Song Jisun's courtyard. He was eavesdropping very attentively. Sometimes, Chen Pingan also felt that Lu Xianyang deserved a beating. He could only remind him, "I just saw Master Wan. He asked you to go to the blacksmith shop to help out today. He also said that if he didn't see you today, he would fire you." Lu Xianyang said absent-mindedly, "What's the hurry? It's hard to find an apprentice like me who is nimble and hardworking. Even if Master Wan said something harsh, it's fine to go tomorrow." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm sure that Master Wan is not joking." Lu Xianyang said irritably, "I'll go later. Don't delay my work." Chen Pingan brought breakfast to the black-clothed girl. He directly gave Lu Xianyang 3 steamed buns and only bit one for himself. Lu Xianyang finished all the steamed buns in a few bites. He wiped his mouth and whispered, "Just now, a guest came to Song Jisun's house. At first glance, I can tell that he's a big shot. If I'm not wrong, he should be the current supervisor of the official kiln. When he wore the official uniform to our dragon kiln, Old Man Yao thought that you bunch of useless apprentices were an eyesore and didn't let you show your face at all. I'm different. Old Man Yao even asked me to show him what a jumping knife is." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The new supervisor cares more about Song Jisun. This is something that everyone in town knows. Why are you being so suspicious?" Lu Xianyang said worriedly, "Song Jisun is a pretty boy. He definitely can't compete with me. But if GQ falls in love with this extraordinary official, my chances of winning are not big. At that time, your future sister-in-law will run away with him. What will I do? What will you do?" Chen Pingan directly walked back into the house. He left Lu Xianyang squatting on the wall, feeling sorry for himself. The black-clothed girl sat at the table with her back straight. She held the hilt of her sword with one hand as if she was facing a great enemy. Sweat seeped out of her forehead. This was the first time Chen Pingan had seen the girl like this. Although her body was tense and full of vigilance, her eyes were bright and eager. Chen Pingan retreated to the door. She asked, "Do you know the identity of the guest next door?" Chen Pingan replied, "I heard Lu Xianyang say that he's our town's current supervisor of kiln affairs. He's quite amiable. Just now at the entrance of the alley, he even made way for me." The girl sneered, "This kind of person is scary." Chen Pingan was puzzled. She asked, "When a person walks on the side of the road and sees an ant, will he step on it?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and replied, "Gukan definitely will. He often uses water to water the ant's nest or uses stones to block the exit of the ant's nest. When Lu Xianyang is in a bad mood, he probably will too." The black-clothed girl was speechless. Chen Pingan grinned, "Actually, I understand Miss Ning's meaning." She asked in surprise, "Really?" Chen Pingan nodded, "I think Miss Ning's words have 2 meanings. The first meaning is that in the eyes of outsiders like you, the people of our town, are all ants crawling under your feet. The second meaning is that among outsiders, there are differences in status. Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian are young children like Gu Kan, so they feel that controlling the life and death of ants is interesting or annoying. But the official who came to our mud bottle alley is different. His words and actions are in line with his status, so he's especially polite. Miss Ning, right? The girl asked, how did you figure it out? The youth jokingly replied, after I came back with my life, my brain seems to have become sharper. The black-clothed girl solemnly asked, before you died, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Chen Pingan was a bit confused, but he still answered honestly, actually, in that alley, I didn't think much from the beginning to the end. Miss Ning, it's better if you ask Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian this question. They might be able to see something. She coldly snorted, yo, you talk big. After saying this, she stared at the straw-sandaled youth for no reason. Chen Pingan was flustered by her stare, what's wrong? The girl frowned and was a bit annoyed. She muttered to herself in the dialect of her hometown, my family's swordsmanship, whether it's the swordsmanship or the methods used to refine the body and spirit, are all unique secrets. I haven't learned all of them, so how would I dare to teach others? Moreover, I haven't learned those superficial things from other places. Otherwise, I would be able to show him the way. Even if it's just to strengthen his body and prolong his life, that would be good. Now, where do you want me to find a secret manual with the lowest requirements? The girl's eyes lit up, robbery. No, it's not robbery. It's finding someone to borrow a secret manual. You have to return what you borrow. Unfortunately, her face quickly dimmed and she hatefully said, damn old eunuch. Just you wait. See if I don't turn your palace upside down. She had a sad face and sadly said, do I really have to find the swordsmith surnamed Yuan? I'm good at killing people since I have 40 to 50% of my mother's skills. But I'm really not good at asking people for help. The straw-sandaled youth sat on the doorstep and looked at the girl named Ning Yao. She talked to herself, her face constantly changing like the clouds in the sky. A handsome man in a white robe and a jade belt stood in Song Jisun's room. He looked around and slightly frowned. That surnamed Song arranged such a shabby place for you. Song Jisun pursed his lips and didn't say anything. The maid, GQ, had already hidden in a side room. According to the most popular rumor in town, the previous supervisor, Song Jisun, was not good at his job and couldn't make the tribute porcelain that the court was satisfied with. Relying on his hard work, he left behind a covered bridge and returned to the capital to take up his post. Of course, he also left behind Song Jisun, his illegitimate son, and only bought him a personal maid to take care of his daily needs. Then, he entrusted him to his good friend, the new supervisor who replaced him. It was said that his surname was also Song. But as for the truth, the person involved couldn't see clearly. Bystanders might not know. Song Jisun himself also didn't know what kind of relationship this person in front of him had with that man surnamed Song. Were they close colleagues in the court? Were they classmates and good friends in the past? Or were they enemies of the other factions in the capital? Before Song Jisun left, he mentioned a few words that after the new supervisor arrived in town, he would soon bring the two of them out of town and rush to the capital. He requested that Song Jisun be extremely respectful and not neglect him in the slightest. Song Jisun didn't have a good impression of this domineering man in front of him, probably because he hated the house and its crow. The confidence he showed in front of the maid, GQ, and the calmness he showed about leaving his hometown was just a youth's pride. The man smiled and said, forget it. That sour scholar surnamed Song has always had a cautious personality. He's not like a man, but more like a woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him come here to take care of you. Song Jisun's eyebrows were gloomy. The man casually glanced at the large box in which the youth stored his items. He curled his lips and said with disdain, before coming here, I've already met Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City. He's really unlucky. His Dao heart almost collapsed here. You can continue your business with him as usual. You're responsible for your losses. I won't get involved in this kind of trivial matter. But before you leave, you have to come with me to the covered bridge and kowtow a few times. After that, there's nothing for you to do. Come home with me, do what you should do, sit in the seat you should sit in, and do your duty. It's that simple. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Lord Song's words aren't obscure. The youth sneered and said, but why? The man smiled. He turned around and looked at the youth for the first time. He asked, that sissy surnamed Song said that you have extraordinary talent. He's really not afraid of biting his tongue. Why don't you take a guess? Why don't you guess why he thinks I have? If one looked closely, they would find that there were some similarities between the two. Song Jisun was even angrier, but he kept it in. The man stopped keeping him in suspense and said playfully, why? Of course, because I'm an unlucky person. I can't believe I'm your uncle. Song Jisun was shocked and his face turned pale. The white-robed man turned a blind eye to this. He held the jade belt with both hands and looked at the sky outside the window. He smiled and said, because I'm the #1 martial artist in the Dali dynasty. In fact, this sentence was even more shocking in another way. However, the man would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He felt that as long as he was behind others, even if it was only 1 or 2 people, it was not worth bragging about. The man thought of the scholarly sage who was in charge of this place. The corner of his mouth was full of disdain. He snorted coldly. His heart was pounding. If I wasn't in this world, I could kill you, Qi Jingchen, and the other immortals of the 3 sects with one hand. In the thatched cottage of the school, Mr. Qi was listening to the children's reading. He was sitting upright. He was sitting upright in the true sense. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, who were scholars, could not understand the essence of sitting upright. There was a classic of founding a sect in the Confucian religion. It was called Great Etiquette. In it, the self-cultivation chapter specifically said that a gentleman should sit like a corpse. Because a corpse was a divine elephant, sitting like a corpse was solemn and solemn. At this moment, Qi Jingchen seemed to have heard the white-robed man's thoughts in full detail. He smiled lightly and said, it's amazing that a martial artist is in charge of a country. However, it's not a good omen to be a white dragon. 34. Footsteps came from the door of Song Jisun's house. Lu Xianyang was about to jump off the wall, but he heard the voice before he saw the person. Someone asked with a warm smile, are you the apprentice of old Yao at the entrance of Baoshi Kiln? Is your surname Lu? It was the supervisor of kiln management who wore a white robe and a jade belt. He strode over the threshold and looked at the wall with a smile. Lu Xianyang's body stiffened and he found that he didn't have the strength to jump off the wall. He smiled guiltily and said, Sir, it's me. When you came to our dragon kiln to open the kiln, my master asked me to show you some work. The man nodded and looked at the tall teenager. He asked directly, young man, do you want to go outside and have a look? For example, you can join the army and fight in the battlefield. I promise you that as long as you can survive 10 years, you will be a high-ranking official. At that time, I will personally hold a banquet for you in the capital to celebrate. How about it? Song Jisun, who was standing behind the man, had a gloomy face. He clenched the jade pendant that Fu Nanhua gave to the old dragon to make rain. This scholar, who had been called illegitimate child and bastard for many years, now knew the real identity of the man beside him. Therefore, the teenager understood the weight of the man's words. The words, personally hold a banquet, would be the most powerful life-saving talisman in Dali and the longest ladder in the officialdom. Lu Xianyang racked his brain to think of some sour words and stammered, "Thank you for your kindness, supervisor. I am so sorry. But I have already promised to be the apprentice of Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. I can't go back on my words." "I hope you won't. Forgive me." The words that the tall teenager wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He couldn't remember them no matter how hard he tried. He was so anxious that his face turned red. Song Jisin seemed to be considerate as he reminded him, "It's a great person who doesn't bear grudges against a petty person." The white-robed man dismissed it with a smile. "It doesn't matter. When you have a chance to leave the town one day, you can go to the nearest Danyang mountain pass and find a warrior named Lu Linshi. Tell him that Song Changjing from the capital recommended you to join the army. If he doesn't believe you, you can tell him that you, Lu Linshi, still owe him 30,000 heads of the Great Sway's cavalry." Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "Okay." The man smiled and left. Song Jisin walked him to the gate of the yard and wanted to stop. The man seemed to know what he was thinking. Without turning his head, he said, "Come with me to the construction supervisor's office. I'll take you to meet someone." Song Jisin's feet were rooted to the ground like nails. With a dark face, he said, "I'm not going." That place was extremely difficult for the people in the town. However, for the teenager who grew up listening to rumors year after year, it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was a pit that he couldn't get over. The man, who had always acted swiftly and decisively, was not annoyed by the teenager's ignorance. He didn't stop, but he slowed down a lot. "According to the records of the spies in the office, you have already met the Sui dynasty's prince surnamed Gao, right? Do you know that the Sui dynasty's Gao family and our Song clan are irreconcilable enemies for thousands of years? Both are princes, but he dares to come to this small town in the hinterland of the enemy country, Dali. You, Song Jisin, are also princes, but you don't dare to go to a small official's residence in your own territory." Song Jisin didn't think about the deep meaning of these words. Instead, he turned his head instantly and looked at Lu Xianyang. He saw the tall teenager sitting on the wall rubbing his hands and legs as if he didn't hear the man at all. Chen Pingon walked in the familiar alley and suddenly remembered a scene. In his early years, he followed Old Man Yao along the stream into the mountains. He saw a small elk drinking water by the stream. It wasn't afraid to see him. After it drank the water, it lowered its head and looked at the stream, not leaving for a long time. In addition to the reflection of the elk on the surface of the stream, there was also a wandering fish in the water. Before leaving the ancestral home, Miss Ning advised him that since he had a locust tree leaf, he should leave the town as soon as possible. With the locust tree leaf's invisible protection, there shouldn't be too big of an accident. It was best not to stay in the town for too long because she didn't know if Lu Xianyang's matter would affect Chen Pingon. However, Chen Pingon insisted that he had to see Lu Xianyang being accepted as a disciple by Master Wan with his own eyes before he could leave with peace of mind. Because if it wasn't for Lu Xianyang, he would have starved to death. Of course, Chen Pingon also hoped that Miss Ning could recover from her injuries in his home. However, he didn't dare to say it because he was afraid she would think he was being frivolous. Chen Pingon suddenly asked, "The armor your grandfather left you, will you never sell it to an outsider?" Lu Xianyang said with a face full of righteousness, "Nonsense, of course I won't sell it even if I die." He punched the shoulder of the young man beside him and joked, "I'm not a money grubber like you." The tall young man held the back of his head with both hands. "Some things can be earned with money if you don't have them now, but some things are really gone in this life." Chen Pingon said to himself, "I understand." When they were about to reach the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Xianyang cursed. Chen Pingon put away his thoughts and looked up. Suddenly, his heart felt heavy. It was Lu Jingchen, the eldest son of the Lu family on Fulu Street. Back then, it was this man who had led a group of bad friends to block Lu Xianyang in this alley and almost beat him to death. If it wasn't for Chen Pingan who had run over and shouted, Lu Xianyang, who had no elders or relatives at home, would probably have been thrown into a mass grave. At that time, Song Jisun was squatting on the top of the wall to watch the show. He kept adding fuel to the fire. Later, he told Chen Pingan, who still had lingering fears, that Lu Jingchuan's behavior was called chivalrous outside the town. Lu Jingchun blocked Lu Xianyang's path and squeezed out a smile. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to settle old scores with you today." But Lu Xianyang interrupted the young master of the Lu family, again. "A good dog doesn't block the way, get out of my way." Lu Jingchuan's face was embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "Lu Xianyang, this time I really have something to discuss with you. Last time, you didn't wait for us to finish talking and ran away. That's not good. You should at least listen to my conditions, right? To be honest, we two brothers can be considered friends after a fight. There's no need to be so stiff. Those guests and I are very sincere." Lu Xianyang tilted his head and said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Are you addicted to being a matchmaker? I'm curious. You, Lu Jingchen, are the grandson of the richest family in our town. Why do you like to be a lackey for outsiders?" Lu Jingchuan's face was livid, but he still had to maintain the smile on his face. He looked very funny and almost begged, "Lu Xianyang, as long as you say it, no matter what you want, they will try their best to satisfy you. For example, copper coins. Why don't you say a number? For example, 150 strings of coins. Even if it's 200 strings of coins, I can help you bargain. 200 strings of coins, that's enough for you to buy half a house in our Fulu Street." Lu Xianyang stared at the eyes and face of the person in front of him and said disdainfully, 200 strings of coins, do you think I'm a beggar? Sincerity. I advise you not to be hypocritical with me. I still have business to attend to. Get out of my way." At the corner of the clay bottle alley, a little girl was riding on the shoulder of a burly old man. A boy in a red robe was being held by a woman. He should have been at an innocent age, but his face already had a sinister expression that didn't match his age. He said in the language of his hometown, "Isn't this Lu family too stupid? What's the use of it?" The woman shook her head and said softly with a smile, "When you're doing favors to others, you have to know how to deal with them. When talking about business, if you want to profit the most, you should be like Lu Jingchen and test the bottom line of the other party's psychological price." The child was puzzled and said, "Is it so troublesome to do business with these natives?" The woman smiled and said, "Human nature is complicated, and people's hearts are dark. It's not based on the level of cultivation. People from small places, even if their knowledge is shallow, they're not all fools. If you have such thoughts, you'll suffer losses sooner or later." The child said, "Mother, you're familiar with people's hearts. Why don't you just talk face to face?" The woman explained patiently, "Look at what we're wearing. No matter which shop you go to, as long as the seller is slightly shrewd, they won't be able to resist the urge to rip off their customers." The child sighed, "It's just that we're so shy, it's too uncomfortable." The woman squatted down and held the child's cheeks with both hands. She looked at the face that resembled his father and said seriously, "Remember, cultivating the heart is also a part of cultivation. Favorable conditions cultivate strength, adverse conditions cultivate the heart. You can't do without either." The child shook his head and broke free from the woman's hands. He said angrily, "This empty reasoning again. It's so annoying." The woman was a little helpless, but she did not continue to teach him the truth. She only felt that her child was talented and had a good foundation. He also had the backing of two families, so he still had a long way to go in the future. Although his temperament was a little paranoid and gloomy, it could be stewed slowly. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was the biggest mistake. Listening to the boring conversation in the alley, the little girl was a little worried. "Grandpa White Ape, what should we do if that person refuses to sell anything?" The old man with his hands on his knees smiled and said, "Then let him die. I came here to deal with this worst-case scenario. Otherwise, that money would be equivalent to going down the drain. There wouldn't even be a sound. However, when the time comes, Mrs. Safety will be a little troublesome. I reckon we'll have to entrust it to the Song family or the Lee family." Lu Xianyang couldn't bear it and said, "This is too outrageous." The determination in Chen Pinggan's eyes was self-evident. The careless tall teenager was already showing signs of softening. However, the straw sandals teenager who was a good person in the eyes of the black-clothed girl seemed extremely cold-hearted at this moment. Chen Pinggan's intuition told him that if Lu Xianyang agreed to this deal before Lu Jingchen knelt, he might suffer a little at most, but his life would not be in danger. But now, Lu Xianyang was in the same predicament as before. At that time, if Mr. Qi had not intervened, his fate would have been to kill Fu Nanhua and then be killed, either by the people of Yunxia Mountain or Old Dragon City. What was even more fatal was that according to the rules, Miss Ning told him, if Lu Jingchen himself was from a small town, if he or the Lu family wanted to kill Lu Xianyang, it was very likely that Mr. Qi would not be able to stop them. Chen Pinggan's thoughts turned. While Lu Jingchen was still desperately kowtowing, he lowered his voice and said to Lu Xianyang, "If you really can't do it, pretend to agree to him. We'll see Master Wan first and talk about it after you're accepted as a disciple." Lu Xianyang nodded and said to Lu Jingchen, "Bro, you should get up first. Get up and talk. What the F***ck are you doing?" Lu Jingchen did not get up. He raised his head, his red and swollen forehead covered with dirt. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, "But you need to go back first and discuss with them. You need to come up with a fair price. Don't fool me anymore. I'm not an idiot. What 200 strings of copper coins? Let's not talk about whether I'll lose money or not. Don't those nobles think it's degrading?" Lu Jingchen slowly got up and said with a smile, "That's true. As long as you're willing to agree, Lu Xianyang, Lu Jingchen, will be your brother from now on. It doesn't matter if you acknowledge me or not. I'll acknowledge you anyway." Lu Xianyang walked over and put his arm around Lu Jingchen's shoulder. They walked to the entrance of the alley together and comforted him. "Old Lu, you have to bring your brother to enjoy life together in the future. When this deal is done, I'll treat you to a good drink." Lu Jingchen wiped his forehead and laughed cheerfully. "Isn't drinking easy? What's so difficult about that? Moreover, I'm the one who's treating. How can I let you spend money? It's settled then. Otherwise, I'll be angry." Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "I knew you were a kind person. I'll be right to follow you in the future." Chen Pinggan followed behind the two. He leaned slightly to the side of the alley wall and stared at the entrance of the alley. The white-robed man brought the young Song Jisun to the back hall of the supervision office under the guidance of the elderly steward. The steward said that Mr. Lee from the academy, who had come from afar, had been waiting here for half an hour. He said that he was going to the school to visit a Confucian elder. Song Zhenkyung did not say a word about this. He only asked, "Have you found out who the assassin who died in the alley is?" The steward was hesitant. Song Zhenkyung frowned and said, The elderly man hurriedly bowed and said in fear, "It's the Song family from Fulu Street." Song Zhenkyung sneered and said, "You don't know how to give me a little surprise. The elderly steward was sweating profusely. Song Jisun was silent, but his eyes were burning. In the school, Chi Jingchen gently put down his book and turned to look. A handsome young man in a laurel scholar's robe was standing at the door. He smiled but did not say a word. Chi Jingchuan's face was calm and serious. In the town, a bald man in strange clothes walked barefoot. He looked haggard and came to the iron lock well. He looked at the deep well, put his palms together and closed his eyes. He whispered, "A bowl of water in Buddha's view, 108,000 worms." Outside the town, on the top of a mountain, someone stood on a thick branch of a towering ancient tree. He looked at the outline of the town, with a tiger tally hanging on his waist and a long sword on his back. Outside this world. On a long road that inclined upward, as if it was connected to the sky, there was no scenery in sight. A young yellow-crowned Taoist nun rode a white deer and slowly climbed up. Beside her was a Taoist priest with a jade-like face. His steps were light like flowing water. There were two big fish with long whiskers, one red and one green, swimming around him. Confucianism, Taoism, and soldiers, the three religions in one family, were about to gather in the town. In the blacksmith shop by the stream in the south of the town, a father and daughter were forging. Sparks flew like a gorgeous fire rain. The man held a sword embryo and said to the ponytailed girl who was hammering, "Don't go to the town during this period." The strength of the girl's hand immediately weakened. She felt that all the strength in her body had slipped away with the snacks in the town. The man laughed angrily and said, "Useless." The girl turned her grief into strength. She hammered heavily on the red sword. Under the bright sparks, the girl was like a fire god descending to the world. Some people said that when the logs were transported out of the mountains, the school teacher Chi Jingchen personally went to help. He taught them how to operate the logs step by step, so it was all thanks to Mr. Chi that everything was safe. When they reached the northern steps of the covered bridge, Lu Xianyang suddenly sat down on the huge bluestone. Chen Pingan had no choice but to squat beside him. Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "If it wasn't for me, would you and Song Jisun have become good friends?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Maybe a little, but not by much." Lu Xianyang asked curiously, "Why?" "You two are neighbors and about the same age." To tell you the truth, Song Jisun likes to drop bookcases and speaks harshly, but he doesn't seem to have done anything outrageous. You have a good temper, so why can't he be friends with you? Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. When we get to the blacksmith shop, don't be sloppy. Whether or not you can keep your family's armor depends on whether or not you can become Master Ruan's disciple." I know. Chen Pingan, to tell you the truth, you really have to change this nagging temper of yours. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death by you. Lu Xianyang fell backwards, the back of his head resting on the top step of the covered bridge. He looked up at the blue sky and said, "You've walked very far with old Yao and climbed very high up the mountain. How far can you see the scenery?" Chen Pingan casually pulled out a stalk of licorice, brushed off the dust, and put it in his mouth to chew. He said vaguely, "The furthest I went was probably 3 years ago. I went back and forth with old man Yao for about 10 days. We went around more than 10 forbidden mountains and finally arrived at a very strange mountain. It was so tall that it was frightening. You might not believe it, but when we climbed halfway up the mountain, all you could see was clouds and mist. In the end, old man Yao and I finally reached the top with great difficulty, but in the end, Lu Xianyang waited for a long time, but didn't hear him continue. He turned his head and said with a smile, "No one lifts their crotch like you when they're halfway through taking a dump." Chen Pingan was a little sad. He said softly, "You also know that old man Yao has a very bad impression of me. He almost never talks to me, nor is he willing to teach me the real skills of making porcelain. Every time we go into the mountain, old man Yao doesn't like to talk. Usually, from the time we go into the mountain to the time we return to the dragon kiln, he doesn't say much. But that time when we reached the top of the mountain, old man Yao was probably in a good mood, so he said a little more. He said that he wanted me to see the scenery over there and that it was okay if I saw it, but after we went down the mountain, I shouldn't talk too much." Lu Xianyang comforted him. "It's not that I want to put in a good word for old man Yao. He doesn't like you, but he doesn't hate you either. He has a bad temper with everyone, but he's a little better when he's with me." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "So, in fact, I've always been grateful to old man Yao from the bottom of my heart." Lu Xianyang suddenly said angrily, "After talking so much, you still haven't told me what you saw." Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and pointed to the east. "The mountain we climbed is already very high, but when I looked at it from the top of the mountain, there was another mountain in the far east. It was even higher. I can't tell how high it is." Lu Xianyang cursed, "Isn't it just a tall mountain? If King thought you saw an immortal riding on the clouds." Chen Pingan thought for a moment and said with a look of longing, "Maybe there really is an immortal on that mountain." Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Chen Pingan, do you think immortals also need to eat, drink, and take a dump?" Chen Pingan rubbed his chin. "If immortals also need to take a dump, that's quite outrageous." Lu Xianyang fiercely slapped Chen Pingan's head, then stood up and ran. "Aren't immortals taking a dump on top of your head?" Lu Xianyang didn't control his strength and this time, Chen Pingan was a little dizzy from the hit. He didn't think of chasing after the tall youth and stood up, muttering to himself, "Thunder, is it because the immortals are sleeping and snoring? If it's raining, it can't be because the immortals are peeing, right? Then we're too miserable." Chen Pingan quickened his pace and quickly caught up with Lu Xianyang. After joking around for a while, they finally arrived at the blacksmith shop by the stream. There were already 7 or 8 yellow mud huts and thatched cottages built. In Chen Pingan's eyes, these were all large amounts of copper coins. There was also a large group of small-town youngsters and young adults digging wells. Most of the people of the same age as Lu Xianyang were apprentices of the dragon kiln. After losing the porcelain bowl bestowed upon them by the emperor, they could already be considered very lucky to be able to continue to make a living in the blacksmith shop. However, according to Lu Xianyang, most of these people helping out were temporary workers. Master Wan said that he would at most accept a few inner disciples, and the rest would at most become permanent workers. Lu Xianyang waved his hand and said, "You wait here. I'll go greet Master Wan and see if he can show you the scene of forging. TSK, if you see his daughter hammering and forging, I guarantee that you'll be scared to death." Chen Pingan stood in place and didn't move around casually. Looking around, there were already 7 embryonic wells. There were still wheels, frames, and fences left at the mouth of the wells. Some of the wells were constantly being drilled out with dustpans on their heads. Looking at the busy people digging wells, Chen Pingan habitually squatted down, picked up a handful of soil, and slowly rubbed it with his fingertips. It was moist to the touch, but it wasn't actually water-type soil. On the contrary, it was fire-type soil. However, it belonged to the last type of fire-type soil. According to Old Man Yao, it was called 7 Moons Flowing Fire Soil. The soil would automatically turn warm and cool. It wasn't too dry and had a strong plasticity. This also meant that when reinforcing the walls of the well, it wouldn't collapse, which was a good thing. Obviously, even if Master Wan wasn't an expert in digging wells, he definitely wasn't an amateur. However, Chen Pingon didn't quite understand why there were so many wells in such a small place. Chen Pingon turned his head to look in the direction of the small stream and grinned. In the eyes of the straw sandals youth, this nameless stream was now a treasure trove filled with gold, silver, and copper coins. "36. Lu Xianyang quickly ran back with a wicker basket on his back. Chen Ping and was standing beside the well, watching the scene of the well being dug. Lu Xianyang kicked Chen Ping An's butt, causing the straw sandals youth to almost fall flat on his face. When he turned around and saw that it was a tall youth, he didn't pursue the matter. Lu Xianyang casually said, "It's done. Master Wan told me to stay here and not run around for the next few days. I'll dig the well during the day and forge at night. After a week and a half, I'll be his first disciple in this town, called the first disciple or something. I'll get you a basket and help you feel the stones. I'll feel them from the blacksmith's shop all the way to the covered bridge. I'll say this first, I can't help you with the puddle at the back of the green ox. Master Wan said that if I dare to take half a step to the north and west of the covered bridge, he'll break my legs." Lu Xianyang hugged the straw sandals youth's neck and whispered, "Master Wan said that the town won't lose anything. He also said that those outsiders follow a very strange rule. They can be fair merchants, swindlers, and even beggars who pick up scraps. The only thing they can't be is sneaky thieves. He said that in this town, the heavens won't sleep or close their eyes, they're watching us. You can say that it's scary, but it's scary." Lu Xianyang suddenly threatened, "Surnamed Qin, you can continue to live in my house, but don't wait for me to return. You'll have sold my family's armor." Chen Pingon punched Lu Xianyang's chest, causing the tall youth to quickly let go. He rubbed his chest a few times before he recovered. He scolded, "Where does a skinny little monkey like a bamboo get so much strength from? Do you think you can increase your strength by walking 100 miles every few days with old man Yao, or chopping firewood and burning charcoal in the deep mountains for a few months?" Chen Pingon laughed, "Anyway, I'll carry a basket of stones and can run back to the town before you." Lu Xianyang squinted his eyes and said, "Then let's see who can hold their breath underwater the longest." As they neared the stream, Chen Pingon bent down and rolled up his trousers. He casually said, "I'm not going to compete with just one breath." Before entering the water, Chen Pingon plucked a lot of spring grass from the stream bank and put it in the basket. He also nagged that after every 20 stones, he had to put more grass in the basket. Lu Xianyang was so annoyed that he wanted to throw the wicker basket to Chen Pingon, but the latter refused. He said that if he were to carry the wicker basket himself, with Lu Xianyang's hot-tempered personality, he would definitely throw the stones into the wicker basket, and Chen Pingon's heart would ache. Lu Xianyang almost wanted to throw up on the spot. These colorful stones had been worthless for thousands of years. Why did they become so precious and delicate when they came to Chen Pingon? How dare he complain that Uncle Lu's technique is not gentle enough? But in the end, the tall youth was still unwilling to go underwater to touch the stones. Chen Pingon and him went left and right, planning to completely sweep the stream. The water in the stream was still knee-high. In some places, the water level would only reach waist-high. Occasionally, there would be small puddles as high as a person, but most of them were places where large stones gathered. When they reached these places, it was time for Lu Xianyang to show off his skills. He first took off the wicker basket and handed it to the youth squatting on the large stone. He then dived into the water in one breath and took out the snake gallstones he wanted from the gaps between the large stones, or even from the layers of stacked stones. Of course, Chen Pingon could also do it, but it would be very tiring. It would take far more time and effort than Lu Xianyang. It's easy to slip. Don't hurt yourself. The girl sat on the small stool. She was exhausted. She waved her hand and said, I know. Hurry up and get it. Chen Pingan took the hatchet. The girl was already standing by the courtyard wall. She smiled and asked, Do you know what that is? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, I don't know. GQ didn't give an answer. She turned around and continued to sit on the small stool, chopping with all her strength. Her unfamiliar and stagnant movements, as well as her various laborious and unrewarding postures, made Chen Pingan very anxious. But since she didn't ask for help, Chen Pingan didn't think too much about it. He turned his head and found that Miss Ning was no longer in the courtyard. Chen Pingan remembered something. He quickly walked into the room and placed something on the table in front of the black-clothed girl. It was a piece of snake gallstone. It fit perfectly in the palm of one's hand. It was like a piece of frozen honey. The texture was fine and the color was very good. Ning Yao felt a bit strange. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Miss Ning, this is for you. The black-clothed girl who always kept the hatchet by her side suddenly asked, Do you like this the most? Chen Pingan was a bit embarrassed. This one is probably ranked 4th. I've already hidden the 3 best pieces. She accepted the stone. She held it with 2 fingers and raised it above her head. Light shone through the window into the room and shone on the stone. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes. She carefully observed the subtle texture of the stone. She looked at the stone. The youth looked at her. In the middle of the night, a youth sneaked into Clay Bottle Alley. Like a stray cat, he silently came to Gu Kan's courtyard. He found the large water tank in the corner of the courtyard. After squatting down, he found that the originally neatly piled snake gallstones had been rummaged through. It seemed that this person knew the value of the stones before Chen Pingan. Gu Kan was the only freak in the town who liked to collect snake gallstones. And no matter how many he found in the stream, he only took 1 piece home each time. The child only picked the most pleasing stone. After accumulating for a long time, he only collected 50 to 60 stones, which he used to cover the gap at the bottom of the water tank. After Chen Pingan moved away many of the dried snake gallstones, he saw that there were no traces of digging at the bottom of the water tank. Only then did he feel relieved. He began to dig with his right hand little by little. When he finally touched the butter paper, his heart shook and he slowed down. Finally, he took out an object wrapped in the butter paper. It looked like a book. After hiding it in his arms, Chen Pingan filled in the soil again. He carefully looked at the snake gallstones. The rest of the stones were dead. Compared to the 2 new stones that Chen Pingan picked up from the stream, whether it was color, texture or weight, they were completely different. The stones in front of him were like dead old people, while the ones that Chen Pingan picked up were like newborn babies, full of vitality. Chen Pingan thought about it and planned to leave Clay Bottle Alley from the direction of his house. When he walked to the door of Song Jisen's courtyard, he heard a creak and the door opened. Chen Pingan had to pretend to knock on the door and shouted, Miss Ning, are you asleep? I came back to get something. The lights in the house were quickly turned on. The girl in black opened the courtyard door for Chen Pingan. On the other side, the maid GQ slowly walked out of the house. When she reached the courtyard, she saw Chen Pingan's shadow. He was holding a large yellowed book in his arms. She shook her head and clicked her tongue, as if she had caught a pair of adulterous men and women. She walked alone in Clay Bottle Alley, skipping and hopping. Her golden eyes looked particularly cold and sacred in the dark alley. It made the slender and graceful girl look like a dragon swimming in the narrow stone crevices. It seemed that as long as she walked out of the alley, she would become a dragon. Although Ning Yao let Chen Pingan into the courtyard and even into the house, her face was very ugly. She sat at the table, one arm leaning on the scabbard, and her fingers gently tapping the hilt. After confirming that GQ had walked into the alley, Chen Pingan explained awkwardly, "I went to Gu Kan's house to get something, but she was just about to go out, so I had to come here to hide." "Miss Ning, please don't think too much." She asked, "What is it?" Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and took out the yellow paper bag. "I don't know now." She turned around and said, "Open it first and then decide if you want to let me know or not." Chen Pingan nodded and sat across from her at the table. He opened the layers of yellow paper and mud kept rolling on the table. Finally, an ancient book was revealed. There were only 2 words on the cover of the ancient book. Chen Pingan only knew one of them, mountain. He put the ancient book on the table, turned it around and pushed it to the girl in black. He asked curiously, "Miss Ning, what does this word read?" The girl turned around again and glanced down. She said, "Shake." The name of the book was Shake Mountain. 37. Shaking Mountain. The black-clothed girl frowned. She reached out to take the ancient book. She didn't expect Chen Pingan to move back. The black-clothed girl's body stiffened. She was burning with anger, as if she had never been humiliated like this before. The dignified Ning Yao's parents were great sword immortals above the 12th floor. Ever since she was born, she had been known as the top sword immortal embryo. Even after running away from home for so many years, she had only lost to others in swordsmanship. No one had ever insulted her character like this. Did she need to use underhanded methods to read, peek at, and possess a broken book? Ning Yao gripped the hilt of her saber. She narrowed her eyes. Thin eyes and red lips. These words were probably used to describe this girl. In fact, if one looked carefully, Ning Yao's face was extremely beautiful. It was just that her entire body exuded a heroic aura that completely suppressed the aura of her rouge. However, the straw-sandaled youth's next words had a magical effect that almost caused the girl to suffer internal injuries. "Miss Ning, this book was taken from Gu Kan's home. Although I don't think this is stealing, I will still return it to Gu Kan in the future. However, we are friends. So, no matter what is written in this book, I hope that Miss Ning will understand it after reading it." The girl took a deep breath. She slapped the table and glared at him. "What are you looking at? Look at it yourself." "I don't care." Chen Pingan's next words made the girl not know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss Ning, I don't know how to read. Can you teach me?" The black-clothed girl's mind turned. She sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of you? Think about it. Gu Kan is clearly a fellow who has inherited a large amount of ancestral wealth. Even the natural sword embryo Lu Xianyang can't compare to him. In the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been many people who can compare to him. Then, how bad can the family heirloom that he carefully treasures be? Aren't you afraid that I will be tempted by his wealth? That I will monopolize this priceless secret book?" Under the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the straw-sandaled youth faintly smiled. He didn't explain anything. The girl coldly snorted. She moved her seat, indicating for the straw-sandaled youth to sit beside her. However, Chen Pingan didn't move his butt for a long time. The girl angrily laughed. "I, Ning Yao, can beat 100 of you with one hand." As she said this, she laughed to herself. "Are you afraid that I will take advantage of you?" Chen Pingan sat beside the girl, feeling a little uneasy and nervous. This saying, Chen Pingan was baffled. The black-clothed girl sitting side by side suddenly laughed foolishly. The girl's smile made him feel like a poor young man with nothing to show for it. He suddenly felt like a rich man. The boy and girl didn't realize at this moment that the joke of beating 100 Chin Pingan with one hand would show its weight and strength in the long years to come. Especially when the straw-sandaled youth was no longer a boy. The more time passed, the more it would be like this. Ning Yao finally returned to her senses. She coughed and sat up straight. She took the ancient book and quickly flipped through a few pages. Then she closed the book and tapped the cover twice. She turned to Chin Pingan and indifferently said, "This is a fist technique manual. The fist technique is called shaking mountain. Don't say that you wish to leave the eastern bottle continent and leave this world, but you should at least try to reach the borders of the Dali dynasty." Chin Pingan nodded, obviously thinking about the fist art manual. He pointed at a word and asked, "Miss Ning, what should I read?" The girl was furious. "Get lost." "38. Chin Pingan looked doubtful. Ning Yao glared at him and pointed at the string of words. "It really reads roll. This fist technique is derived from observing the rain in the Great Li dynasty. The momentum of the fist is like a torrential downpour of ink. After it falls into the mortal realm, it rolls along the dragon wall of the Great Li dynasty's imperial palace and falls straight down." Chin Pingan stared intently at the pictures that were drawn in one go. It was like a military formation, squeezed into a single page. Therefore, the pictures of the little fist-wielding figures were not large. In addition, the charcoal drawings were not very detailed. Fortunately, Chin Pingan's eyesight was good. Under the dim light, he could still see the fine details. After the young man heard Miss Ning's words that he did not understand, he murmured, "It sounds like this fist technique is very powerful." Ning Yao slightly moved her head and looked at the pictures. She nodded and said, "There is a fist technique that has been passed down in Jianghu for thousands of years and has not been lost. It is somewhat similar to this fist technique." Chin Pingan turned his head and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" In the dim light, the girl's long eyebrows were slightly bent, like a bunch of peach branches bent under the spring breeze. She held back her laughter and said, "There is a fist technique in Jianghu that is suitable for the old and the young. It is called tortoise fist. If you throw it randomly, you can definitely beat an old master to death." The young man said helplessly, "How can you say that?" Chin Pingan imagined it in his mind. Wasn't this Gu Kan's specialty and the ultimate skill that made him famous? In his memory, Gu Kan's mother seemed to have had an unpleasant dispute many years ago. It was in front of a cosmetics shop in Apricot Blossom Lane. At that time, Gu Kan had just learned how to walk. Because Gu Kan's father was a foreigner and was not at home all year round, he had long been forgotten by the neighbors in Clay Bottle Lane. At that time, the women began to worry that their men would involuntarily slow down when they passed by the widow Gu's house. Just the women's clothes that were drying on the bamboo poles could easily take away their men's souls. Later on, Granny Ma gathered 5 or 6 women to block Gu Kan's courtyard door. In that battle, Gu Kan suffered a lot, but Granny Ma and the others did not gain much advantage. Both sides suffered losses. However, as time went on, Gu Kan was still weak. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Even her clothes were torn. Her clothes were thin, so it was inevitable for her body to be exposed. This made the women who were ashamed of their inferiority go crazy. They scratched and bit her, doing everything they could to make the men around the alley swallow their saliva. Fortunately, Chin Pingan happened to return to the town from the dragon kiln at that time. He had been taken care of by Gu Kan's mother for so many years, so he went up to help Gu Kan's mother block many insidious moves. From beginning to end, the straw sandals youth did not dare to fight back. Chin Pingan was not afraid of causing trouble, but he was afraid that he would kill someone with one punch. At that time, the young man had already walked countless mountains and rivers under the shouts and curses of Old Man Yao. He was only 12 or 13 years old, but he had already walked the path of many old people in the town for several lifetimes. At that time, the young man and the woman were sitting at the courtyard door. Gu Ken was still locked inside the door. She probably did not want the child to see his mother in such a sorry state. The young man turned his head and pointed at the corner of his mouth to the woman. The woman curled her lips casually, then used her thumb to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. The girl was full of disappointment. So it's like that. The girl talked for a long time, but the boy still did not know what the ninth level was. The girl seemed to have realized that she was a bit unreliable. She coughed and said seriously, "My mother said that the martial arts 9 levels are one step at a time. But even if you reach the peak of the 9th level, the final scene is like standing on a mountain and looking up at another mountain in the distance, but you can only see halfway up the mountain." Chen Pingan said thoughtfully, "I understand." Because the boy had seen this scene with his own eyes. The girl did not care if the boy really understood or not. She said, "The martial arts 9 levels are divided into body refinement, chi refinement and spirit refinement. Each has 3 levels. You have to climb to the top step by step. You can't miss a single step, and you can't make a single mistake. The more solid you walk, the better. Whether you walk fast or slow is not that important. This is not the same as cultivation. There are 3 levels of body refinement. The first level is clay embryo level. Just from the meaning, it is like this clay bottle alley where your house is located. But once you reach the peak, your body will be like a clay Buddha. Even though you are a clay sculpture, you will still have an extraordinary aura. Your chi will sink into your dantian, and you will be as immovable as a mountain. You can be considered to have truly entered the path of martial arts. In short, the essence of this level lies in the word scatter and the word sink. The talent of a martial artist, the quality of their comprehension, can be seen by the master who leads the way. The second level is wood embryo level. It means that your body starts to become thicker and thinner. When you reach large success, the texture of your skin will be precise and orderly, like a carved talisman. Just like this snake gallstone that you found in the stream. Compared to a normal pebble, the inside is already completely different. The deeper meaning of this level is mountain opening. It widens the meridians, turning a narrow path into a broad path that can accommodate carriages. The quality of a martial artist's bone structure will be judged in this level. As she said this, the girl in black raised the stone that the boy gave her. She gazed at the beautiful stone under the light of the lamp. She said softly, "The last level of body refinement is called mercury mirror. The blood is as thick as mercury, but its weight is lighter. Chi and blood are condensed into one. To break through the threshold, you need to pass a tribulation called clay Buddha crossing the river. Whether or not you can successfully pass through the last threshold, like a carp jumping over the dragon gate, depends on the luck of the martial artist." Chen Pingan listened in a daze. He stared at the oil lamp in a daze. As the flame flickered, his mind swayed along with it. The girl yawned and lay on the table. "Languid," she said, "that's about it. The 3 levels of body refinement have already blocked 80% of the martial artists. It is difficult to advance any further. You have to know that the poor learn literature and the rich learn martial arts. Other than my hometown, the rest of the world is the same. According to your family background and your perception, I estimate that if you can reach the 2nd level in this lifetime, you should be thanking the gods." Chen Pingan asked, "Then how do I practice this fist manual?" The girl raised her eyebrows. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a bit sleepy." Chen Pingan grunted, "Then I'll take the basket and go pick up some stones." I'll come find Miss Ning tomorrow. The girl said, if you feel at ease, leave the manual behind. I'll see if there are any flaws or traps. Chen Pingan smiled, okay. But Miss Ning, you have to be careful. I'll return this repertoire of shaking mountains to Gu Ken in the future. The girl turned her head and frowned. How many times do you have to say it before you feel at ease? The boy smiled and went to the corner to pick up the basket. When he left the house, he reminded her, Miss Ning, don't forget to lock the courtyard door. The girl lay on the table and did not turn her head. She waved her hand and said weakly, I know, I know. Why are you more talkative than my father? The boy's body was as light as a swallow and his figure disappeared into the alley. When Chen Pingan had left Mud Bottle Alley, the girl immediately straightened up and stared at the repertoire of shaking mountains as if she was an enemy. Then her whole body collapsed and she lay on the table again. She frowned and said to herself, how can I teach this thing? I was born with the world's first-class sword immortal body. Why would I need to walk the path of the foot of the mountain? I can't even remember the names of the 365 acupoints. As for how to circulate qi naturally, I've known it since I was in my mother's womb. The girl scratched her head in grief and indignation. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded outside the door, Miss Ning. Ning Yao stiffly turned around slowly and saw a tanned face that deserved a beating. She kept a straight face and did not speak. The boy swallowed and said apologetically, I was afraid that you would forget to lock the door, so I came to remind you. Also, if Miss Ning is hungry at night, I can go to Lu Xian Yang's house and make some supper for Miss Ning. After that, I can go to the stream. The girl waved her hand. The boy ran away immediately. Along the way, Chen Pingan's mind was filled with the picture of the first move of the fist manual. The fist moved and the body moved, but the feet did not leave the ground. It was like wading in mud, and the momentum was like knee-deep snow, moving slowly. The boy himself did not notice that when he tried to practice according to the picture, he involuntarily changed the speed of each breath. The boy even fantasized that it would be better to practice in the stream. There were 2 seals in front of Qi Jingchen. They were carved from the best snake gallstone. Neither of them was big, and neither of them had been engraved with seals. During the day, the young scholar with a gentle temperament visited the school. After that, the 2 of them had a private conversation. The Confucian gentleman who came from afar asked him a question, Sir, do you want to carry on someone's last wish and continue to bring peace to the world? Qi Jingchen replied at that time, let me think about it. This was obviously not a satisfactory answer. However, the young gentleman, who was famous in half the continent, was not aggressive. He chatted with Mr. Qi, who had been admiring him for a long time, about the local customs of the town and the changes outside the town. Then, he left. As for its true identity and symbolic meaning, the words not simple are definitely not enough to bear it. Song Jisin wanted to say something, but stopped. In short, Dolly's plans and countless efforts were all for the sake of stirring up wind and water, for the sake of the great cause of the South in the future. The man took the lead to walk up the stairs and said slowly, If you ask me why the saints killed the dragon 3,000 years ago, I can't answer you. But if you ask why I left you here, and why you're the noble prince of Dolly, I can tell you the truth in full detail. Song Jisin lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Since the young man did not ask, the man naturally did not flatter himself. When he reached the highest step, he turned to face the town. In the future, be more magnanimous. Don't you think it's degrading to fight with Lu Xianyang and even have the intention to kill? Song Jisin sat at the top of the stairs and looked towards the north with the man. He asked a completely unrelated question, is our dolly at the northernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent?" The man nodded and said, "Yes, he's been regarded as a northern barbarian for nearly 1,000 years. Now, he's only won some respect because he's strong enough." Song Jisin still had his head lowered, but his eyes were burning. The man named Song Jiankyung said calmly, "When you reach the capital, be careful of a person nicknamed Embroidered Tiger." Song Jisin was confused. Song Jiankyung smiled and said, "He's now our Dolly Imperial tutor, and also the teacher of your brother. For our greatly to be able to grow from the founding of 70 counties and 800 cities to the present 140 counties and 1,500 cities in the past 50 years, half of the credit goes to this person." Song Jisin raised his head abruptly. The man smiled, "Kid, you guessed right." The man also sat on the stairs, with his hands on his knees, and looked into the distance. The other person's contribution to Dolly's expansion was obvious, far away but right in front of him. At this moment, Song Jisin's whole body was trembling, and his scalp was numb. The two were silent. After a long time, Song Jisin suddenly said, "Uncle, although I wanted to kill Lu Xianyang, and even considered making a deal with Old Dragon City's Fu Nanhua to find a way to kill Lu Xianyang. But in my heart, I've never felt that Lu Xianyang was qualified to be on the same level as me, even if he had a long family history. I killed him because I felt that I wouldn't have to pay a big price to kill him, that's all." Song Jiankyung was a little interested. "So, you have another knot in your heart." The boy touched his neck and didn't say anything. In the middle of the night, all was quiet. There was actually someone walking on the streets of the small town. Her figure was slender, and her clothes were thin. When she walked past the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane, she gritted her teeth. When she passed by the memorial arch, she kicked a stone pillar hard. Finally, she came to the lush old locust tree. According to the old man, this tree had lived for a long time, and no matter when it dropped dead branches, it would never hit people. It was very spiritual. The girl swaggered under the tree. Of course, she was quite disdainful of these sayings. She opened the ancient book that she borrowed from her master, and began to search according to the picture. She called out the names one by one, like a general on the battlefield. When she was a little thirsty, she stopped. With one hand holding the local county record that Song Jisin called the book outside the wall, the other hand pointing at the locust tree, she looked up and scolded, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." Silence. There was no reply. The girl immediately stomped her feet and scolded, "For surnames in 10 clans. 40. After Chen Pingon carried the basket to the shore, he walked towards the back of the green ox. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the water level of the stream seemed to have dropped a little. When he approached the bluestone cliff, he suddenly stopped because he could clearly see many people standing there. Everyone's face was almost visible. The reason for this was not because of the resplendent starlight, but because there was a snow-white elk standing on the back of the bluestone. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, emitting strands of white light, like water plants swaying with the water in a small stream. The white elk lowered its head, and a little girl wearing a red cotton jacket stood on her tiptoes and reached out to touch its antlers. Outside the elk, there was a young man and a young woman wearing Taoist robes. Maybe it was because of the light from the white elk, but the skin of the man and the woman was whiter than snow and crystal clear. For example, if the people in the small town were aborigines made of mud, then these two foreign Taoists were refined porcelain. There was really a world of difference between them. The style of the Taoist robes of the man and the woman was a bit similar to that of Lu Daozhang, who had a fortune-telling stall. However, there were many differences. The Taoist crown was the most different. Lu Daozhang had a lotus crown, while the Taoist crown on the two people's heads was shaped like a fish tail. The straw sandals teenager looked at them in a daze. He only felt that the man and woman standing next to the white elk were like characters who had walked out of the statues of immortals. It was as if they would fly away in the next moment, and pick up the stars and the moon would be at their fingertips. The other two people stood a little further away. Chen Pingan knew one of them. She was the daughter of the sword forger Master Wan. This time, the girl in green didn't bring a bag full of food. She held a small embroidered handkerchief in one hand, and there were only a few exquisite and cute pastries in the other. The girl lowered her head and looked very hesitant. She didn't know where to start. The person next to her was about 30 years old. He carried a long sword on his back and a strange ornament on his waist. When Chen Pingan saw them, almost everyone noticed the sudden appearance of the straw sandals teenager. The young Taoist nun was a bit surprised. She bent down and rubbed the head of the little girl in the red cotton jacket. She pointed in the direction of Chen Pingan and whispered. The little girl pricked up her ears to listen to the immortal sister's question. She tried her best to open her eyes and look. After vaguely recognizing Chen Pingan's appearance, she began to spill the beans. She should be explaining Chen Pingan's identity to the immortal sister's owner, the white elk's owner. At this moment, Chen Pingan also recognized the 8 or 9-year-old girl. The first time they met was before he went to the dragon kiln to make porcelain. He had met a little girl with pigtails in the mud bottle alley. She was very young, but she ran very fast. She held a kite in her hand. Her 2 thin bamboo-like legs ran like the wind. Chen Pingan had a particularly deep impression of her. Later, he saw her intermittently a few more times. One time, the little girl was lying at the mouth of the iron lock well and secretly threw stones inside. Chen Pingan accidentally saw her naughty actions. The little girl was so scared that she hurriedly ran away. After running for more than 10 steps, she remembered that the candied haws had fallen on the mouth of the well. She couldn't resist the temptation and ran back to the iron lock well. This time, she was too hasty. As a result, she fell to the ground with a bang. After standing up, she grabbed the candied haws and then suddenly stopped. It's just that Daoist Liu visited our sect many years ago and became friends with one of our martial uncles as equals. After many years, us juniors have become familiar with him and are naturally used to calling him young martial uncle. Chen Pingan grinned, completely letting down his guard. The straw sandal youth was grateful to Daoist priest Liu. He would never forget it in his life. He remembered something and bent down to put down the basket. He picked up a stone that he had fallen in love with at first sight. It was as big as an egg, green and clear like ice. It was completely different from the other snake gall stones. He handed it to the young Daoist nun and asked, Daoist priest, if you see Daoist priest Liu in the future, can you help me give this stone to him? After listening to the little girl's explanation, she thought for a moment and then took the stone. She slowly said, before I came here, I just happened to run into young martial uncle. He was going to Southern Stream Country to participate in an important ceremony of a Daoist sect. It's hard to say when we will meet again, but as long as I see young martial uncle Liu, I will definitely help you give it to him. Chen Pingan listened to the little girl's words and smiled brightly. He bowed to thank this young Daoist nun who had such a good impression of him. Regarding the good and bad of strangers, the youth always believed in his intuition. For example, Fu Nanhua, Kai Qinqian, and also for Daoist priest Liu and Miss Ning. Chen Pingan took out another snake gall stone and handed it to her again. Among the younger generation of the Eastern Bottle continent, this Daoist nun was known as the #1 opportunity. She did not refuse and accepted it with a smile, not forgetting to thank him. The little girl in the red cotton padded jacket twisted the corner of her clothes and whispered, I also want a piece. Chen Pingon smiled and turned around to pick a stone from the basket for the little girl. The little girl ran to his side and carefully said, "I want a bigger one, is that okay?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "As long as you can move it, I will give you the biggest one. But from here to the town and then from home, it is not close. And I think the big ones in the basket are not as good as the small ones." She thought for a moment and put her hands on the edge of the basket. "Okay, then I want to pick a small one, one that looks good." Chen Pingon picked a small pink stone for her. It was moist and cute. The little girl held it in the palm of her hand and was very satisfied. She suddenly tilted her head, grinned and pointed behind her teeth. Then she smiled at Chen Pingon with a proud face. He guessed that she was showing off that her teeth had grown back. Chen Pingon happily said, "Next time, let's go catch crickets together." The little girl's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed. She forced a smile and nodded. Chen Pingon carried the basket and said goodbye to the young nun. He waved at the little girl and ran back to the town alone. He put his palms together and bowed his head. He said with compassion, "Amitabha." The short youth came ashore and came to the back of the green ox. He looked at the two young Taoists and the serious man with the sword. Finally, he stared at the latter who was about to hang the tiger talisman and said, "I don't want to learn the Tao of immortality. Can you teach me how to kill people?" The man smiled proudly and said, "Since ancient times, the sword cultivators of the military school have the greatest killing power in the world." The young Taoist smiled and said, "Oh." The young female Taoist priest shook her head. She knew that the outcome was set. She felt guilty that she had failed her junior martial uncle. For a moment, the atmosphere on the back of the green ox by the stream was tense and tense. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket from the Leaf family quickly hid behind the fairy sister. The girl in green had just finished the last piece of cake and was in a bad mood. She said angrily, "If you have the guts, go and fight my father." The man who had a lot to do with the girl and her father was no longer stern. He smiled and said, "How?" The young Taoist priest joked, "Ruan Xiao, this is bullying. Your father is the next saint to replace Mr. Qi. He's like the master of this world." The girl in green curled her lips and did not say anything. The monk walked over slowly and got on the back of the green ox. The young female Taoist priest said, "Your Buddhist Layin Tower, our Taoist seal, the military school's small sword tomb, and of course, the Confucian Mountain Jade Tablet. These 4 items were left behind by the first 4 saints. Let's not talk about the internal strife of the Confucian school. Let's just talk about the 3 of us. Although it's perfectly justifiable for us to take them back, wouldn't it be inappropriate if we don't tell Mr. Qi?" The monk did not say a word. The young Taoist priest said worriedly, "It's a bit unreasonable, but we can't go against the orders from above. Senior sister, you'd better not do anything unnecessary." The man from the military school sneered and said, "I'm not here to get close to anyone." In the small town, Chen Pingon returned to the alley where Lu Xianyang's house was. He saw Mr. Qi standing at the door. The teenager ran over quickly. Before he could ask, Qi Jingchun gave him 2 private seals and said with a smile, "Chen Pingon, I'm not giving them to you for free. I have something to ask of you. If the Cliff Academy is in trouble in the future, I hope you can help as much as you can. Of course, you don't have to deliberately ask about the academy." The teenager only said one word, "Okay." Qi Jingchun nodded and said earnestly, "Remember what I said before, a gentleman doesn't save people." Those were words from the bottom of my heart. I'm not testing you. The teenager grinned and said, "Sir, I can't guarantee that." Qi Jingchun wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything and was about to leave. He originally wanted to say that if the Cliff Academy was really in trouble in the future, Chen Pingon, you don't have to feel guilty even if you feel regret. You can just pretend you didn't see or hear about it. You don't have to deliberately do it. However, Qi Jingchen did not know why, but deep in his heart, he felt a trace of hope. Even he himself could not understand why. After thinking about it, this hill master of the Cliff Academy could only come up with one answer. It was because the teenager in front of him was surnamed Chen Pingon. He seemed to be different from everyone else. It was extremely difficult to entrust him with a task. Even if you knew that the teenager would not be able to do it in the end, even if he tried his best, you could be sure of one thing. As long as he agreed, he would definitely do it. Even if he could not do it with 100% of his strength, he would be willing to grit his teeth and use 120% of his strength. This was something that made people feel at ease. This was something that Qi Jingchen had been yearning for many years. This scholar who had taken the initiative to ask to be demoted to this place only felt that everywhere in the world was a foreign land. When Qi Jingchen was about to turn around, the teenager who was still carrying the wicker basket hurriedly bowed with great difficulty. In the alley, the scholarly sage returned the teenager's bow. The youth murmured, Wang Zhu, so it's like this. GQ returned to her room, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Her whole body was curled up in the bed. She made a slight noise as if she was secretly eating something and chewing something in her mouth. In the end, she even burped. Although Lu Xianyang had not officially become Master Ruan's disciple, anyone could see that Master Ruan valued this tall youth very much. Otherwise, he would not have personally taught him how to forge swords. The row of sword-forging rooms was not a place that anyone could enter. During the afternoon break, a young man who used to be a kiln worker ran up to Lu Xianyang and said that someone was looking for him. He winked at Lu Xianyang and said that it was a beautiful woman who was even prettier than the madams of Fulu Street. Lu Xianyang followed him with a smile, but his heart was heavy all of a sudden. Sure enough, there was a slender woman standing next to a well. There were many strong young men digging the well and moving the soil around her. They were working very hard. Just as Song Jisun despised, Lu Xianyang was indeed a country bumpkin. However, whether a woman was beautiful or not had nothing to do with whether she was educated or not. Perhaps the tall youth did not know that there was a kind of charm in the vague description of beauty. Especially a dignified and inwardly charming woman, it was especially moving. The word charm, if the word charm could be understood, it meant a woman who drew eyebrows. The woman in front of him, whose name and background he did not know, had delicate eyebrows like a bug's beard. Her forehead was like a cicada's, wide and square, bright and full. Today, she came here alone. She didn't look like she was going to condemn him, nor did she look like she was going to bully him. Lu Xianyang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lu Xianyang did not deny that this graceful and luxurious madam's face was beautiful. If it was in the past, he might have whistled a few times when he met her on the street. However, this did not mean that Lu Xianyang would be tempted. The woman that the tall youth liked was the maidservant in Mud Bottle Alley. She was now, and she would be in the future. Lu Xianyang led the beautiful madam to the stream and said firmly, Madam, if you want to persuade me to sell you the family heirloom, I advise you not to open your mouth. The madam smiled sweetly and said, Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me tell you the pros and cons, then you can make the decision. The tall youth's expression did not change. He pretended to be relaxed, but his heart instantly sank to the bottom. In the distance, a young girl was squatting on the threshold of a sword-forging room. She was holding a bowl of rice. The white rice piled up like a mountain and towered over the edge of the big white bowl. She was wolfing down the rice. After finishing the mountain, she saw the red braised pork hidden by her. Her whole body was filled with happiness. She secretly turned her back to the man sitting on the other side of the threshold and asked, "Father, don't you care about that foreign woman?" The man said in a low muffled voice, "I don't care." The green-clothed girl said worriedly, "He will be your first disciple in the future. Aren't you afraid that he will take the wrong path?" The man said indifferently, "That kid is not lucky." The girl asked doubtfully, "Father, don't you feel that it's a pity? For example, when she saw the delicious and exquisite pastries in the shop, it was fine if she did not have money in her pocket. But if she had money, she bought it and accidentally dropped it on the ground. She deserved to be struck by lightning." The man did not answer the question, "Is the red braised pork delicious?" The girl subconsciously nodded happily, "It's delicious." The girl suddenly tensed up. Her father had given a decree that she could only eat one meat dish a day. So she pretended to only have a bowl of white rice and hid the red braised pork in it. It was so that she could eat a meat dish openly at night. The girl turned her head awkwardly and raised the white bowl high. She said righteously, "There's only one piece. I didn't break the rules." The man laughed and asked, "Then do you feel that it's a pity that you can't eat the red braised pork hidden at the bottom of the bowl?" The girl opened her mouth slightly. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her heart was dead. The man even rubbed salt on his daughter's wound. "If you didn't ask about Lu Xianyang, I would have turned a blind eye." The girl did not say anything and ate the red braised pork in small bites. It was obvious that she would be thrifty in the future. After the man finished eating, he looked at the woman and the youth on the other side of the stream and said, "As long as this kid doesn't reach the middle 5 realms, I won't care about his life or death. Even if he enters the middle 5 realms, I will care about him once or twice, but I won't care too much. There is no door to fortune or misfortune, only people call for it." The girl said angrily, "Why don't you care?" The man said in annoyance, "Scholars take in students, and martial artists take in disciples. They are not like the gangs in the martial arts world recruiting small fries. They are not thinking about quarreling or fighting with others in the future because they have more people. In the end, in my eyes, whether it is teacher or student, master or disciple, they are all people of the same path. Besides, Lu Xianyang is not my disciple yet." The girl did not say anything. The man sighed, "Silly girl, do you know how many people there are in this remote Dali dynasty? More than 20 million households. There are so many people in the world, so many troublesome things, can you manage them all? In the next 60 years, I will take over the town from Qi Jingchen. Don't wander around all day. Stay at the sword furnace and practice swordsmanship. Otherwise, if you cause trouble, will I care or not?" Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, the girl said, "You don't need to care." Her words almost caused the man to suffer internal injuries. It was so powerful that it was not weaker than a certain sword immortal's trump card. The man really wanted to knock this silly girl's head. "How can I not care about your matters?" The man was a bit sad. The girl said with a face of a shock, "Why is there an extra piece of red braised meat at the bottom of the bowl?" I've used up my share for today, I'll give it to you." "Father." The man did not need to turn his head to feel the silly girl's poor acting skills. He said helplessly, "Forget it, you eat. Father will treat it as if you only ate a piece of red braised meat today. Remember to forge in the afternoon, don't be lazy anymore." This time, the girl's gratitude was not fake. "Father, you are so good." The man laughed angrily, "It's red braised meat." The girl lowered her head and ate a mouthful of rice. She said softly, "Father is also good." The man's face was taut. It was not easy for him to hold back his laughter. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better to have a daughter. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, "Father, can I eat another piece tonight? 2 pieces and 3 pieces, the difference is not too much, right? Father, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." The young girl ran away as fast as lightning. As for the last sentence, it was only after the girl had run far away that she said it. The man rubbed his cheek and said to himself, "My family Xiao is a god for food." After Chen Pingon delivered the letter through the streets and alleys, he bought breakfast and sent it to Miss Ning in the mud bottle alley. Then, he began to brew the medicine with familiarity. Ning Yao was wearing a brand new dark green robe today. It was clean and neat. She was already full of heroic spirit. With this dress and the long saber at her waist, she looked more noble than the rich kids in the Peach Leaf Alley on Fully Street. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment, for now, if you really want to study the Shaking Mountain Manual, you have to do 3 things before learning the fist force: stance, walking stance and sleeping stance. The last thing is more about the accumulation of acupoints and the flow of qi. It's hard to describe in words, so let's not talk about it first. Anyway, the first 2 things don't need to consider too much about talent. You just have to follow the posture drawn in the manual. If you persist for a long time, it will be useful. Even if it can't let you reach a higher level in martial arts, it's not impossible to strengthen your body and prolong your life. Chen Pingon voiced out his own idea. Is it possible to practice the walking stance in the stream? Ning Yao nodded, of course. Start from the knees, then the waist, and finally the neck. Chen Pingon followed her words and asked, "Won't the whole person be in the water at the end?" Ning Yao sneered, "Why? Do you want to practice holding your breath under the water and become a 1,000-year-old tortoise?" Chen Pingon was resentful and didn't say anything. Ning Yao thought for a moment, "Come, I'll show you walking stance. Look carefully." Ning Yao asked Chen Pingon to move the table away. Then, she took 6 steps forward. Each step was 3 small and 3 big. When she took the last step, she stomped down heavily. The muddy floor of the house seemed to shake. The girl did it in one breath. It seemed to be understated, but it was actually very smooth. It gave the straw sandals' youth an indescribable feeling. It was like a waterfall flowing down. It was natural and contained a huge force. It was also like a leaf spinning in a stream. It was round and gentle. Everything was right, but Chen Pingon only knew how it was done, but didn't know why. Seeing the youth's blank expression, Ning Yao returned to her original position and demonstrated again. Ning Yao stood still and turned her head to ask, "Do you understand? Do you want to try?" Chen Pingon took a deep breath and tried again. He staggered like a drunken drunkard. Chen Pingon stood in place and scratched his head. Clearly, he felt that it was a bit outrageous. Ning Yao's face darkened. She said in a deep voice, "Again." After 3 times, Chen Pingon's condition improved slightly. However, Ning Yao's face was so gloomy that it looked like a storm was coming. She couldn't imagine how there could be such an idiot like Chen Pingon in this world. He had no comprehension when it came to martial arts and his talent was so terrible. There was no other way. Ning Yao was a person who stood at the peak of the sword Dao since she was young. Her background, foundation, talent, and vision were all like this. Therefore, the girl couldn't understand how those people climbed the mountain step by step at the foot of the mountain that was thousands of miles away from her. She also couldn't understand why those people were staggering. In the end, the girl was at her wit's end. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would draw her sword to cut them down. Therefore, she had an idea. She patted the youth's shoulder and comforted him. "Chen Pingon, the meaning of reading 100 times will be revealed. It's the same for practicing martial arts. If you can't understand it after practicing it for tens of thousands of times, then practice it for hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 times. Go and pick up your stones. The clumsy bird flies first. Don't be discouraged. Take it slow. Practice this dance in the stream over and over again. Chen Pingan thought about it and felt that it was true. He had heard Song Jisun say something similar to Miss Ning's reading 100 times. It was about reading 10,000 books and writing like a god. However, the youth felt that what Miss Ning said was more reasonable. If tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times weren't enough, then practice 1,000,000 times. Chen Pingan smiled as he ran out of Mud Bottle Alley. Along the way, he repeated the words, 3 small 3 big 3 big 3 small 3 small 3 big 3. He imitated Ning Yao's posture according to his memory. The youth told himself the truth in his heart. After practicing 1,000,000 times, he might be able to master the fist art. Therefore, the starting point of practicing this shaking mountain manual was 1,000,000 times. After that, Chen Pingan was qualified to talk about other things. Ning Yao sat alone on the doorstep and muttered to herself, "Why do I feel like I've dug a big hole? Will that guy not be able to climb out?" 42. More and more unfamiliar faces came from outside the town, and the business of the inns and restaurants flourished. At the same time, in Fuller Street and Peach Leaf Alley, many of the younger generation of the noble families began to quietly leave the small town. Most of them were young and intelligent, but there were also the sons of concubines, or the sons of loyal servants. Xiao Yao, the son of a noble family, was among them. As for the child Gu Ken from Clay Bottle Alley, he was chosen by Lu Jimao at first glance, so he was an exception. Chen Pingan went to Lu Xian Yang's house to get a basket of fish and left the small town for the stream. When there were many people, Chen Pingan naturally would not practice the Quaking Mountain Atlas walking stance. Once he was out of the small town and there was no one around, Chen Pingan began to recite the incantation, recalling Miss Ning's steps, posture, and aura. He did not want to miss a single detail and repeated the 6 steps over and over. When Chen Pingan imitated Ning Yao for the first time in the house in Clay Bottle Alley, it was so clumsy and funny that it was worse than ordinary people. In fact, there was a misunderstanding between the young man and the girl. Chen Pingan always knew that he had a problem. Since he started working in the porcelain kiln, he realized that his eyes were bad, but his hands were slow. To be precise, it was because the young man's eyes and eyesight were too brilliant that his hands and feet could not keep up. This meant that if someone else were to imitate Ning Yao's Hans Han manual, they might be 30 to 40% similar, but at least they would not be 30 to 20% similar to Chen Pingan's. This was precisely because Chen Pingan saw it too clearly and was too strict with every step. When his hands and feet could not keep up, it seemed particularly funny. Moreover, under the 90% difference, there was a precious divine resemblance. Ning Yao did not know this. Even if the Hans Han manual was 90% similar, it would not be as good as a divine resemblance. Of course, Ning Yao wouldn't be surprised even if she was 70 to 80% similar, not to mention that she only resembled Ning Yao a little. In Ning Yao's eyes, there was only the remote martial path, the people who stood side by side, and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Chen Pingan sat on the steps under the covered bridge and rested. The young man roughly calculated that there were 24 hours in a day. Even if he practiced the Hans Han manual repeatedly for 10 to 12 hours, he would only be able to do about 300 times. 100,000 times a year. 10 years would be 10 years. The young man turned his head to look at the clear stream and murmured, "It should be possible for me to persist for 10 years, right?" Although Chen Pingan did not reveal any strange emotions during this period, Lu Daozhang revealed the heaven's secret before he left and exposed Kai Qinqian's sinister methods one by one. This still made the young man feel heavy. There was one thing that Chen Pingan did not mention to Lu Daozhang and Miss Ning. After Kai Qinqian poked him between the eyebrows and patted his chest, the young man had already vaguely felt that something was wrong with his body in the mud bottle alley. That was why he had stayed in front of his own courtyard for so long. He wanted to make up his mind to fight Kai Qinqian, no matter what. After all, at that time, Chen Pingan, according to the young Taoist Lu Qin, was too lifeless. He was not at all like a young man who should be full of vitality. When it came to matters of life and death, Chen Pingan treated them with less importance than most people. Kai Qinqian used martial arts to guide the young man in straw sandals to forcefully open his acupoints. This caused Chen Pingan's body to be like a house without a courtyard or door. It was true that he could move in and absorb more things, but every time there was a storm, the house would collapse extremely quickly. That was why Lu Qin said that if there were no exceptions and there were no major illnesses or disasters, Chen Pingan could only live to 30 or 40 years old. After that, she patted Chen Pingan's chest and destroyed the foundation of his cultivation. The heart was the key to a cultivator. After the city gate collapsed, Kai Qinqian had basically sealed off the normal operation of this pass. Not only did she cut off Chen Pingan's cultivation path, but she also accelerated the decay of Chen Pingan's body. Kai Qinqian's two moves were truly terrifying after the door was opened. On one hand, Chen Pingan could no longer cultivate the method of immortality. This meant that he could no longer use spells and supernatural powers to repair the door and strengthen his foundation. On the other hand, even if the young man was lucky enough to reach a higher level in martial arts and could indeed rely on refining his body to strengthen his body, for Chen Pingan, huge risks would always be accompanied by opportunities. If he was not careful, he would be trapped in the cycle of practicing external martial arts can easily attract evil spirits. He would not only fail to prolong his life, but also end up dying early. The urgent matter at hand was that Chen Pingan needed a martial art that could nourish his vitality. Whether or not the moves of this martial art were fierce and overbearing, and whether or not it would allow one's martial arts realm to advance by leaps and bounds, was instead not important. Chen Pingan's hope was all on the Book of Shaking Mountains that Ningyao did not like. For example, she said that after the walking stance, there was the sword furnace, and the 1,000 years of the sleeping stance. However, Chen Pingan did not dare to practice carelessly. At that time, he only glanced at it a few times and resisted the urge to flip through it. He felt that he should let Miss Ning appraise it and confirm that there was no mistake before he started practicing. As long as one walked on the right path, no matter how bad one's comprehension was, as long as one was diligent and tenacious enough, one would eventually improve every day. If one walked on the wrong path, the smarter one was, the more one worked, the more mistakes one would make. These words were said by Lu Xianyang. Of course, his focus was on the last sentence. You, Chen Pingan, are the first type of person. That sly ghost song is the second type. Only I, Lu Xianyang, am the type of person who is smart and walks on the right path. At that time, when Lu Xianyang was boasting and praising himself, he was accidentally heard by Old Man Yao who was passing by. Lu Xianyang had always looked up to the old man and regarded him as a proud disciple. It was not known which sentence of the young man poked the old man's sore spot. Have you retrieved our military token? The man behind him laughed. Remember to call me master in the future. The youth did not respond. He stood up and turned his head to ask, can you show me that small sword tomb? It was the military grandmaster with the tiger tally on his back. He claimed to be from Martial Mountain and had once declared that he would fight against the young martial uncle of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. The man shook his head. It is not time yet. Then he became a bit angry. Why did you deliberately destroy that girl's mental state? Do you know that once you do something like this, you will become a lifelong enemy? The youth said indifferently, the path of cultivation is difficult. If I can't even withstand such tribulations, how can I hope to live a long and worry-free life? The man laughed angrily. You haven't even entered the sect, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The youth grinned, revealing his white teeth. In the future, when I encounter such opportunities on the path of cultivation, I will take the initiative to tell that girl. When the time comes, master, you are not allowed to interfere. Let her ruin my plans. The man sighed. Do you know that in this world, there are big and small opportunities, thick and thin fortune, and high and low innate abilities? If you judge everyone based on your own reasoning, you will meet someone with a bigger fist, a deeper cultivation, and a higher realm. When that time comes, they will be in a bad mood and break your immortal bridge with one punch. How will you live then? The youth smiled. Then I will accept my fate. The man laughed at himself. In the future, I will not reason with you anymore. It is like playing the lute to a cow. The youth suddenly asked, how did that guy from Clay Bottle Alley know the wonders of the stones in the water? He even started to practice martial arts. The man's expression suddenly became stern. Ma Ku Xian. I don't care how arrogant you are, but there is one thing you must remember. We are the orthodox sword cultivators of the military school. Cultivate a sword that can break all techniques, cultivate a sword that follows your heart, cultivate a sword that seeks invincibility, but you are absolutely not allowed to willfully slaughter the innocent, you are not allowed to humiliate the common people, and you are not allowed to intentionally trip up your fellow Taoists because you are jealous of others. The youth stretched. Master, you think too much. No matter how powerful that guy from Clay Bottle Alley is, as long as he doesn't provoke me, it has nothing to do with me. In the end, no matter how high these people's achievements are, they are nothing more than stepping stones for me in the future. Jealous? I can't thank them enough. The man said helplessly, this really doesn't make sense. I think Marshall Mountain will not be peaceful in the future. The youth asked curiously, what's your rank on Marshall Mountain? The man smiled. Let's not talk about this. It hurts my face. The youth rolled his eyes. If I knew, I would have acknowledged you as my master later. The man laughed it off. There was something he did not tell his disciple. There were many kinds of geniuses in the world, and so were their talents. The youth in straw sandals from before seemed to be walking with ordinary 6 steps, but his entire body was filled with fist intent. "43, still 6 chapters. Chen Pingan did not return to Lu Xianyang's house directly. Instead, he went back to Clay Bottle Alley and told Ning Yao about Lu Xianyang's plan. After Ning Yao heard it, she did not express any opinions. She only said that this was a matter between the two of them. She was only responsible for taking the money from Lu Xianyang. If Lu Xianyang could avoid the disaster without her help, she would return the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Chen Pingan said that this was not a matter of money. In the end, Ning Yao coldly replied, "Then you want to talk about feelings with me? Have we reached that point?" Chen Pingan almost choked to death by her words. He could only squat by the door and scratch his head. Ning Yao glanced at the pastries that Chen Pingan brought over on the table. There were cheap and delicious glutinous rice cakes, as well as relatively expensive rain-dew balls. This must be the way the young man treated his guests. For the first time, the girl's heart softened and she felt guilty. For a moment, she felt that she was a bit unkind. She ate and lived in other people's houses. even if she could not help much, she should not add fuel to the fire. So she asked, could it be that Lu Xianyang was threatened by the blacksmith's shop and had no choice but to sell the dark green armor? For example, the lackeys of the 4 surnames and 10 clans were hiding in the shop and secretly taught Lu Xianyang a lesson. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, Lu Xianyang is definitely not the kind of person who would bow his head and admit defeat after being threatened. When I first met him, even when he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by those people on Fulu Street, he did not say a single word of surrender. He kept holding on and was almost beaten to death. After so many years, Lu Xianyang's character has not changed. Ning Yao asked again, young and vigorous, courageous and brave. He values his words and disregards life and death. In fact, there is no lack of wanderers in the alley. I have seen many of them on my way here. It's just that once the benefits are right in front of him and he's faced with a different kind of temptation, will Lu Xianyang be able to keep his heart? Chen Pingan sank into deep thought again. Finally, he said with a determined gaze, Lu Xianyang would not become a prodigal just because an outsider gave him something. He had deep feelings for his grandfather, unless it was really like what he said. Before his grandfather passed away, he told him repeatedly that he could sell the treasured armor, but not sell it at a cheap price. And that sword manual must be left in their Lu clan, and it will be passed down to future generations. Ning Yao said, as far as I know, the masked armor is of good quality, but it's not too rare. As for the sword manual, since Xingyang Mountain has been coveting it for a long time and even sent 2 people here to search for treasure, it's obvious that they see it as theirs. So, it must be something good. Therefore, the decision to sell the armor and leave behind the sword manual makes sense. Chen Pingan nodded. Ning Yao stroked the green scabbard with a cold gaze. To be safe, I'll accompany you to Lu Xianyang's house and send that woman away first. Since Lu Xianyang himself said that he wants to sell it, then just move the chest containing the armor. After that, I'll go with you to the Ruan clan's shop to meet Lu Xianyang and ask him what he thinks. If it's really his grandfather's will before his death, then you and I don't need to tell him what to do. Every family has its own difficulties, so don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. If it's not, then let him talk about his difficulties. At worst, I'll take the chest back. Chen Pingan asked worriedly, Miss Ning, are you all right? Ning Yao sneered, if it's to deal with the moving mountain ape of Xingyang Mountain, I'll definitely be defeated. But if it's that woman, in this small town, one hand is enough. Chen Pingan asked curiously, moving mountain ape. Ning Yao said perfunctorily, it's a vile species of an ancient ferocious beast left behind in this world. Its true form is a giant ape as large as a mountain. Rumor has it that once it reveals its true form, it can uproot a mountain from the ground and carry it away. However, these are all rumors. After all, no one has actually seen it. Xingyang Mountain has been holding back for hundreds of years. In fact, they have a strong foundation. Although their sex ranking in the eastern Aquarius continent isn't high, they can't be underestimated. Therefore, it's best if we don't fight with them. If we fight? Chen Pingan asked cautiously, what if we fight? Ning Yao stood up and unsheathed the scabbard by an inch with her thumb. She looked at the youth with straw sandals as if he was an idiot. The girl said matter-of-factly, what else can we do? Chop them to death. Chen Pingan swallowed his saliva. After that, the youth carried the basket and led the girl, who had put on the veil hat again and a green scabbard, to Lu Xianyang's ancestral house. Ning Yao turned her head and glanced at the youth's basket. She asked, why are there so few today? Chen Pingan sighed. Ma Kuxuan, oh, Granny Ma's grandson from Apricot Blossom Lane. He's about the same age as me. Now, he seems to be a completely different person. According to him, the town's geomancy has changed. Therefore, the rocks in the stream are becoming less and less chi. Ning Yao's expression was solemn. She said in a deep voice, "He's right. This town is about to change. You'd better settle this matter as soon as possible and leave the town. Even if you come back after leaving, it's better than staying in the town." Chen Pingan was not stubborn. He was used to living alone since he was young. Instead, he understood the fickleness of human nature and priorities. He nodded and smiled. "I will. As long as I see Lu Xianyang and Master Wan drink the tea, I'll leave immediately. It's best if Master Wan agrees to forge a sword for you at that time." Ning Yao was puzzled as she looked at the joyful fellow. "Why are you so happy about something that has nothing to do with you? Why aren't you convinced that you're a good person?" Chen Pingan probably thought that the two of them were familiar with each other. He didn't beat around the bush like before. He said confidently, "Lu Xianyang, Gu Kan, and you, Miss Ning. Think about it. There are so many people in the world, and I only care about the good and bad of the three of them. How am I a good person?" Ning Yao smiled and asked, "Then, what's my ranking among the three of them?" Chen Pingan blushed and said sincerely, "For now, I'm third." Ning Yao took off her saber and held it casually in her hand. She patted the youth's shoulder with the scabbard and said with a fake smile, "Chen Pingan, you should thank me for not killing you." Chen Pingan was baffled. "Don't you find it annoying to brew medicine?" Ning Yao was stunned for a moment before she understood his thoughts. "Chen Pingan, I suddenly realized that even if you go outside, you can still live well." Chen Pingan wasn't greedy at all. He said sincerely, "As long as it's as good as it is now." Ning Yao didn't comment. She gently shook the green saber in her hand, like a country girl shaking a flower branch. When they reached the corner of Lu Xianyang's alley, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Ning Yao almost pulled out her saber, but fortunately, she stopped herself in time. It was a yellow dog that intimately circled around Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan bent down and rubbed the dog's head. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's the pet of the family next door to Lu Xianyang. It's called Lai Fu. It's been many years and it's very timid. In the past, Lu Xianyang and I often brought it up the mountain, but it would only follow behind us to join in the fun. Lu Xianyang always complained that it couldn't catch wild hares and pheasants. In general, Lai Fu can't even compare to a cat. Just like Ma Kuxuan's cat, someone saw it often bring pheasants and snakes into the house. However, Lai Fu is old. It's about 10 years old. It's very old." Speaking of this, the straw sandals youth couldn't help but bend down again and rub Lai Fu's head. He said softly, "You're already so old, so you have to admit that you're old, right? Don't worry, when I earn a lot of money in the future, I won't starve you." Ning Yao shook her head. She couldn't empathize with this. Even though she had seen a lot of people and a lot of things along the way, she had seen a lot of people and a lot of things. The high and mighty immortals, the common people in the marketplace, the rich and powerful children, the immortals who rode in the wind, she had seen a lot of joys and sorrows. Ning Yao there was the Buddhist monk who walked barefoot on a windy and stormy night, chanting the name of Buddha and walking with firm steps. There was the poor scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial exam. In a dilapidated ancient temple, he gently drew the eyebrows of a fox in human skin. When he finally set off on his journey again, he didn't regret it even though he knew that his hair was already white. There was the young Taoist priest who had the title of Taoist master. He walked alone in ancient battlefields and mass graves, silently chanting the immeasurable heavenly Lord for blessings. He didn't hesitate to consume his own cultivation to lead a path of transcendence for the lonely souls. There was the middle-aged civil official who personally banned the Dragon King Temple when he first took office. His lips were cracked and bleeding. He set up an incense table by the dry riverbed and read the Dragon King prayer for rain with a hoarse voice. In the end, he knelt in front of the Dragon King temple and asked for forgiveness for the sake of the people in his territory. There was an old man in his 70s who was unwilling to bring along his son, who had become an official in the new dynasty. He only brought along his grandson, who had just begun his studies, to climb the mountains and write essays. Facing the crumbling mountains and rivers of his country, his tears flowed down his face. He told his beloved grandson about the original names of the provinces and counties that had already been renamed. There was a small boat in a 1,000-mile-long gorge that went straight down the river. There were scholars on both sides of the river. They were high-spirited and vigorous. When they read something that they understood quickly, they looked up to the sky and roared. There was a beautiful woman in armor. After the smoke of war, she rode a horse and drank wine. She was the most beautiful woman. The man squatted down and took the youth's wrist to check his pulse. His expression became increasingly heavy. The green-clothed girl was filled with hatred. She gnashed her teeth and said, "He smashed his chest with a single punch." What a vicious method. The man didn't say anything. The green-clothed girl with a ponytail said angrily, "Father, are you just going to watch Lu Xianyang get beaten to death like this? Lu Xianyang is half your disciple." The man never let go of the youth's wrist. He was expressionless as he said indifferently, "How would I know that the great Jingyang mountain would be so unruly this time?" The girl stood up abruptly. "If you don't care, I will." The man raised his head and asked slowly, "Wan Xiu, do you want me to collect your corpse?" The girl strode forward with an indomitable will. She said in a deep voice, "I, Wan Xiu, am not only good at eating. I can also kill." The man's brows were furrowed with thunderous fury. A small part of it was because of his daughter's foolishness, but more of it was because of the old ape of Jingyang Mountain. The man thought about it. Since he had yet to officially take over Qi Jingchun's position, did that mean that he didn't have to be so reasonable? The green-clothed girl suddenly stopped in her tracks. She suddenly saw a skinny youth running madly towards her from the other end of the covered bridge. She saw a familiar figure wearing a pair of straw sandals. He was expressionless and unperturbed. The two of them brushed past each other in an instant. The girl wanted to say something, but she couldn't. For no reason, she felt very wronged and tears flowed down her cheeks. When the youth with straw sandals sat beside him and reached out to grab one of the tall youth's hands, Lu Xianyang, whose vision had already blurred, seemed to regain some vigor. He tried to squeeze out a smile and said intermittently, "That woman said that if I didn't hand over the treasured armor, she would kill you. She also said that since she and her son came to our town, it's only one of them being expelled. She could afford to pay the price. I was afraid, very afraid that she would really kill you. What I told you before wasn't all lies. My grandfather did tell me those words, so I thought that it wasn't a big deal to sell it. It's just that she sent someone to find me just now, saying that the old man was crazy. Once he heard that I didn't have the sword manual, he insisted on killing you first before killing me. I was really worried about you and wanted to tell you. So I ran all the way here and was punched by that old bastard. It did hurt a little." The youth with straw sandals lowered his head and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of Lu Xianyang's mouth. The youth frowned his dark and thin face and said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's fine. Believe me, don't talk anymore. I'll take you home." The tall youth's vigor that he had forcefully held up gradually faded. His vision drifted and he muttered, "I don't regret it. Don't blame yourself. Really. It's just that. I'm just a little scared. It turns out that I'm also afraid of death." In the end, the tall youth tightly gripped his only friend's hand and sobbed, Chin Pin gone, I'm really afraid of death. The youth with straw sandals sat on the ground. One of his hands tightly gripped Lu Xianyang's hand and the other hand was placed on his knee. He panted heavily, desperately trying to breathe. The young youth was like an old dog at this moment. The eyes of the youth with straw sandals were red. When he wanted to seek justice from the heavens, he was even more like a dog. Chen Pingan didn't want to be like this. He didn't want to be like this again in his life. "44. The Lu clan's house in Fortune Street was small and exquisite, but it was a world of its own. Even the Su clan's mistress in the Clear Breeze City felt that it was like setting up a training ground in a snail's shell. She had done it to the extreme and could not ask for anything more. In a pavilion by the lake, the mistress who had just successfully acquired the Lu clan's Baozi armor was smiling triumphantly as she leaned lazily against the railing. It was probably because she was in such a good mood that the fly Lu Jingchun standing upon the steps of the pavilion did not find him to be that much of an eyesore. Her son dressed in a bright red robe stood upon a long bench, throwing bait into the small lake. Close to 100 red-back carps crowded together, the red waves rolling, a rather spectacular sight. The mistress then instructed Lu Jingchen, "You don't have to stay here and await orders. Once this matter is settled, you will come with us to the Clear Breeze City. Besides having my husband take you in as his direct disciple, he will also agree to your grandfather's rather unreasonable request, to ensure that you will be able to ascend into the middle 5 realms one day. You must know that this kind of promise is the most valuable, which is why I say your grandfather is an old fox." Upon saying that, the mistress smiled sweetly to herself. "The way I see it, if your grandfather was the head of the Lu clan's dynasty might not have collapsed so quickly." Even the highly arrogant vassal of Dali, Song Zhangqiang, admitted that being able to bring about the downfall of the country in just a year, half of the credit goes to your Lu clan's royal family. Of course, your little town's Lu clan has not been that lucky. Together with the main Lu clan, one's glory may not be shared, but one's downfall would really be a downfall. Hence, the Clear Breeze City is giving you this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not miss it and make good use of it." Lu Jingchun bowed low, his hands clasped above his head as he said gratefully, "Lu Jingchun will never dare to forget Mistress Su's great kindness. When we reach the renowned Clear Breeze City in the future, I will be Mistress Su's slave, and Lu Jingchun swears that I will only be loyal to Mistress Su in this life." The mistress of the Clear Breeze City smiled charmingly, her eyes narrowed as she said in a gentle voice, "Words that come from the bottom of your heart, please don't let my husband, who will be your future master, hear it. Or perhaps you can repeat it before him when the time comes." Perhaps it was because he had knelt before Lu Xianyang in Clay Bottle Alley, Lu Jingchun no longer held any grudges against this matter. After hearing the woman's harsh words, he immediately knelt down and prostrated himself on the top of the stairs outside the waterside pavilion. He said in a trembling voice, "I, Lu Jingchun, will never forget my roots." The woman laughed and waved her hand nonchalantly, beginning to chase them away. "All right, get up. When you come to the Clear Breeze City in the future, cultivation is the most time-consuming thing. A long journey tests a horse's strength, and whether you have forgotten your roots, the truth will naturally come to light." Lu Jingchun backed away from the waterside pavilion and walked down the stairs before he slowly turned around. This heavenly profligate who had once called the wind and rain in the small town, before this woman, seemed to have never straightened his back. The Lu family outside the small town, as the ruling family of a great dynasty, after being dealt a heavy blow by the Dali border army, could be said to have suffered a great blow to their vitality and were unable to recover. It would be very difficult for them to make a comeback in the short term. From top to bottom, the Lu family's direct descendants, collateral branches and distant relatives could only tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Otherwise, with the wealth and prestige of the Clear Breeze City, they would never dare to take over the Lu family's residence in the small town like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. They even dared to look down from above and order the Lu family's disciples around. Otherwise, even if it were the master and servant pair from Mount Jingyang, it would actually be very difficult. Now that the Lu family was like a dragon in shallow water and the situation was difficult, they really had no choice but to lower their heads. The red-robed boy sneered and said, "He really is a lackey born to be a servant. Mother, why did you take in such a piece of trash? You can't really want my father to take him in as a disciple, right? And you even promised him a middle 5 realms. When did the middle 5 realms become so cheap and worthless?" The woman smiled and said, "Although Lu Jingchuan's appearance is repulsive, but it is not without any redeeming qualities. This person's aptitude is average and it is already a great fortune for him to become an outer sanctum disciple. But at the end of the day, this young man is just a small addition to that big deal and will not be able to stir up any waves. On the surface, Mother has promised so much to the Lu family in the small town. She has promised the Lu family's relatives and the noble family members who have fled from the royal family that they can seek refuge and take root in the Clear Breeze City. The Clear Breeze City will treat them with courtesy and treat them as distinguished guests. She has even specially set aside a large area in the city as the Lu family's private territory for a period of 100 years. After the child finished throwing the bait, he suddenly ran out of the pavilion and came back with a large handful of stones. He then leaned over the railing and threw the stones at the carps, having a great time playing. He then turned his head and said, "Mother, for us to come to the small town to search for the Swansea armor, is it just an excuse to deceive people? Is it a smokescreen for the Su family in the Clear Breeze City to take control of the Lu family? After all, a centipede dies but does not fall down. The Lu family's mighty group of homeless dogs, I heard that just the members of the royal family alone number more than 3,000 people. Adding in the eunuchs, servants and vassals and the remnants of the fallen country who are unwilling to submit to the Song clan, it will be of great help to the growth of our Clear Breeze City's popularity." If that was the case, then this was the real hub of the fallen Lu family's information circulation. The woman said with a gratified smile, "To be able to think of this, it shows that my son is very smart. But, it is still wrong." The boy frowned, waiting for the answer. The woman blinked her eyes. "That Swansea armor has a profound secret within it. Simply put, it is not inferior to that sword manual." He's escorting the precious granddaughter of Tao Kuei, the pure yang sword ancestor of Jingyang Mountain. Old Chui, you're really my lucky star. If it's not Fairy Su, then everything will be fine. Lu Baqiao immediately jumped up and down. He laughed loudly and said, "Why should I be afraid of him? Do you think I'm afraid of an old beast? We can be afraid of anyone in the Wind and Thunder Garden, but not Jingyang Mountain." The scholar hesitated for a moment. The Wind and Thunder Garden and Jingyang Mountain are both orthodox sword cultivators of the same origin. Why can't the knot be untied? Lu Baqiao put away his joking expression and said in a deep voice, "Chui Minghuang, when you come to the Wind and Thunder Garden in the future, don't say a word of this to anyone." The scholar sighed deeply. Wind and Thunder Garden, Jingyang Mountain. Both sides, from the sword immortals to the disciples who had just entered the sect, usually did not need to have any disagreements. As long as they met, they would immediately draw their swords and fight. The gatekeeper of the official residence and the elderly steward suddenly rushed to the courtyard door in a hurry. Chui Minghuang and Lu Baqiao stood up at the same time. The steward walked into the courtyard. After bowing, he said, "Mr. Chui, we've just received news that Jingyang Mountain has attacked a young man named Lu Xianyang. Lu Baqiao was instantly enraged. Which Lu Xianyang? The steward was rather respectful to Mr. Cui. As for this young master whose name he did not know, the old man was not afraid at all. He replied calmly, "Young master, there's only one person in our town named Lu Xianyang." Lu Baqiao's expression changed drastically. He sneered. "Xingyang Mountain, you've gone too far." Cui Minghuang's expression was calm. He asked, "Has Mr. Qi stepped in?" The steward shook his head. "Not yet. I heard that the young man was taken to Master Ruan's sword shop. Even if he's not dead, he's probably on his last breath." Someone saw with their own eyes that the young man's chest was smashed apart by a punch. How could he have survived? Cui Minghuang smiled. "Thank you for telling me this, old mister." The elderly steward hurriedly waved his hand. "You flatter me. It's my duty. I've troubled you, Mr. Cui." After the steward left with the gatekeeper, Cui Minghuang saw Lu Baqiao sit back down on the stone bench. He asked in confusion, "Are you here for that young man?" Lu Baqiao's expression was gloomy. "You can say that. It's going to be very troublesome." "Very troublesome?" Cui Minghuang asked. "It's not just about the grudge between the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain." Lu Baqiao nodded. "It's far more than that." The scholar sat with his arms folded. He said softly, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. It seems that I should go and retrieve the square treasured jade tablet. Even if Mr. Qi misunderstands that Lakeview Academy is kicking him when he's down, there's nothing I can do." Cui Minghuang stood up. "I'm going to the academy. I'll be back soon." After leaving the official residence on Falu Street, he passed by the 12-legged memorial archway. He stopped and looked up at the plaque with the words "Never pass away." Under the sunlight, the scholar covered his forehead with his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and returned to the official residence. On Falu Street, a white-haired, burly old man held the hand of a little girl with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. They did not enter the Lu family's mansion. Instead, they went to the Song family's mansion. Someone was already waiting at the door to welcome them. In the main hall with the plaque "Sweet Dew Hall," a dignified old man stood up and came to the door to greet them. He cupped his fists and said, "Li Hong greets Senior Ape." "46. Not long after the youth left the house, the girl in green stomped her feet and was about to follow him. She was stopped by the middle-aged man who had changed from Master Wan to Master Wan. He said sternly, "Xiao Xiao. If you get involved now, you'll only do more harm than good and harm Chen Pingon. He'll truly be doomed by then." Ruan Xiao did not turn around. She only turned her head abruptly. Her shiny black ponytail swung in a beautiful arc in the air. The girl's eyes were sharp as she said in an almost harsh tone, "Father, you didn't get involved in Lu Xianyang's matter either. What happened?" The man wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he did not reveal the secret. He said in a deep voice, "Trust me. The greatest help you can give to that youth now is to tell him as much as you can about the secrets and rules of this small paradise. Ask him to work within the framework. It'll be good if he can take advantage of everything." Ruan Xiao did not fully understand. She was hesitant. The man waved his hand and said patiently, "You are my daughter." That young man from Mud Bottle Alley, no matter how big the stone he threw into the pond was, the splash was limited. It would not disturb the old bastard at the bottom of the pond. This means that everything can be dealt with, but you, Ruan Xiao, are different. Remember, you have to be calm whenever something big happens. I told you to read more, but you didn't listen. You can't even compare to a youth from a shabby alley. To think that you're a cultivator. The man actually regretted it as soon as he said the last sentence. He could not help it. When it came to his daughter, he could not stop himself from saying the last sentence. Fortunately, the girl did not feel wrong this time. She quickly ran out of the house, leaving the man with a complicated mood. The man, whose real name was Ruan Xiu, picked a stool and sat down. He held the tall youth's wrist. His pulse was a mess. It was terrible. The man who was already in a bad mood became gloomier. He complained, "Qi Jingchen is really something. Xingyang Mountain is so opportunistic. Even if we can't expel him according to the rules, we should at least teach him a lesson as an example. Even if we can't kill him, what's wrong with beating him a few times? Otherwise, with the constant influx of new people, it'll be even more chaotic." "Won't it be chaotic?" "What? Are you thinking that since you're going to step down in a few days, you'll leave me a mess? What happened to the responsibility of a scholar?" The shoddy old doctor sat at the side and looked down. He absolutely did not interrupt in order to avoid getting himself into trouble. The old man only dared to constantly criticize in his heart. What happened to being calm in every major event? After Wanqing finished complaining, he finally sighed and said, "You, Qi Jingchen, have your hands and feet tied. There's nothing you can do about it. You can ignore the first part of what I said, but don't forget to listen to this part." The old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop had actually been eavesdropping all this while. After hearing what Yi Shiwen said, he was immediately impressed. He thought to himself that Yi Shiwen was indeed worthy of being the next sage to guard the heavenly abode. His face was so thick that it could even block a flying sword. Ruan Ju suddenly looked at the old man and asked, "I've only heard that a married daughter is like spilled water. She hasn't even gotten married yet, and she's already siding with an outsider." The old man had been holding it in for a long time and couldn't help but want to say a few words of conscience. Otherwise, he would be letting down his unyielding character. Thus, he mustered up his courage and said, "Teacher Ruan, is it because I'm old and blind? I keep having the feeling that that young man doesn't seem to like your shosho that much." Ruan Qiongzhan looked at the old man with a pitiful gaze and said firmly, "There's no need to doubt it. You're old and blind." The old man also looked at the man with a pitiful gaze. The two of them were speechless. On the other side of the well, Wan Xiu caught up with Chen Pingan. She also didn't say anything, as if she didn't know what to say. Chen Pingan smiled at her. He remembered the first time they met on the back of the green ox. He had thought that she was mute, or that she didn't know how to speak the dialect of the small town. Only now did he realize that she just didn't like to speak. She followed the footsteps of the straw-sandaled youth and walked towards the covered bridge. The blue-clothed girl finally mustered up her courage and said, "Chen Pingan, I'm called Ruan Xiu. My father is called Ruan Ju, and he's a swordsmith. I've been smithing and forging swords with my father since I was young. This time, I came to your small town because my father said that the sect had entrusted me with this task, and that the water and soil here were most suitable for forging a sword furnace, so I came here to wade in muddy waters. In truth, I know that my father wants to find an opportunity for me. My father is a person who cares about face no matter what, just like your friend Lu Xianyang. My father actually really wants to take him as a disciple. You might not know, but if my father chooses to establish a sect here in the future, the choice of the first disciple will be very important." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't blame your father." At this point, the straw-sandal youth paused and raised the back of his hand to rub his chin. He said bitterly, "I know I shouldn't blame others, but I'm actually very angry. I'm very angry that your father didn't take Lu Xianyang as a disciple earlier. I'm angry that no one stopped Lu Xianyang when something happened to him. Even though I know it's wrong, I'm still very angry. Ruan Xiao nodded. That's human nature. Chen Pingan didn't want to waste any more time here. He asked, Miss Ruan, is there something you need from me? Ruan Xiao asked carefully, you're not going to seek revenge from the people of Xingyang Mountain, are you? Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He neither denied nor admitted it. The girl wasn't good with words to begin with. She simply said whatever came to her mind. Don't be so reckless. Xingyang Mountain is a famous sect in our eastern Aquarius continent. That old ape's identity is actually no different from the ancestor of Xingyang Mountain. Even if the old ape can't use any spells or divine abilities here, it's very easy for him to deal with you. Besides, after he severely injured Lu Xianyang, Mr. Qi will definitely punish him. So at the very least, you don't have to worry about this matter being treated as if nothing happened. Chen Pingan interrupted the girl and said, Miss Ruan, by punishment, do you mean that the murderer will be chased out of town? Ruan Xiao was speechless. Kai Qinqian is just a person who hasn't gone far on the path of cultivation. What's more, that old beast of Xingyang Mountain was born with a vision and has the most rough and thick skin. Not to mention porcelain, even ordinary immortal weapons can't hurt that old beast at all. What's the point of leaving 1 or 2 scars? It's not useful at all. The young man who took the dagger with both hands and didn't know where to place it had a strange expression on his face. Ningyao glared at him and said, You're about to cut someone with the dagger, and you're not allowed to curse. Chen Pingan was speechless. For some reason, the young man sat back down on the steps and looked up at the sky in the south. The young girl stood beside the young man. Chen Pingan tried to persuade her for the last time, You'll really die. The young girl crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a sword on one side and a dagger on the other. Her expression was indifferent. I've seen more dead people than you've seen living people. Then, she deliberately said in a casual tone, You can tie that dagger to your arm and hide it in your sleeve later. Chen Pingan nodded and said, Okay. Chen Pingan patted his knee hard and stood up. He suddenly said, I'm very happy to have met you. The young girl suddenly turned around and took the lead to walk on the covered bridge. A heroic young girl, a long sword with a snow-white scabbard, and a narrow dagger with a light green scabbard. Her figure at this moment. It was the most beautiful scene the young man had ever seen in his life. At this moment, the young man felt that even if he could walk out of the town, he would never see a scene more moving than this. This life was worth it. Therefore, the young man who had become a little afraid of death after hearing Priest Lu's words was no longer afraid of death like before. If he died, he would die. "47. Chen Pingan and Ningyao parted ways at the 12-legged memorial archway. Chen Pingan went to Clay Bottle Alley and knocked on the door. Song Jisin, are you home? The girl who was scooping up a ladle of water with a gourd in the kitchen burped repeatedly. After drinking the water, she immediately felt refreshed. She put down the ladle and slowly walked out of the kitchen. She ran to open the courtyard door and felt a little strange. She still replied in a methodical manner, My young master is not home. Chen Pingan, why are you knocking on the door? Didn't you always stand in your courtyard and chat with us? Chen Pingan said across the courtyard door, I have something to do. After GQ opened the door, she joked, what a rare guest. She looked at Chen Pingan's expression and asked, Why are you looking for my young master? If you're not in a hurry, I can help you pass a message. If you're in a hurry, you'll have to go to the manufacturing supervision office to find someone. You've seen it with your own eyes before. My young master has a good relationship with the new manufacturing supervision office. She found that Chen Pingan's feet were rooted to the ground. She rolled her eyes and said, "Come in, why are you standing there in a daze? Is my house a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Or do I have to charge you one tael to drink water?" Speaking of this, the girl covered her mouth and giggled. "For you, the latter must be more terrifying." Chen Pingan pulled the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. He said softly, "Actually, I'm here to look for you." I shouted like that before because I was afraid that Song Jisin would misunderstand. GQ smiled knowingly and asked, "Then tell me, what's the matter?" "I'll say the ugly words first. Neighbors are neighbors, friendship is friendship, but I'm just a little maid living under someone else's roof in Clay Bottle Alley. I can't do anything and can't help much. However, if you, Chen Pingan, want to borrow money, the problem can be solved with money. You are lucky. I have a little idea." Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. "It's really about money. I'll be frank with you. Lu Xianyang was severely injured by someone at the covered bridge. The old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop went to take a look, but he couldn't do anything about it." GQ looked confused. "Why haven't I heard about this? Who did Lu Xianyang offend?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, "He's a foreigner from a place called Jingyang Mountain." GQ asked tentatively, "So you want to use your connections to find a good place for Lu Xianyang to be buried?" "This is not difficult. I can ask my young master to speak to the supervising officer, and then let the Yamen office steward and gatekeeper step forward to invite old Fartway to find a place. As long as it is not a mountain in a forbidden area of the imperial court, it should not be difficult." Chen Pingan's face, which was already dark, became even darker. GQ also realized that she was thinking wrongly. She habitually bared her teeth, revealing her snow-white and neat teeth. She leaned against the Spring Festival couplets on the wall, tilted her head, and smiled playfully. She asked, "Chen Pingan, you want me to repay you for saving my life? But I'm just a maid. Even the old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop couldn't do anything. What can I do?" Chen Pingan struggled for a while, then slowly said, "Wang Zhu, I know you are not an ordinary person. That year, when I saw you at the door of my house, I knew you were different from us. Later, you were also the first person to see that the snake gallstone was not ordinary. Now that I think about it, the way you looked at us, your neighbors, was no different from how those foreigners look at us." The young girl grinned. "Actually, there is. I don't only look at you mortals, I also look down on those immortal cultivators." However, GQ didn't say this out loud. Some principles, to her, were right and proper, but to others, they were arrogant and unruly. Chen Pingan asked, "I came to you because I wanted to ask if there was a chance to save Lu Xianyang. I used a locust tree leaf, and at that time, I could only barely keep Lu Xianyang alive. Although it wasn't very useful, at least it was useful. So I wanted to ask if you have any locust tree leaves, especially extra locust tree leaves." The young girl pointed at her own nose and asked, "Are you asking if my family's young master, Song Jisin, has locust tree leaves, or me, a little maid without parents?" Chen Pingan stared at the young girl and said bluntly, "Even if Song Jisin has them, he won't give them to me. I'm asking you, Wang Zhu. If you have them, are you willing to lend them to me? If you don't, do you know any other ways to save Lu Xianyang?" The young girl, who was always called Wang Zhu, rubbed her chin with one hand and patted her abdomen with the other. She shook her head and said, "No, I really don't. I'm not lying to you. If you had come earlier, maybe there would have been a few locust tree leaves left. As for other ways, of course I don't have them. I'm not an immortal, so how would I know how to bring someone back to life, right? Chen Pingan, you can't force me. Alas, I was wrong about you. I thought you were different from them, not the kind of person who would force others to repay their kindness. Chen Pingan still didn't give up. You really don't have them. Whether or not I can do it, you can tell me. GQ shook her head and said firmly, in any case, I don't have them. Chen Pingan smiled. I know. The teenager turned and left. His thin figure quickly disappeared from Clay Bottle Alley. The young girl stood in the alley in front of her house, looking at the back of the teenager who was gradually disappearing. Her expression was complicated, with a trace of sadness for his misfortune and anger for his failure to fight. She said angrily, "You squandered the locust tree leaves that were hard to get. Then you can die with Lu Xianyang. Anyway, the sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. If you're lucky, you can continue to be a fellow sufferer in your next life. It's better than those pitiful creatures who don't even have a next life." The young girl walked back to the courtyard. When she crossed the threshold, she accidentally burped again and sneered, "I'm a little fool." She suddenly sped up and rushed forward, stomping heavily on the ground. Then she slowly squatted down and stared at the khaki-colored four-legged snake with horns on its head. She reprimanded, "It's not difficult to return what you borrowed. You 5 little beasts, if you dare to go back on your words in the future, I'll skin you alive and stew you." The four-legged snake under the maidservant's feet struggled with all its might and made a slight hiss, as if it was begging for mercy. After Chen Pingan left Clay Bottle Alley, he ran all the way to the school. However, he was told by an old man who was in charge of cleaning the school that Mr. Chi had gone to the mountains outside the town with 3 foreign guests yesterday. He said that he was going to explore the secluded and strange places, and that it would take at least 3 days to go back and forth. Chen Pingan was disappointed. When he turned to leave, the old man with the broom suddenly remembered something. He stopped the teenager and said, "By the way, before Mr. Chi left, he told me that if someone was looking for him in Clay Bottle Alley, I should tell that teenager." He had already said the reason. Whether he was in the school today or not, the result would not change. The teenager seemed to have known the result. His eyes were dim. Stagnant water rippled slightly, lifeless. But the teenager still bowed and thanked the old man. "Thank you, sir." The old man quickly moved a few steps away and stood aside. He waved his hand and smiled, "I don't deserve to be called a sir." The old man watched the teenager slowly leave. After walking for a while, he seemed to raise his arm and wipe his eyes. The old man gently shook his head. He thought of his peers, Song Jisin and Zhao Yao, who were about the same age as him. Then he looked at the teenager. His life experiences were worlds apart. It was true that some people were proud of their success, while others were troubled. Chen Pingan went to Clay Bottle Alley and picked up the last bag of copper coins hidden in the clay pot. He took 3 bags of money and walked into Fulu Street to find the kiln supervisor's office. After hearing the introduction, the gatekeeper was a little confused. Song Jisin's neighbor in Clay Bottle Alley was looking for Song Jisin and the supervisor. Chen Pingan secretly handed him a gold copper coin that he had prepared in advance without saying anything. The gatekeeper looked down, weighed it in his hand, and rubbed it with 2 fingers. He understood tacitly, but was not in a hurry to express his opinion. The teenager quickly handed over another gold coin. The gatekeeper smiled but did not take it. He said, "Since you're a sensible person, I'll be relieved to recommend you. Otherwise, if I lose this job because of you, I'll be a fool. Keep the copper coin in your hand first. If the steward agrees to let you enter the office, you can give it to me. If not, I can't help even if I want to. I'll just take it that this copper coin has no fate with me. What do you think?" Chen Pingan nodded vigorously. Not long after, the old steward and the gatekeeper arrived together. The gatekeeper gave the teenager a look, hinting that he should not take out a copper coin at this time. Taking a bribe in public was not a small crime. Fortunately, the teenager did not do anything stupid. He only followed the steward to the back hall of the office. The gatekeeper sighed. He was a little confused. Why did the steward agree as soon as he heard that it was the teenager from Clay Bottle Alley? When did the threshold to enter the office become so low? The gatekeeper felt a little guilty. In fact, when he saw the steward just now, his words were both overtly and covertly advising the steward not to let the young man enter the yamen. However, he didn't say it directly. He believed that with the steward's many years of cultivation in the yamen, he would definitely be well aware of it. The young gatekeeper's original plan was to take a copper coin for free. He did not need to take any risks and he could take it with a clear conscience. Now, he only hoped that the poor teenager was not a troublemaker. In the main hall of the back hall of the office, a tall man in a white robe sat on the main seat and drank tea. Song Ji-sun sat on the guest chair on the left. He played with a bamboo fan with one hand, opening and closing it repeatedly. He smiled at the teenager who was brought in. It was a stark contrast between the jet-black chair and the snow-white robe. The steward left. He smiled and said, "Chen Pingan, I'm not looking down on you or deliberately making things difficult for you. On the contrary, I think you're an interesting person. That's why I'm willing to spend time to reason with you and do business with you calmly. Do you understand?" Chen Pingan nodded. Song Ji-sun's sitting posture was not elegant. He sat cross-legged on the chair and gently patted his knees with a folded fan. He watched the fire burning on the other side of the river and did not care if it had nothing to do with him. Song Jangkyung did not care about Song Ji-sun's inattentiveness. In the small town, this vassal knew a lot of information, only losing to Chi Jingchen. He finally said, "Chen Pingan, you don't have to be too guilty and mistakenly think that your friend died because of you, because Lu Xianyang has already been trapped in a deadlock. As long as this young man refuses to hand over the sword manual, it can only be a dead knot because Xingyang Mountain will definitely kill him. No one can stop Chi Jingchen or Master Wan. It's not that no one can beat the old ape, but the price to pay is too high. It's not worth it." The man took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Chen Pingan, have you ever thought about why even you, who should not have received the blessing of the ancestors, got a locust tree leaf? Lu Xianyang's talent is so good, but he didn't get a locust tree leaf. Have you ever thought about this question?" Chen Pingan said, "Sorry to disturb you, Sir Song." The straw sandals teenager put away the 3 bags of copper coins and said goodbye to the supervisor in front of him. Although Song Jangkyung did not ask him to stay, he actually stood up to see him off. Song Ji-sun was just about to stand up unwillingly when he saw the uncle shake his head slightly. He then sat back down and leaned comfortably on the back of the chair. When he reached the threshold, Song Jangkyung said without warning, "There are 2 things that I can do, but I can't do. So if you can do one of them, I can consider helping you teach the old ape a lesson." The teenager quickly stopped and turned around with a solemn face. The man said indifferently, "One is to find an opportunity to kidnap the little girl of Xingyang Mountain who is with the old ape. You can disturb her mind and force the old ape to stay in the small town. The other thing is to secretly cut down the old locust tree at night and pull out the iron chain of the iron lock well. You can do both, or you can do only one. If you do one thing, I'll help you seriously injure the murderer. If you do both, I'll kill the old ape of Xingyang Mountain for you." Song Jangkyung smiled and promised, "Since I've said it, I won't go back on my words." Then, the powerful king of Dali said something inexplicable, "Chen Pingan, I believe you can sense the truth of this sentence." The teenager left silently. Song Changjing didn't see or hear the youth beating his chest vigorously and spouting nonsense. Instead, he felt that it was normal. Standing at the door with his back facing Song Jisin, he asked, "You're closer to him. Do you think he'll do it?" Song Jisin shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Under normal circumstances, it'll be very difficult for him to do something against his will. However, if it's for Lu Xianyang, it'll be a little difficult." The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the sky, he asked, "If the young man really brings a pleasant surprise, I'll take this opportunity to intervene. Regardless of whether it's forming a good relationship with Xingyang Mountain or forming an alliance with Wind and Thunder Garden, I'll only choose one. It's even inevitable that I'll incur a grudge with the other party. Compared to me standing idly by and allowing the Great Li to maintain a neutral relationship with these two forces, which outcome do you think is better for the Great Li?" Song Jisin stood up and patted the palm of his other hand with his folding fan. He paced slowly and said after thinking, "In times of peace, I'll choose the latter. In times of chaos, I'll choose the former." Then the teenager smiled and said, "Whether the world outside the small town is in times of peace or chaos, at least you've made your choice, uncle." Song Zhengqiang sneered and said, "What can we do in times of peace? Do you want to be a peaceful dog that guards the house for scholars?" Song Zhengqiang turned his head and looked at the teenager with a stiff expression. "I've already seen that this teenager is the real knot in your heart. Moreover, it'll be very difficult for you to resolve it in a short time. Once you leave the small town with this knot in your heart, it'll be detrimental to your future cultivation. Therefore, you'll be able to see with your own eyes how a pure teenager with a pure heart can become vicious and vulgar. When the time comes, you'll feel that it's meaningless to be angry with this kind of person." Song Jisin opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't refute anything. In the end, he fell into deep thought. The man walked back into the house and sat on the main seat. He raised his head and drank all the tea in the cup. "Most importantly, I'm playing this boring little game not only to find a lame reason to fish in troubled waters, but also to let you understand that on the path of cultivation you're about to embark on, anyone can be your enemy. For example, your uncle, Song Zhengqiang." The teenager was stunned. Song Zhengqiang sneered. "Because of the knot in your heart, if you don't remove it with your own hands, there'll be no end of trouble. Like the wild grass in the wilderness, it'll grow again when the spring breeze blows." Song Zhengqiang ridiculed. "Song Jisin, you're about to become His Royal Highness Dolly, aren't you filled with grief and indignation? But what can you do now? Therefore, do you think you're any better than Chen Pingan, who's being played in the palm of his hand?" Song Jisin stared fixedly at the man with a calm expression. The teenager's 5 fingers gripping the folding fan were exposed. The man sat upright on the chair, his eyes deep. He looked out of the house, as if talking to himself. "In the future, the more people you meet, the more interesting things you'll discover. What good and evil will be repaid, what revenge will be repaid, what anger will splatter 3 feet of blood, what talented scholars and beautiful women have marriage in the end, it's all a delightful imagination of trash. That's why you have to rely on your own fists. Rely on me. Rely on your biological parents. I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, taking you out of the town is tantamount to taking your corpse to the mass grave. The imperial family is also responsible for their own life and death." The teenager sweated profusely and slumped on the chair. Although the teenager hid his complacency deep after knowing his true identity, there was no difference in the way he treated people in the yamen. However, in the eyes of Song Zhengqiang, it was as if he was holding a demon mirror, reflecting a demon who had just transformed into a human form. Therefore, he could be reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. Song Zhengqiang looked into the distance. His line of sight seemed to have reached the southernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent, to the distant old dragon city. The king didn't know why, but he thought of a sentence. The human heart is a mirror. The cleaner it is, the more spotless it is, the more it can't withstand scrutiny. Song Changjing felt that although the scholars in the imperial court were long-winded and loathed by gods and ghosts, sometimes the great principles they spoke of were something that they, as martial artists who carried knives, would not be able to understand even if they lived for 1,000 years. Song Zhengqiang put away his thoughts and pointed to the south as if he was holding a halberd. Song Jisin, if you think what I said today is wrong, you can bear with it. Only when we reach Old Dragon City in the future, I will consider whether to listen to you or not. Dolly Prince Song Jisin has returned to normal and said with a smile, I'll wait and see. At the entrance of the yamen, the teenager with straw sandals handed the gatekeeper the second copper coin as promised. In the 12-legged archway, Chen Pingan saw the black-clothed girl's figure and quickly ran to her. Ning Yao stood under the plaque with the words, Fighting Bull, and asked, How is it? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, I've looked for all three of them. 2 of them met. Mr. Qi didn't see them, but I knew the answer from the beginning. A gentleman doesn't save people. Mr. Qi did say it before. Ning Yao frowned and didn't say anything. Chen Pingan then told the girl to be careful and began to run away. He first went to the Yang family's shop and used a gold copper coin to buy a lot of medicine bottles, ointment, and herbs for internal injuries from an old man who knew him well. The teenager was familiar with how to use these things and how to make them. Making porcelain in the dragon kiln was a job that relied on others to make a living, and there were often all kinds of accidents. Although Old Yao didn't like Chen Pingan, who could only be regarded as half a disciple, he had to admit that the teenager's legs were nimble and he wasn't a scheming person. Therefore, he let Chen Pingan do a lot of errands and things that cost money, such as buying medicine for the injured at the entrance of the kiln. Chen Pingan returned to his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. After closing the door, he began to brew the medicine. It was a prescription for treating internal injuries. While waiting for the heat to mature, he placed a clean shirt that had been washed until it was white on the table and tore it into strips. The youth with straw sandals, who was known for his stinginess, did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Then, in addition to tying the cloth-pressing knife that Ning Yao had lent him to his arm, the youth also tied layers of thin cotton strips around his calves and wrists. Chen Pingan took down the self-made wooden bow on the wall. He hesitated for a moment but still gave up on carrying it for the time being. Instead, he took the slingshot and a bag of stones from the window sill. The reason why he didn't regret it even when he knew it was impossible and why he didn't regret it even when he hit a wall 3 times in a row was the teenager's unique stubbornness. The teenager wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try. It was the same reason that the teenager begged the old shopkeeper to try again at the blacksmith shop for the last time. First, he looked for GQ, who had a strange identity, hoping to find a chance for Lu Xianyang. Then, he looked for Mr. Qi, hoping that he could uphold justice. Finally, he looked for Ning Yao's so-called Wu Dao Grand Master, Supervisor Song. It was obvious that he was going to lose everything to make a deal. The teenager thought very clearly from the beginning, so he was very disappointed at this time, but he didn't feel heartbroken. In fact, King Song Zhengqiang and his neighbor Song Jisin didn't understand Chen Pingan at all. There were some things that must be done even in death. But there were some things that couldn't be done even in death. The teenager squatted in the corner, quietly waiting for the medicine soup to come out. This jar of medicine was very strange. It had no other use but to relieve pain. Once, there was a man at the entrance of the dragon kiln who suffered from a strange disease. He stayed in bed for half a day. Not only was he half dead, but he was also in so much pain that his whole face and limbs were twisted. Later, the Yang family's shop gave him this prescription. In the end, the man died quickly, but he didn't die in pain. He even had the strength to sit up. After leaving his last words, he went to take a last look at the entrance of the kiln with the help of Old Man Yao. Chen Pingan felt that he should also need it. The teenager saw some pieces of cloth on the table, so he took off the pair of broken straw sandals on his feet and took out a pair of brand new shoes that he was reluctant to wear. He moved the jar and took out the broken porcelain pieces. About an hour later, the young man opened the door and quietly walked out of the clay bottle alley after finishing his work. It was close to dusk, and the sun was no longer dazzling. There were layers of fiery clouds in the sky, which was extremely gorgeous. The teenager with straw sandals walked to Fulu Street. There were no passers-by on the Bluestone Street. The teenager walked alone. The young man's body was hidden behind the lush locust tree leaves. He held his breath and focused his mind, squinting his eyes as he looked around. He was in no hurry to sneak in. On the way back to the small town from the covered bridge with Ning Yao, Chen Pingan asked many questions. For example, how fast could the old ape of Xingyang Mountain run and jump under normal circumstances within the boundaries of the small town? How tough was its body exactly? How tough was its skin and bones? If a punch from me was no different from scratching an itch for the old ape, then how much damage would a slingshot or a wooden bow cause at a distance of 20 steps or 40 steps? Did the so-called immortal of Xingyang Mountain have any fatal flaws, such as eyes, crotch, or throat? If my opponent tried to kill me with all his strength even at the risk of being injured, would I be dead for sure? At that time, Ning Yao almost hated the fact that she wasn't deaf and mute from the young man's questions. According to the black-clothed girl, regardless of whether it was a cheap practitioner or a pure martial artist, the higher the level of the cultivator, the greater the pressure they would experience in this place. It was like how a cavalry could only defend to the death when knocking on a pass. They could only support themselves with a single breath. Once they opened their mouth, they would suffer the damage of being flooded by seawater. Just think about it. Faced with a violent flood, why don't you try opening a small hole in the dam? However, Ning Yao's final conclusion was that if the young man fought the old ape of Xingyang Mountain head-on, Chen Pingan would have no chance of winning at all. In the shade of the pagoda tree, the young man's eyes were resolute and his face was cold. He mumbled to himself, "Don't let the old ape get within 10 steps. 10 steps. At the very least, I have to put some distance between us." Ning Yao had said that as long as the old ape did not do anything desperate, there was still a chance for him to survive. However, Chen Pingan's reply was that he had to force the old ape to kill him. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. He had to infuriate the old ape of Mount Xingyang so much that the old ape would not hesitate to use his internal energy. Only then would he be able to truly consume the cultivation base that he had painstakingly accumulated over 1,000 years. Perhaps the old ape felt that the lives of townspeople like Lu Xianyang and himself were worthless, but Chen Pingan really wanted to know if the old ape would feel heartache when he saw the cultivation base disappearing before his eyes, and if he still felt that it was worth it. Of course, the premise of all of this was that he was not killed by a single punch. The young man looked down at the people coming and going in the mansion and muttered, "Even if I can't escape, I have to take a few more punches." Chen Pingan had never thought of killing the old ape, much less surviving. Now that she had nothing better to do, she whistled at the feathered beast for fun. There were 2 porcelain bird food jars in the cage that the Leaf family had privately forged in the dragon kiln. They were small and exquisite. One was simple and elegant to hold water, while the other was brightly colored to hold food. However, after the snake-hunting eagle was captured, it did not touch a drop of water or a grain of rice. It had already been almost 2 days. In the small town, the snake-hunting eagle was rarely caught. Occasionally, whether it was a young bird or an adult snake-hunting eagle, without exception, they would all starve to death. No matter how hard they tried, they could not be raised, let alone become a hunting eagle that could be controlled by people. Seeing that the snake-hunting eagle still did not respond, the young girl who was whistling finally lost her patience. She stood up and turned to leave. There was a loud bang. One of the bird food jars in the bird cage shattered violently. The young girl first appeared sluggish for a moment. Then, almost instinctively, she pulled over a tall servant girl and had her stand in front of her. The tall and plump servant girl only felt that her wrist was tightly bound by an iron wire. It was so painful that she almost screamed out loud. However, the shorter servant girl had sharp eyes. She stood in front of the young girl at the first moment and quickly looked around. The second bird food jar in the cage exploded with a loud bang, like a firecracker on the table. "There's an assassin on the roof of the Pure Fragrance courtyard." The servant girl who had practiced martial arts finally caught sight of the figure. On the roof of the courtyard next door, there was a half-squatting figure. The servant girl began to run. The wall of the courtyard was not very high. She stepped on it and grabbed the edge of the wall with both hands. Relying on her outstanding strength, she quickly climbed to the top of the wall. For a moment, she was in a bit of a dilemma. This courtyard was not far from the Pure Fragrance courtyard, but the assassin was on the roof of the main building of the Pure Fragrance courtyard, and the Pure Fragrance courtyard was close to Fulu Street. That person could easily jump over the wall. Therefore, in a flash, she made a decision. She did not jump down the wall and run to the Pure Fragrance courtyard. Instead, she ran along the wall like a cat and jumped onto the roof of her courtyard. During this time, the servant girl was always on the lookout for the assassin's sneak attack. Very strangely, the assassin did not obstruct her steps, nor did he have any intention of immediately retreating. The eaves of the two courtyards were about 10 meters apart. The servant girl watched the assassin's movements as she quietly retreated from the eaves. Finally, she quickly took a deep breath and prepared to run. The servant girl was greatly shocked. The assassin who was confronting her from afar was actually a shabbily dressed, thin youth. The youth's waist was tied with 2 small luggage bags. She could not see the murder weapon in his hands, so he must have hidden it. The servant girl felt that it was most likely a slingshot. She was also very doubtful. If it hit her head, she dared not say that she would die on the spot, but she would definitely be seriously injured. With the youth's almost terrifying accuracy, he had intentionally smashed the bird food jar twice. Could he really not hit her or the little girl from Jingyang Mountain? In the courtyard, the little girl angrily said, "Idiot. Be careful of the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Come back quickly." Of course, it was important to catch the assassin and extort a confession from him. However, it was more important to prevent any accidents and preserve one's life. After the little girl let go of the tall servant girl's arm, she raised her hand and fiercely slapped the frightened girl awake. "And you, quickly go and inform the others. Do you know that if I die, everyone in this house will die as well?" The servant girl on the roof did not immediately jump into the courtyard. Instead, she called out loudly, "There's an assassin." Then she began to run wildly. She jumped from the edge of the eaves and began to leap towards the roof of the Qingshin courtyard. The assassin had roughly determined the strength of her arms, legs, and strength from the servant girl's series of climbing and running movements. He crouched down and picked up 2 tiles. He threw his right hand, which happened to hit the girl's head. While still in the air, the girl instinctively crossed her arms in front of her head. Then, with 2 bangs, the servant girl felt a piercing pain. The force was far greater than the servant girl had imagined. Her forward momentum was immediately greatly impeded. Just as she regretted trying to be brave, the servant girl, who had barely landed on the eaves, was punched in the abdomen and fell backwards. However, the assassin inexplicably grabbed one of her ankles. After a slight pause, the youth let go. The servant girl did not land safely, but at least she was not heavily injured. Her head was a mess. Out of the corner of his eye, the youth had been looking around. When he saw black spots appear around him, he began to turn and run. His speed was fast, his steps were large, and his rhythm was good. Especially his breathing was just right. If the maidservant could see this, she would definitely think that this youth was like her. He had been practicing martial arts for many years and was immersed in it for a long time. He was definitely not an amateur. On the roof, the youth's figure quickly disappeared. He was like a light bird, a snake-hunting eagle out of its cage. About half an hour later, the burly old man hurried back to the Leaf family's mansion, full of murderous intent. From the head of the Leaf family, Li Hong, to the servant girls in the courtyard, no one dared to breathe loudly. Especially the servant girl who practiced martial arts. She knelt on the ground, her cheeks red and swollen. The servant girl did not say a word. She did not dare to show any resentment. The little girl, who had calmed down as usual, sighed when she saw the old man. She shook her head and lectured, "Grandpa Ape, the people of the Leaf family seem to be a bunch of trash. How dare you entrust me to them?" The mountain-moving ape knelt on one knee. He was still taller than the little girl. The white-haired old man said guiltily, "Miss, I was wrong." The old man turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Li Hong." The head of the Leaf family in the small town roughly understood the orthodox language of the eastern Bottle continent. Coincidentally, the language of the cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain was the same. This man, whose words carried enormous weight in the family, could only smile bitterly and apologize. "This is indeed the fault of the Leaf family. We can't shirk our responsibility." He did not follow the endless alleys and ridges to the north. After all, there were Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, where the rich and powerful gathered. If someone stood up for the old macaque, Chen Pingan did not think that he would be able to escape the encirclement. As a result, Chen Pingan fled to the west decisively. The south was in the direction of the covered bridge, where the view was broad and there was nowhere to hide. According to the comparison of their speed, Chen Pingan estimated that it would be very difficult for him to escape the mountain-moving ape's pursuit once he lost the cover. To the west of the town were deep mountains and old forests. The vegetation was lush, and there were many traps set down by hunters on many secret paths. The mountain path was difficult to traverse. If one did not follow the old paths, it would be extremely difficult. Chen Pingan knew this better than anyone. The young man was not wrong, but he had underestimated the old macaque. As the guardian ape of Xinjiang Mountain, the old macaque had a much deeper understanding of the mountains and rivers than the young man. When the young man leaped off the last roof and landed on the ground, he bent his knees to deftly offset part of the falling force. He quickly turned his head to glance at the scenery behind him before he continued to charge forward with his back bent. As he ran, the wooden bow and quiver disappeared without a trace. In the mountain forest, if Chen Pingan chose to abandon the paths that his ancestors had treaded for generations and ran in a random direction in a panic, they would definitely become a burden. Seeing that the young man was about to enter the water, the old macaque became rather agitated. It looked back in the direction of the Leaf family's house on Fulu Street. As a matter of fact, once they entered the mountain, the old macaque would not dare to say that he had the geographical advantage, but it would definitely be more comfortable than running around with the little brat in the town. The old macaque made up its mind and quickly weighed the pros and cons. It took in a deep breath of fresh air. It was just enough to kill if there was not too much deviation. Blue and purple ripples appeared on the old macaque's face, and its burly body rose from the ground without a sign. Half of the pitiful house under its feet collapsed because of its stomp. Fortunately, the people living on the west side of the town were poor, and the houses here were much thinner than the buildings on Fulu Street. For example, the wood used for the beams and pillars was not enough to make the houses look good. Fortunately for the family of 4 in the house, none of them were in the house at the moment. The old macaque leaped high and drew a huge arc in the air. When it landed, it happened to land beside the young man. 2 large pits appeared where its feet landed, and soft spring mud splattered everywhere. The old macaque punched the young man's back. The various yang scriptures were located on the human back, so both the meridians and organs were connected to the back. In particular, the back was only an inch away from the heart, so it was the most fragile part. His life was hanging by a thread. Hearing the noise beside him, the young man suddenly exerted his strength. He was 2 to 3 times faster than when he lured the old macaque to step on the rotten roof. This at least meant that the young man had been hiding his strength from the beginning to the end. As a result, not only did the old macaque's punch not penetrate the young man's back and fail to crush his heart, it only grazed the young man's back an inch below his back. Although the young man did not take the punch head-on, he was still sent flying with his feet off the ground as if he had been hit by a hammer. In the next scene, the young man's breathtaking agility were vividly displayed. Blood trickled down the corner of the straw sandals boy's mouth. After being sent flying by the punch, he was supposed to fall flat on his face. However, the moment the boy extended his hands and placed them on the ground, he bent his elbows and exerted force. His entire body flipped in the air in one smooth motion. After landing on the ground with both feet, he used the inertia of his forward momentum to continue fleeing without slowing down at all. Even the experienced mountain-moving ape could not help but have a toothache when it saw the town's young man's tenacity. The old macaque raised its hand. The back of its hand was bloody. The injury was nothing, so the old macaque dismissed it with a smile. Nevertheless, it became more determined to kill the young man. As for why it was injured, it was not complicated. It was chilly in spring. The young man from the shabby alley, who was wearing thin clothes, was clearly wearing thicker clothes when he appeared in front of the old macaque. Apart from his own clothes, he also found Lu Xian Yang's loose old clothes and put them on the outermost layer. Between the 2 clothes, there was something else. As it turned out, the young man had made a wooden porcelain armor for himself. 6 long wooden planks were drilled and connected with silk ropes. There were 3 planks in front of his chest and 3 on his back. Most importantly, the extremely crude wooden armor was embedded with tiny porcelain shards. The old macaque felt terrible at the moment. It was like a high-ranking official who had accidentally stepped on a piece of stinky dog poop, and it could not get rid of it for a while. The old macaque clenched its fists. It held its breath and stood where it was, suppressing the surging qi in its body. The purplish-green ripples on its face turned purplish-gold and disappeared in a flash. The old macaque flew into a rage. As it turned out, a stone shot out from the forest at this moment. The old macaque reached out and grabbed the particularly hard stone. It was the size of a fingernail. Then, there was a series of rustling sounds, indicating that the young man was fleeing into the depths of the forest. The old macaque's face was extremely gloomy. It turned its head and looked at the night sky of the town. It was afraid that this was the young man's real plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, the old macaque's intuition told it that it would be best to quickly kill the young man in straw sandals in the mountains. The young assassin had just climbed the highest branch of the Chinese scholar tree on Fulu Street. It could now bear the weight of a person. It was much higher than the roof, and there was another uninvited guest sitting there. A little further down, there was another person standing. The sudden appearance of these two people made the frightened family residents pinch their noses and pretend that they did not see them. This was because the white-robed man sitting there was none other than the supervisor. He brought Song Jisun to the Chinese scholar tree, saying that he wanted to bring him to watch a good show. However, it was already the end of the evening. Song Jisun's eyesight was not good enough, so he could only listen to Song Jianqiang narrate the laughable pursuit that began on the roof of Clay Bottle Alley. The man rested one hand on his knee and the other on his cheek as he looked into the distance. In between the narration of the pursuit, he would occasionally interject some secret matters of the town that no one knew, or some random cultivation insights that he had. If we don't talk about opportunities and only talk about artifacts, that famous sword manual that has been rumored for a long time can be ranked in the top 3 of the town. If we look at the timeline and put into the town's 3,000 years of history, it might be a little difficult for it to be ranked in the top 10, but it's definitely not a problem for it to be ranked in the top 20. Don't think that this ranking is low. In fact, it's very high. In addition to that Swansea armor, if the young man surnamed Louvre can digest all of this, in my opinion, his opportunities won't be any worse than the 5 of you. Song Jisun did not look up, because there was a guy directly hanging his foot above the young man's head. The young man curiously asked, then why was he killed by the elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain with one punch? Song Jianqiang smiled faintly and said, his luck is too good. He is envied by others, and he has no backing. Is it difficult to understand? Song Jisun's face was full of doubts and asked, then why didn't you rope him in more thoroughly when you were in Clay Bottle Alley? The king of Dolly above the young man's head laughed and was extremely happy. He laughed for a long time before he said, as for those cultivation geniuses on the mountain. Anyway, when you go out and hear one of my nicknames, you will understand the reason. Song Jianqiang suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. His expression changed slightly. He gently stroked the jade belt on his waist with one hand, and his eyes were burning. In the eyes of this martial arts grandmaster, who was almost at the peak of the mountain, the aura in the westernmost part of the town was turbulent as the mountain-moving ape broke the rules. So much so that the aura in that area was chaotic, like a broken porcelain that had exploded and splashed. Song Jianqiang slowly said, you may be wondering why those foreigners have the look of looking at others as if they are ants. Do you really think this is just their natural conceit? Do they have eyes in the sky? Personality is a small part of the reason, but more of it is the general trend. You have never been out of the town, so you don't know the transcendent status of these immortal masters in the outside world. Song Jisun replied, I am not surprised at all. It is hard to chat with people who have read books. Song Jianqiang was not surprised. He continued to say, because there is a line between you and them. This line isn't that big, but to some people, it's even smaller than a small ditch. As long as you encounter it, you can cross it. Just like you, Lu Xianyang, and that scholar Zhao Yao, who was chosen by a major Taoist sect from another continent, are all in this category. But it is not small either. Most people in the town look at that line as if they are facing a natural moat, and they don't even have the desire to cross it. The gap between the two groups of people separated by that line is actually like the gap between people and plants. It is no different from the gap between yin and yang, or even bigger. At this point, the king of leaves suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Then, he gloated and said, that old beast is a little unlucky this time. He just had to provoke such a little hedgehog. He's really good at concealing his strength. Song Jisun, I understand you a little now. Anyone who has such an opponent will feel uncomfortable. Except for killing him with a clean punch, it is really a disgusting and troublesome thing. Song Jisun's face was unhappy. Not far away, in the Leaf family's mansion, there were loud shouts, and even the sea-calming divine needle in the dark angrily made a move. The straw sandals boy did have a helper. And it was not an ordinary person. Song Jiankyung smiled. Even if the assassin's figure flashed under the Sunhui tree, the king of Dali had no intention to stop him at all. In his field of vision, the burly figure of the old ape strode back from the west, constantly rising and falling in the town. As for whether he would trample on the houses and destroy the courtyard layout when he landed, he did not care at all. The old ape of Xingyang Mountain seemed to have identified a punching bag. Song Jiankyung suddenly frowned, then he felt relieved, and then an instant burst of fighting spirit. Dali Song Jiankyung, a martial artist, liked three things in this life: building a capital temple, killing geniuses, and fighting immortals. In the next moment, Song Jisun's eyes widened. Unknowingly, the man above his head had already landed on Fulu Street, and collided with the burly old man in the distance, simply and almost rudely. Dali's king of Dali, the moving mountain ape. The two exchanged punches, hitting each other's chests. Song Jiankyung did not retreat, but advanced instead, taking a step forward, while the old ape took a step back. They each punched again, this time hitting each other's forehead between the eyebrows. Song Jiankyung strode forward, and this time he was the only one who punched. He stepped forward, heavily stepping on the ground, his knees slightly bent, his left hand extended forward, and his right hand clenched into a fist and pulled back. The man wore a snow-white robe, his sleeves fluttering, and the ground under his feet was full of broken bluestone. A punch went straight. The old ape could only extend a palm, blocking Song Jiankyung's fist. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be two faint cracking sounds. The old ape slid back more than 10 feet, plowing a shocking gully in the bluestone ground. Song Jiankyung gently waved his sleeve, one hand behind his back, the other holding the white jade belt at his waist, and said with a smile, "Qi Jingchen, are you not going to stop me? Are you really going to give up? Don't, hold on a little longer." The old ape exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Song Jiankyung raised a palm, shook it, and said with a smile, "Wait until I get out of here, then we'll fight. For now, let's go about our own business." The old ape grinned, "Song Jiankyung, then you better be able to beat me when the time comes, or Dali's southern border army won't have it easy." Song Jiankyung smiled, "As you wish." The old ape snorted coldly, then entered the Leaf family's mansion alone. The young lady was safe and sound, and could not even be considered frightened. After the old ape understood the details, he realized that it was just a clumsy trick, and after thinking for a while, he rushed to the west of the town with a sinister smile. He entered the mountains to hunt. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.